Hey everyone, welcome to the 25 React.js interview projects part 2. Alright, so before discussing the projects, one thing I want to mention at first. See, it takes a lot of effort to create these projects or basically these videos. See, it's not about the creating or editing the video, but also for research purposes. I've given a lot of effort to select each and every project for all of you. So if you like this video, please give a like, comment down, subscribe, and also share with your friends. Alright, see, last video I got a really good response, so I almost got 8,000 likes in that particular video. If this video got more than 10,000 likes, I will definitely create a part 3 of this particular series, and then the same kind of projects I am going to create in Node.js and Monster. Alright, that much guarantee I can give you. So it's a humble request to all of you, please like this video. So if you like, then only YouTube will recommend this video to all the other people, and it will definitely help me to grow my channel. Alright, so now let's discuss what are the projects that we are going to build in this particular video. So first, you can see that we'll be start implementing this pagination, where we'll be implementing the pagination, and if I go to the first page, the previous button will be disabled. Go to the last page, the next button will be disabled. Next project, digital clock. So here we'll be showing the current time with the current date. Then we are having this countdown timer. So here you'll be able to reset this timer. You'll be able to start the timer. So timer is now starting. You will be able to pause the timer and also resume. Alright, so this is one the third project that we are going to implement. Next, very important, step progress bar or step form or multi-step form. So here we'll be having multiple steps. On the first step, the previous step button will be disabled. Click on the next one, go to the last one, this next step will be disabled. Then we'll be having this random code generator. Next, very small but very important, and that is on hover we are going to implement this tooltip, and this will be custom one without using any third-party library package. Then we'll be having this currency converter, where you'll be able to convert the currency from one to another. Let's see if I change here to, and this will automatically change. The vice versa, if I change here, and it will automatically change. Next, very important functionality, and that is we'll be fetching the list of products from API, and then based on category you'll be able to filter. So here you can see that, and if I now again deselect, then again we'll be getting all the products. Next, we'll be having this tip calculator. Here you'll be able to give the bill amount, the tip percentage, and the number of people, and it will automatically calculate the tip, the total amount, tip per person, and the total amount per person. Next, we'll be creating a custom music player. If I click play, the music will play. We'll be able to forward, backward, and also you can see that we'll be able to see this progress bar here. Next, we'll be having this custom progress bar. Here you need to give some input percentage, and we'll be showing this percentage here, or basically the custom progress bar. Next, we are having the BMI calculator. Here you need to give the height and the weight, and it will automatically calculate the BMI. Alright, so you can see that it will automatically change. Next, we'll be creating this button refill effect, and then moving to a little complex or advanced level. Here we'll be using this drag and drop, so we'll not use any third-party library package for this one. Alright, and this is a very important one that we are going to implement. Next, we are having simple form validation, where on type we'll be showing this form validator. Alright, and once you'll give the correct data, then only you'll be able to see this, the form is basically validated. Alright, next we are having the file upload with progress bar. So here you'll be able to choose a file, and then we'll be basically showing this progress bar, and then this file data will be updated or uploaded to a third-party API link. So, and then we'll be showing the preview here. Next, we are having the quiz app. So here you need to basically select the data, and if I select all the questions, go next, you can go to previous and select or deselect the options, go next, and if I go at the end, finish, so we'll be getting our score here. Then very important, nested comment. So here you'll be able to give some comment, you'll be add the comment, this is added, you will be able to add a reply. So this is my reply, this will be submitted, reply, again you'll be able to reply here, so I'll add here, and this will be on nested level. So if I again let's say submit here, you can see it's coming here, again you'll be able to reply here, and this will be on the end nested level. Then we are having this PDF viewer. So here we'll be getting some list of data, and if I click on this data, so you'll be basically able to see this data in a PDF. you will be able to upload or basically download this one. All right, and there will be another download PDF button. If I click here, this is downloaded, and you can see that you will be able to see this PDF here. Next, we are having this Firebase Todo application. Here you are able to store this to-do in a Firebase database. You'll be able to edit. So let's say if I edit this one, this will be edited. You'll be able to delete this one. Next, we are going to implement a Firebase Auth. New user will be able to register or login. Let's say I'll give some name, raj123@gmail.com. Sorry, this will be the email. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it here, and I'll give this one as raj123, and let's give a 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So now I'll register. So you can see that we are getting the username raj123, and this is the user email, and then there will be some. So this project that we have created, this Firebase Todo, we are going to integrate here. If the user is authenticated, then only they will be able to edit or delete. If I click on logout, so user will not be able to do this edit or delete functionality. So here I'll go to login view, and I'll give the same username, and I'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I'll do login, and you can see that the user is now logged in, so you'll be able to edit or delete. Next, we're having this Debounce API call. So here we'll be creating a custom hook that is use Debounce, and based on that we'll be calling the list of data, and here will be based on this we'll be filtering the data. Next, again we are going to call another API call, and based on that we'll be basically sort the data alphabetically, ascending or descending. And then we'll be creating this movie application where you'll be able to search for a movie. All right, you'll be able to add this one to this list. I'll add here. You'll be able to remove from list. You will be able to move this one to watch section. You'll be able to remove from here, and at the end we'll end this one with a Google Auth login. So Google Auth login means we are going to implement. So if I click here, it will open a pop-up, and if I select this email, the user will be logged in and will be fetching the user information. Alright, so these all are 25 projects that we are going to build. I hope that you really enjoy this video and you will learn a lot of things. Now, without further wasting any more time, let's get started and good luck. Alright, so let's start with our first project, and that will be Pagination. So here I already created one project, and you can see that I'll be having it will be similar to whatever we have done in the part 1. So we will be having all the components, and then inside this I'll be having our index.jsx, and this is basically where we'll be writing the logic related to that component. And then test.jsx is nothing but from this component we will be importing the reusable component just for testing purpose. Again, I'm mentioning that all of the projects that we will be learning in this particular video all are basically from an interview point of view. So like, you don't write all of these projects in your portfolio. This is just for your practice, so that you will be able to explain the concept and will be able to write some code in your interview with a given period of time. Alright, so that is the main motive. So here the first thing what we will do now, Pagination, the first thing we need to basically create all the pages in the Pagination, and that number of pages will be based on the number of records that we'll be having. So let's say we are rendering 100 products, and then the per page we need to show 10 products. So that means we need to create 10 Pagination page. So let's give this one name as we'll give this one as Pagination. Now here this will receive some of the props because this will be a reusable component. So it will receive the current page, it will receive the total pages, and it will also receive a method that whenever we'll change the page number, so based on that we need to basically render the next list of or previous list of data. So this will be, I'll give on page change. So these all are the props it will receive. Now here we are going to return the JSX. We'll take a div. Let's give a class name here. We'll give a class name of Pagination, and here we'll take a button. Now again, just like the first part, we'll not be focusing much on CSS also in this full video. We'll be doing very minimum level of CSS. Class name I'll give Pagination button. Alright, and here let's give this one name as prev, or basically previous button. Alright, then we'll copy this, and this will be our next button. In between, we need to basically create the page numbers. So now how we are going to create the page numbers? So page numbers will be this total number of pages that we will be having, and this calculation we are going to do from our this component, from where we'll be importing this reusable component. Alright, so here we'll create a method. So this will function generate number of pages, and here let's take a pages. Now we'll do for let I equal to 1, I less than equal to total pages, sorry this, and then we need to do I plus plus, and we're going to do pages dot push, we'll push the I, and then we're going to return our pages. Alright, now in between we need to basically render here. So we'll just do generate number of pages, and this will map, this will be our single page item, and here what we are going to do, we'll return another button, and we'll be rendering the page item, or let's give this one name as page number. And if you noticed here that we are starting from 1. Now here let's give a class name. So for now we'll give this one as Pagination. Let's change this. Okay, we are already using Pagination button, so we'll use the same. So this will be Pagination button. Save it. Now see what will happen. Let's see if I by default give here 10, and also we need to import this component. Let's do one thing. Let's go to a test, and we'll create this one name as Pagination test. Don't give this name actually in your interview. In interview you can basically use that, absolutely fine. Interviewer will basically check whether you are able to know the concept and are you able to complete the functionality within time or not. Believe me or not, because many of you actually, some of you actually, not many of you, some have commented that why we are not writing much CSS, why these many simple projects, not advanced level of projects, why not TypeScript, why are you using create React app instead of some other. The reason is, see, interviewer doesn't care actually. If you have given interview, you'll know that they don't actually care whether you're using create React app, whether you know TypeScript or whatever. At the end you have to complete the project within time. That's it. From my own personal experience, when I actually practice these projects in home, that time I'll be able to complete it before time, let's say in 20 minutes. When I'll go to interview, the atmosphere environment is completely different. Sometimes I was not able to finish a simple example in 45 minutes in top product based company, I'm telling. So in interview it's completely different. Even if you're trying, if you're able to complete it within time, let's say less than 20 minutes, and you have 10 minutes left, then they will not ask you like convert this project to TypeScript or write more CSS. What they will do, they'll give a improvised version of the same example. For example here, so what do you mean by improvised version is basically they will ask you to add some more additional functionality to this pagination. All right. Now let's say I'll give one example. So for example, you implemented the pagination and you have 5 minutes left. So what your interviewer will do, so let's say now implement something like this, because you already have 5 minutes left, that whenever you'll go to the first page, disable the previous button. Whenever you'll go to the last page, disable the next button. So these what we basically I'm talking about, a improvised version. All right. So that is the reason if you have a React interview, especially machine coding round in in any company, you have to practice all of this in a just practice like a real interview, because once you go there it will be extremely difficult. And now you may think that why I'm talking all of this, because these things are very, very important. I already got rejected from multiple top companies because of this. All right, you have to explain each and every line that you are writing, and you also have to write or tell them that why you are using this component. Let's say in a real project, this is not a pagination test, this is something else. Let's say products page, for example. So you will tell them, okay, this will be products page, and then I have some similar similar pages in 10 places, but my pagination component will be always reusable. So the main advantage of this will be I will be able to import this component in all the pages that I'll be having. Let's say you are having product list, product item, product details, product review, something like that. So that is the reason we are keeping this one name as pagination test. All right, in real life project you will not give something like this. This is just for the interview point of view. Now inside this we'll do nothing for now, just to show you. So I'll just return a div and I'll render the pagination. What is the name I have given here? I think I have to export. Okay, pagination. Save it. Now let's go to our app.js, and here I will render this pagination test. Okay, so now you can see that we are getting 10 button here. That is fine, and previous and next button. Now let's go to our pagination component. Now here also we need to give key. So here easily we can give the key as this page number only. That's it. And then we also have to give the on click, because we have to give on click, and on click we are going to call this on page change method that we called here, on page change, and we are going to pass the page number. This is done. All right, so this will be your reusable component. Then on click of this, whatever you want to do, now what you want to do, that you will be managing from this component. All right, now let's go to this one and then we'll start working. The first thing, because we will not call any real API for now, we'll be creating some kind of dummy data. All right, so here I'm going to create some dummy data. So let's do dummy data. So this will be array.from. All right, so here I'll take a length of, let's say, 100, and here we'll take an index, and then we'll take a ID. I think something we are doing wrong. Sorry, we don't have to do here. So this will be, we'll take a ID, which will be our index plus 1, and then something we are missing still, so you need to give another one. Okay, now here I'm going to take a name, let's say, and for now we'll keep this one like this. So we'll do product, and then we'll pass this index that we are having plus 1. So let's log this data. So we'll do dummy data. So let's see what we are getting. Okay, so you're getting product 1, 2, 3 like this till 100. All right, and it's very rare that they will tell you that you have to fetch data from API, and based on this, it can only possible like in very top level company, and whenever you'll be having more time, let's say 1 hour or 1.5 hour. That is very rare. That's it. Now here the first thing what we need to do is to basically give that how many items we want to display. This part you can also keep as a like prop. So that is the reason we are managing this one from this parent component. And then what we need to do, we have to basically take a state which will basically manage the current page. So current page is basically here, whenever we'll be clicking, based on that it will filter that data based on this number that we have clicked here. So we'll do something like this. We'll do current page, and this will be set current page. For now we'll keep use state of 1 first time, and now here we are going to basically calculate some of the things. The first will be index of first item, and this will be let's create first index of last item. So we'll do const index of last item. So index of last item will be this current page into the items per page. All right, so let's say if the item, this is 10, current page is 1, so index of last item will be 10. All right, and this index of first item will be this index of last item minus items per page. Next we'll do const current list of items, and this will be this dummy data that we are having. We'll slice this one, and we'll slice with index dot first item comma index dot last item. Log this, and I'll just remove this console from here. Alright, let's see what we are getting here. So we'll go here and you can see that we'll be getting 10. Sorry, let me refresh this. We'll be getting 10 data, and let's log here index.first item and index.last item. So we're getting 0 first item, last item 10, and we are slicing from that and we'll be getting 10 data. That's it. Now what we are going to do, basically, let's take another h1 here, and this will be our pagination. Now we'll take a UL, and now we just will render the current list of item.map. This will be list item, and let's return li, and here I'll take a key which will be our list item.id, and we need to render list item.name. And here what we need to pass, so we'll pass here current page. Current page will be our current page, which is basically this one. Next we'll pass our total pages. So what will be total page? This will be math.cell, and here we are having this dummy data.length, which is the total number of items, that is 100, divided by items per page. I hope you are getting items per page is actually 10. So this will be 10 number of total pages will be 10. For now it is actually by default it will always take 10, that is fine, but if it's not there and you are not passing anything, in that case it will not create. So it's always better to keep some default value here, default parameters basically. And after this we are going to pass on page change, which will be handle page change. Let's copy this, and this will be very simple. So here we'll do function handle page change, which will receive page current page. Simply set this set current page with current page. Now you'll notice from where this is coming. So if I go here we are passing the page number that will be receiving here the current page. Alright, now we are getting page 1 to 10. If I click second page, we're getting next set of data. On click of previous, this we need to manage, but this is working fine. Alright, now next what we are going to do, basically we are already passing the current page to this pagination component. So now here we'll do on click, and here what we can do, simply we'll call this on page change, and we'll pass the current page -1. So that means if I'm on the third page, if I click this one, it will go to second, so minus doing a subtraction from the current page, and for next it will be, I hope you are getting, this will be plus. That's it, as simple as that. Save it. Now let's go to the first page, second page, click previous, going to the second page, fifth page, click on next, it's going to the next page. Now one very important point, now again I already told you that if I'm on the first, second page, last page, click on next, no data is available, right? So that means I need to disable whenever it will be on the last page. For previous, I need to disable whenever it will be on the first page. So here simply pass disabled, and here we can do current page is equal to 1. Copy this, and here we'll pass if it is disabled, if current page is equal to total pages. That's it. Refresh this. Now it's disabled. Second page, go to previous, it's again disabled. Ninth page, click on next, it is disabled because it is on the this 10th page. So this is done. Now let's quickly create some of the very basic styling, then we'll be moving to the next project. Before that, let's go to our app.css. Here I'll give some margin 0px, padding as 0px, and box sizing will give border box. Let's go here, we'll take this app, and here we'll take .app, I'll do padding of 20px. That's it. And now also let's do one thing. I think we are having this h1 class name, we'll give this one name as title. we'll copy this, and here we'll do dot title, we'll do margin bottom of 20 px. Alright, so this is fine. Also let's keep text align as center. Yeah, I think this is fine. This we are going to manage from this component. So let's quickly style some of this component here. So let's go to our pagination.css and we'll go here, which will be test, and let's import here. So first we'll give this one class name as list items, and let's go to our pagination component. I'll close all of this. This is name pagination, this is fine. Alright, so first we'll copy this pagination and we'll make this one display flex. We'll do justify content center, and align items also let's make center, and we'll give a margin top of 25 px. Alright, next we are having pagination button, so we'll do pagination button. Let's make a padding of 10 px, margin of 0 px, 5 px. We'll use this background color, which will be 4CAF50. We'll use a color of white. Border will do none. Border radius will do 8 px. Cursor will do pointer, and outline will do none. Awesome. Now next what we are going to do, we'll do whenever this pagination button will be disabled, so that time we'll change the background color to something else. Let's say let's make this one DDD. Let's see how this is looking. Alright, so it's applying here. Okay, I thought why it's not applying. Then cursor will do not allowed. Okay, color let's make black. Awesome. Now next we'll take this list items, copy this, we'll do list style none, and display will do grid, gap of 15 px, max width will do 500 px, padding 0, margin 0, and we'll do grid template columns, repeat 3,1 fr. Also let's make margin 0 auto. Let's do 20 px. Alright, next we'll do dot list items of li. We'll do padding of 20 px. We'll do background color. We'll do this one 762 CC0. Color will do white. Font weight will do bold, and we'll do font size of 15 px. Awesome. And I think this will be more than enough. So now let's quickly see. So we'll go to first page. It's getting disabled. This is updated. Next, also we need to highlight this one, right? So this we can easily do. So let's go to this page, and here we are generating all of this. So we can take a template literals basically instead of this, and then we are going to add a active class name. So how we are going to do that? So we'll do if this current page is equal to this page number that we are having, then we are going to add an active class, or else we'll keep this one empty. So let's see what I actually mean by that. So we'll inspect this one, and we'll go here. So this one is active now. If I click first one, so this is getting active, right? So this we can basically easily check that whenever this will have an active class name. So we'll go here and we'll do dot pagination button dot active, and we'll change the background color. That's it. So this will be BV3901. Awesome. Click on next. This is also getting updated. 76910, this is disabled. Previous first, this is getting disabled. If I also go directly here, this is getting disabled. Go first here, this is getting disabled, and this is working fine. Alright, so I think that will be more than enough for the first one. Now again, I'm repeating that in interview, first you have to ask for all the requirements to your interviewer, that what basically you need, what are the functionality that you need to add. Like why I'm basically telling these things, because let's say you practice this question from here and then you give an interview, let's after 1 week, and for some reason they ask you this implement pagination, and then you start writing your code blindly, whatever I have written here. So it will not work like that. What you need to do, the main objective of this, how I basically learn personally, is that let's say I'm learning from a course. All right, when I started, basically I'll not replicate or write the exact same code, or basically I'll not memorize that and then write the same thing in interview. What you need to do, whenever you created these things, then try to implement the same project in a different way by your own, and believe me, in that way you will be able to tackle different things. For example, let's say they have given you some different functionality here, and that functionality that you got in your you'll be getting in your interview, I haven't implemented in this pagination. So how you will be able to complete, right? So you have to basically think, and based on your like whatever you have learned so far, or basically whatever you have done practically, then try to implement that one in a real life project. The main objective of this simple project is that this will basically give a basic idea, and based on this you need to learn, practice, and then only you'll be able to execute these things in your project. So now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's start with our next project. So next would be a very simple digital clock. So let me just quickly create a folder. So inside this we will create, this will be digital clock index.jsx, and we'll give clock.css. So this will be like simple countdown clock that you need to create, and for this one we'll create a component, and let's give this one name as digital clock. Now here we will return a div. So this will be our digital clock. Let's take a h1, and here basically we need to take some state, and this will be not a very complex one, this will be very simple. So we can take a state simply. So this will be our time, set time, and this will be use state of new date. That's it. And here first we'll render our time. So we'll take a class name, let's give this on a name as what we can give, like clock, and here we'll give another div. We'll take a class name, give this on name as time. Let's take a span. We'll simply do the time dot get hours dot to string dot pad start, and we'll do 2,0. Let's format this. I'll copy this, and same we'll do for get minutes and get seconds. So this will be get minutes, and this will be get seconds. That's it. Let me just also import this one. So we'll go here and we'll do digital clock. So we are getting this one. So now what we are going to do, after this we will take another div. Let's take a class name, and we'll give this one name as date. So here we'll do time dot to local date string, pass this on undefined, and here we'll pass some options. So the first option will pass weekday, which will be long. We'll pass year, which will be numeric, Next we'll do month, this will be long, and we'll pass day, which will be also numeric. Alright, now next what we can do, so now we need to basically create an interval. So we can take a use effect, and here let's take const, this will be our interval id, which will be set interval, this will be 1 second obviously, and here we are going to basically set time. And now what will be the set time? Set time will be again the current time. Alright, and then we need to also destroy this one. So on return we'll simply clear the interval and we'll pass the interval id. The moment I'll save this, alright, so you can see that it's getting updated. So we are getting updated result here. And also let's do one thing, let's keep this colon after this both. Alright, so this is our current time, which is getting increased. Now you may understand that okay, this is very simple one, but these type of questions can be asked very frequently, that whether you know the concept of set interval or basically how you will be rendering the current date time, and this can be very helpful. Now we don't have to do much CSS, but let's also create some very simple one. So first I'll import clock.css, then we have this digital clock, copy this, so we'll give a margin top of 30 px. Alright, so this is fine. Next what else we are having? We are having the time, copy this, and here we'll give a font size of let's say 30 px. Color will give this one, so we'll give 61DAFB. Awesome. And for date also we can do something like, for date we'll give a font size of 20 px, 25 px. We'll give a margin top of 20 px, and we are going to use the color. So let's use a different color for this one. We'll copy this and we'll select something from here. Alright, now let's save it. Let's see. Alright, and also let's change this one to 10 px. Alright, I think that will be more than fine. So we are having digital clock, which will basically render the current time with the current date. Alright, so that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Next one will be a countdown timer or stopwatch. In both the scenarios you can basically will be use the same concept. So let's start working on that particular project. Alright, so next let's start working on the countdown timer. So in this component also will be having 3 files. So one will be from where we'll be testing that. One will be our main reusable countdown timer component, and then there will be CSS. First let's create this component. So this will be our countdown timer test. You can also give this on name as stopwatch, anything you like. Now here let's return a div. Let's give a class name of countdown timer container, and here let's return let's write our title, and in this component we are going to call our reusable or basically main timer component. So this will be our countdown timer. Now what this component will receive, this component will mainly receive two things. One will be our initial time, from which time we want to start the timer, and then there will be on time finish. So let's say the time finished, then we want to do some activity. So these two props mainly it will receive. Why we are writing here? Alright, now here let's return. So we'll return here class name, will give this one name as timer, and then for now let's quickly call this one from here. So we'll call this component, this will be our countdown timer, Here we'll pass our initial time. Let's say we want to pass this on 2 minutes, so we'll do 120. If we'll do 5 minutes, we'll do 300 seconds, something like that. Then we have on time finished, and this will be handle time finish. We'll copy this and we'll create this function here. Alright, now here for now we don't have to do anything, but let's work on this component first, and before that let's quickly import this one. So this will be our countdown timer test. Alright, now let's go here. The first thing what we need to do, basically we need to take some of the state in this component. So what will be the first step? So first will be our time and set time, and this will be nothing but our initial time that will be passing. So this will be our initial time, this one. Next we need to check if this is timer is running or not. So we'll do is running, set is running. This will be use state of true. So on page load only we will be starting the timer from the first time onwards. If you don't want to do that, keep this on false, and let's say there will be a button and on click of this you want to start the timer, so that you can manage using this one. Then I'll take another ref, which will be our interval reference. Use ref. I'm not discussing all of this because these I already have some videos. If you want, you can check all the hooks related videos. Alright, now first thing what we need to do, basically here we need to take a use effect, because whenever the page will load, that time only we need to start the timer, and there will be 3 buttons mainly. One will be to pause and resume, one will be to reset, and one will be to, let's say, start, something like that. So we'll take a use effect, and here we'll keep the dependency. So first dependency we need to keep if this is running or not, so this we need to check. So this one will keep this one as a dependency, and second dependency we need to take, and that is on time finish. Alright, because we need to somehow trigger this one something. Let's say on whenever the countdown will finish, that time you want to do a API call or something like that. So that means you need to somehow check that one whether the time got finished or not from this component. Now next what we'll do, first we'll check if this is running, which is true, else if this is not running. So what we'll do, we will simply, whenever it will be running, we need to basically manage an interval here using set interval. So you need to manage an interval. Whenever the timer is not running, that means set is running, is running is basically false. Then what we can do, we can simply clear the interval. Right, so here we need to clear this interval reference when the time is finished. Again, I'm explaining that when the time will be running, we'll be doing certain functionality. When the timer is already finished, then we are going to clear the interval. Now here what we are going to do, first we'll do interval reference dot current. Now this will be, we'll take a set interval, and here what we are going to do, let's take a interval of 1 second. So the timer will be 1 second of duration, and inside this will set this set time. Let's take our previous time, so this will be our previous time, and here we can basically check if the previous time is equal to 0. So you want to do something else, what we are going to do, will simply return the previous time minus 1. Alright, and then see what is happening. Let's say I'm passing 300 seconds. So every time it will basically minus from that previous time, and this will happen on 1 second interval. So this is what this is doing. If this is 0, if the previous time is 0, so we'll again clear the interval. So the clear interval will be interval reference dot current, and here we'll do set is running as false, because this is already 0, previous time is already 0. And here what we need to do, the first thing we need to return 0, and if on time finish is there, so now we are going to basically trigger this on time finish. This on time finish, what it will trigger, this will trigger basically from here. because on time finish we are triggering this handle time finish, right? So this we are going to basically test, but let me just explain one more time what we are doing, or else this can be little tricky to understand. See, the first thing is that whenever the page will load for the first time, we are keeping is running as a dependency. So this is the first step, and then there is a method. This method will do whenever the timer will be got finished. That time you want to do certain functionality from your parent component, and then is running is already true for the first time on page load. So we are checking if this is true. First we are setting a interval of 1 second here, and then what we are doing, simply we are doing previous time. Let's say first time this is 300, so it will be 300. Then we are doing -1, so 299, again 298, 297, 96, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, like that. It will go to till 0. Once it will be 0, the previous time is already 0, so it's already basically the timer is already completed. So that means we are making the set is running as false. This will be false. We are clearing the current from the reference, and that time whenever this will be 0, that means that's already end, then we are triggering this on time finish function. This on time finish function is basically will handle from the parent component. I hope you are getting. So this is done. Now let's go here inside this on basically on component will unmount. What we are going to do, we'll again do clear interval, and we'll do interval reference dot current. That's it. And also here we need to do current, sorry. So this is done. So now let's render our time. So first I will take a P, and here what we'll do, but before that let me convert this one to minute and seconds. So this is currently in seconds, right? So this will be const minutes, this will be math dot floor, and this will be our time. So time is basically this one, this time, and this will be divided by 60. So this will give me minutes, and then we'll do const seconds, and this will be time mod 60. That's it. Now here we are going to render our minutes. So we'll do here string of minutes dot pad start 2, 0. This will be our minutes. Then we'll give colon, and this will be our seconds. So we'll do string of seconds dot pad start, and I'll do 2, 0. So let's see what is happening now. If I now save this, awesome. So you can see that what is happening, right? So already this timer is working. Now I'll show one very interesting point here, and that is, let's say whenever the time will be finished, I want to do certain things. So let's say log once the timer is finished, I want to make an API call and save some data to database, something like that. Format this, save it. Now see what will happen. I'll do this one first. I'll open I'll open this inspect here. Now I'll make this one 5, save it. Let me refresh this page. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See, it's 0. Now it's getting called here. Now you'll understand that, okay, that once that I'll do again one more time. Let's refresh this. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and then you are getting this one. Now from where this is coming that whenever this previous time will be 0, that time we are checking if this on time finish is available. This method, we are triggering this method, which is triggering this parent component function here. I hope you are getting right. So this is what exactly it's doing. Now let's go here and let's create all the buttons. So the first thing is that we'll give this one, let's give a class name. We'll do timer buttons. So first sorry. So here we'll take a button, and this will be, let's say, pause. So here we'll do is running. If this is true, so this will be pause, or this will be resume. Copy this, and this will be reset, and this will be start, something like that. So now let's quickly create all the methods. So we'll do on click, this will be handle pause and resume. Copy this, this will be handle reset, this will be handled start. So this is handle reset, and this is handle start. Alright, so here we'll do function handle. Let's copy this from here, and here we'll do function handle reset. Then we are having function handle start. Alright, so first one is pretty simple. What we'll do, set is running, so it will be previous is running. This will be not equal to previous is running. So we are basically toggling. You can directly like this also. So let's say we'll do not equal to is running. This will also work, but I think this is better. So this is first functionality. Now reset. Whenever you'll be resetting, first you have to clear the interval. This is very important. So we'll do interval reference.current, and here we'll do set time, which will be our initial time again. So here again making this one to initial time. So this will automatically reset. And restart, simply make set is running as true, and this will work. Let's format and save this. Let's see what is happening. Okay, I'll refresh this page. We'll do pause. Okay, let me change this one to, let's say, 120 seconds. Alright, so I'll do pause. It's now pause, resume, start again, reset. Now I'll do start. Alright, handle start is not working, so that we need to check. So the issue is basically what is happening here on handle reset. We are clearing this interval, setting the initial time. As well, we need to make this set is running as false. So whenever we'll be resetting, we'll be making this set is running as false. So now let's see what is happening. So I'll click on pause, resume, working fine. Click on reset. Now click on start. So again it's starting. Alright, so I think this functionality is done. So now let's quickly do one thing. Let's go to our CSS. Let's give some very basic styling. So we'll go here, let's give this countdown timer, and also import timer.css. So we'll give a margin of 20px, 0px, and let's give this on some style. So I think this is this timer. So we'll copy this of p. We'll give font size as 30px, font weight as bold, and also let's use the same color that we have used here. So we'll go to digital clock. Let's copy this, and we'll use the same color here also. Awesome. Now we'll style the buttons. So we'll copy this timer buttons. So we'll do display as flex. We'll do a gap of 20px. Timer buttons, I think it's not button. Yeah. justify content center, align item center, and then we'll do dot timer buttons of button. We'll do padding of 12px, 20px. Here we'll give a margin top of 20px. Background color, we'll use some color here, then we'll choose. So let's use some yellow color, this one. Font size will do 18px. Font weight will do bold. Cursor will do pointer. Awesome. So now click on pause, resume, reset, and then I'll do start. So it's working fine. Alright, I think that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so let's move on to the next one. So next will be our step progress bar. So I already created 3 files, so let's start working on this one. So first this will be our test file. So this will be step progress bar test, and here let's return div. This will be our step progress bar container. So how the concept will be, let's say you'll be having step 1. I think we already discussed in the introductory part. Then there will be, let's say, step 2, step 3. Then there will be 2 buttons, and on click of this button it will go from step 1 first time, then it will go to step 2, then it will go to step 3, something like that. And the whatever step we have completed, that step we have to show with a different color. The same will be on click of previous button, it will go back from step 3 to step 2, and then step 2 to step 1. You can't go before that. So whenever it will be step 1, the previous button will be disabled. Whenever it will be on the step 3, for example, let's say here, so the next button that will be having, that will be disabled. Now these can work for number of steps, so you can have 100 steps also. For now we'll be creating keeping everything very simple, and we'll be keeping this step data as a static. So let's see how this will work. So first we will take a state. So this will be our const active step, set active step. This will be use state of 0 for the first time. So this is our initial step. Then I'll create our steps. So let's say I'll do step 1, then I'll do step 2. You can have basically real data also here, or there can be a form also. So the questions can be something like this, that create a multi-step form. So what will happen, each and every step there will be a form, and whenever you fill that form and click on next, that you will go to the next. The concept will be exactly same. So in this step you are having static data for now, but in terms of multi-step, this each and every step will be a form. All right, next we'll be having, let's say, step 3, we'll do step 4, and we'll do another one which will be step 5. All right, now next we need to create the steps, but before that let's take another div. So we'll take a class name. This will be our steps, step buttons wrapper, and there will be 2 buttons. So let's say one will be button here, and this will be go to previous step, and on click of this next button you'll go to the next step. So there will be 2 buttons. All right, so this is done. Now next what we need to do, we need to create our main step form, step component. So here I'll create a function, and this will be our step progress bar. So this will receive some props. So one will be steps, and then there will be active step, then here let's return class name steps, then we'll basically render these steps. But before that, we also have to check if this length is greater than 0 or not, or else this will be null. And here we'll do steps dot map, and here let's return a div. We'll do key, which will be our step item. For now we'll keep this one, or let's take this one as index. Let's take index here, and we'll keep this one as key. Alright, now here I'm going to render this step item. That's it. Let's format this, save it, and let's go here. So we'll call this. So this will be our step progress bar, and this will receive our steps, which will be these steps. So basically this one. And here we also need to pass the active step, which will be this active step. That's it. Now another thing, let's do, instead of keeping the button here, we can keep the button in this component only, and I think that will be much better. So what we can do, let's take here another div, and after this I'm going to cut it from here and we'll paste it here. That's it. So now let's save it. Let's go to our app.js, and I'm going to import step progress bar test 1 2 3 4 5. All right, now next we'll go here and we'll write our h1. So this will be our step progress bar. That's it. Now what we need to do, so first time it will be on step 1. Whenever I click on next, it will go to the 2 3 4 5. Whenever it will be on the last one, this will be disabled. Whenever I will be at the step 1, this previous step will be disabled. So now for this one, what we can do, first we also need to pass this set active step as a prop in this component. So we'll pass it here. So let's go to our file. So it will receive this set active step. Now here we need to take this on click. So we'll take on click. This will be handle previous step, and we'll take another on click. This will be handle next step. So this will be function handle previous step. So here let's create another one. This will be handle next step. All right, so simply we'll take this set active step. So this will give me our previous step, and now what we need to do, basically we will check that this will be previous step. So here we'll check math.max. This will be our previous step -1, 0, and this will be our previous step. So now let's say if the previous step is currently previous step is 3, so this will be 3 minus 1, which will be 2, then 0. Now between 2 and 0, the max will be 2, so that means the previous step will be 2. I hope you are getting. If the previous step is 2, then it will be 2 minus 1, which will be 1, 0. So between 1 and 0, max will be 1, so previous step will be 1. That's it. Now for next, what we can do, here we'll do again previous step. So this will be math.mean, and this will be previous step. Now I hope you are getting. So this will be +1, and then the number of steps you are having, which is step.length -1. Now why is that? Now let's quickly see. So currently we are having 5 steps, and let's say the previous step is 2, so that means the next should be 3. So that is what we are doing. So previous step is 2, so 2 plus 1, 3, and steps.length -1. We are talking about the index here, because the reason is the current step is starting from 0. If it's starting from 1, then I think you just have to take the length. So if it because it's starting from 0, so you're doing step.length -1. So if the previous step is 2, so this will be 2 plus 1 3, and steps.length -1, which is basically 4. So 3 and 4, which is the minimum. So 3 will be minimum. So if the previous step is 2, so the next will be 3. I hope you are getting. So this is what exactly we are doing, and now we need to basically calculate the current width. So we'll do calculate current step width. So how we are going to do that? So simply return here. So this will be 100 divided by steps dot length -1 into our current active state of this %. Next, what we can do, simply pass this. So we'll take a style and we'll pass our width, which will be this calculate current step width. That's it. Now next thing, another thing we need to do, and that is we need to disable this previous and next. So for previous one, we'll take disabled, and here we will do if the active step is equal to 0. For next one, we'll simply do if the active step is equal to steps dot length -1. So if it's in the last step. So let's see what is happening. So it's already disabled now. Click on next, 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 next. It's disabled, right? Previous. We are going to write the CSS, but I'm just want to explain. So now step 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now it's disabled. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's disabled, previous one. So this is working fine. So now let's start working on the CSS part. Alright, so let's start working on the CSS. So first we'll go here and let's copy these steps. I think we also have to import this. So here progress.css. Let's go here. So we'll do steps. We'll do display as flex. We'll do justify content space between. Alright, so we're getting here. Then we'll do width, max width we'll do 80%. Align items we'll do center. Margin we'll do auto. Background color we'll do this one, F0, F0, F0. Alright, and after this we are also going to do a border radius. Let's make this one 8px. Padding we'll do 10px. Next we are having step. So step is basically this individual step. So let's give a class name here. So we'll give a class name of step, and here we'll do a flex grow of 1. We'll do height 100%. We'll do display as flex. We'll do align items center. Justify content center. Font weight we'll do bold. Awesome. Now next let's use a background color also. So we'll use this color 2196F2. Let's F3, and we'll do this one a padding of 10px. Alright, I think this is fine. Here also let's use a border radius of 8px. Alright, so each and every step, and then whenever the current step will be active, so that time we are going to change the color. So we'll do dot step dot active. So I'll change the background color to this one. So use 4CA F50. Color will do white. Alright, now how we are going to add this on? So we need to add this logic here that when the step will be active. So if this index that we are having, if this is less than or equal to active step, that we are having. So that time this will be active, or else this will be empty. Alright, so now this is active. So this is done. Now what else we need to do? Also we need to add the button. Now for button, let's use the same style that we have used in this countdown. So here we can copy this one, and then let's go here. So we are having step buttons wrapper. So we'll do dot step buttons wrapper. So for this one we'll do display as flex, justify content center, align item center, gap of 10 px, margin of 20 px, 0 px. Alright, then we'll do step buttons wrapper of button, and we'll paste the same style. Awesome. So now click on next, 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 next. Awesome. So now this is also, let's do one thing, another thing we can do, and that is step buttons wrapper of button of disable. This is disable. Let's use some different color. So color I'll do black. What else we can do? Let's see once. So I think black is fine. We'll use a opacity here. Let's use opacity of 0.65. Let's see. And also we are going to do cursor as not allowed. That's it. Now click on previous, 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 second. It's on the first. First has to be there. Click on next, 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 next. It's disabled, and this is working fine. Let's give also a some margin here. So what we can do, we can give a margin of top of 20 px. Awesome. Alright, so I think this is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Now this project is very important. I'll highly recommend to practice this one, because as I already mentioned that the same project you can use for multi-form purposes also. Alright, so let's move on to the next project. Alright everyone, so next two project will be API related. So first one will be a random code generator, and second one will be infinite scroll with API integration. Alright, so this one will be pretty simple. So we'll be having this endpoint. So here basically we'll be fetching a random code, and also we need to manage loading state. So let's quickly start working on this one. So we'll do random code generator, and here let's return a div, give a class name of random code generator. Let's give the title, and also we are going to import it here. Alright, now the first thing we need to take two state. So one will be our loading state, this will be use state of false, and then will be our data. So let's take this one as quote, set quote will be use state of what we can do, we'll take this one as null, for example. Alright, now first time on page load we need to call the quote, and then there will be a button. Every time I'll click on this button, I need to basically call the same API again, or basically refresh the code. So here I'm going to take a method. So this will be async function fetch quote, and this method I'm going to call on page load. That's it. Now here we'll take try block, catch, we'll log the error, alright. Now here the first thing what we are going to do, we'll do set loading as true, and then we'll do our API call. So this will be const API response will be await fetch, and here we're going to copy this, and we are going to do method will be get, Now this will be const result await API response.json, and let's log our result. So we're getting array of 1, and so we can basically check that if this result dot length, or I like to do like this, dot length, if this is greater than 0, so first we'll do set loading as false, and we'll do set quote as this result of 0th. Alright, so now this is done. Now let's what are the things we can render first that we can do. So here we'll take another div, and let's take a class name. This would be our quote wrapper, and let's render this. What we can do, we'll render this author. So we'll do quote dot author, then also we'll render the content. So this will be quote dot content, and I think this will be fine. Let's save it. Let's see what we're getting first. Alright, so we're getting this one, but we need to render some loading state here. So we'll do if loading is true, so we're going to return h3 a loading quote please wait. Alright, so this is fine. Now what we need to do is simply take another button, and this will be refresh, something like that. And now this will be very simple. So we'll take handle refresh. So we just have to call this method, that's it. So we'll call this fetch quote. So refresh this. So it's working fine. Now you might think that why the project is very simple, but the main idea behind is that you have to practice this API call many times, because most of the sometimes questions will be directly from an API integration or not, and also how you can manage any kind of loading and also error state, or basically, so for error state you can simply take a error state, and then something goes wrong, so you will basically set that error and then you'll just render that. So now let's quickly write some styling for this one. So first we'll copy this, and let's import our quote.css. Alright, so first we'll take some margin here. We'll do 20px 0px, and copy this. Let's use some background color as black. Alright, so padding I'll use let's say 30px. Let's use a border radius of 8px. Let's use a max width of 500px, and we'll do margin 0 auto. Alright, let's do margin 30px top. Alright, and then so we'll take this p, and here we'll do font size as 18px, color will do white, we'll do margin bottom of 10px, font weight we'll do bold, alright. So I think this is fine. Now let's target the buttons. We'll give a class name, so we'll refresh button. Let's copy this, and let's give a padding of 12px 20px, border radius will do 8px, background color I'll do my favorite yellow color. So we'll go here and select something. Font size will do 16px, cursor will do pointer, outline will do none, and border also will do none. Let's make this one we'll do 18px, and we'll do font weight as bold. Alright, so I think this is working fine, but let's use the same color that we are using here. This is looking pretty nice, so we'll use the same one. So copy this and paste it here. Let's remove this and also remove the border radius. Alright, so I think this is fine, and I think this will be more than enough for this very simple one. Now in the next one we'll be learning how you can do manage infinite scroll, and then we basically also able to integrate with API, and that will be very important. Now if you remember, in the first part actually I have done load more button, so that is the concept is almost similar. So in that case we are having a button, and one click of this will be rendering the next set of data, but here whenever we'll go to the end of the page we'll be basically fetching the next set of data for this one. So let's start working on this particular project. Alright everyone, so before starting the infinite scroll, those projects will be like medium levels. We'll be doing those projects at the end. So before that, let's quickly complete some of the very simple ones. So in this one we are going to create a very simple tooltip component. Alright, so let's start working on this one. So we create this one, tooltip test, and let's return a div. So here return a h1, and this will be tooltip. Now sorry, I think I have done the opposite. So this will be the tooltip test, and this will be my tooltip component. Alright, so now here in this test component I'm going to render our tooltip, and let's import this one here. So this will be tooltip test. This is fine. Now here this tooltip, what are the things it will receive? So first thing, it will receive a children that we want to render, and also it will receive the content that will be the tooltip content. So first we'll take a class name, and this will be, let's take this one name as tooltip container. Alright, so here it will receive the children as a prop, and also it will receive the content. Now inside this, let's take another div. I'll give a class name of tooltip, and here I'm going to render the content. Now let's format this. Alright, now here basically we need to manage a state. So this will be whether we want to show the tooltip or not. So we'll take this one as is visible, set is visible, and this will be use state of false. Alright, now here in this tooltip container, now we need to manage, one will be on mouse enter. So we'll do on mouse enter, and for this one simply make set is visible will be true. Now this is pretty simple, and then there will be on mouse leave. So here we are going to do set is visible as false. That's it. Format this, save it. Now here simply render the children. Children basically is the component, the content we want to render here. That's it. Now here we'll simply take this is visible. So we'll check if this is true, then only I want to show the tooltip, or else this will be null. That's it. Save it. Now here let's go to our test. So in this one let's pass a content. So this will be my tooltip content, that tooltip content, and also will pass a children. Now obviously you can pass a children, like let's say I will pass a paragraph, and this will be hover me, something like that. Save this. Let's see what we're getting. So you can see that we are getting this one. Okay, I think something is happening here. Let me check whether some API is getting called or what. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, so now you can see that on hover this is coming immediately, right? This is fine. Now let's simply give some styling to this one so that it will look nice. Also, if you want, you will be able to give some kind of like, for example, you want to show after some delay, so that also we can do. So first let's working on the CSS part, and then we'll be doing some kind of improvement to this one. All right, first let's go here, and first I'll import the tooltip.css. Then first we are having the tooltip container, so let's copy this. Alright, so here I'm going to take position will be relative, and we'll take display as inline block. That's it. Next we are having the tooltip, so this one we'll copy this. So we'll take position as absolute. We'll do a top, this will be calculate. We'll do minus 100%, minus 50px. We'll do a transform of translate x, minus 50%. Let's use a background color of black. Then color we will use white. Let's use a padding of 15px, and we'll use a border radius of 8px. Font size let's make 18px. Let's see how this is looking. Awesome. So you can say this is coming fine. Now if you want, you will be able to manipulate all of this, but at the end our objective will be, you can, if you want, let's give a mean width also. Mean width will give 300px, for example. Alright, so you can see that this is looking fine, right? Now if you want to, you also will be able to give some kind of delay. So let's quickly start working on that functionality also. So if your interviewer will tell you that first implement a very simple one, and once you'll be able to complete, then they will give you like, okay, add some new features so that after some delay we'll be getting this content instead of immediately. Alright, so let's quickly implement that functionality also. So for example, let's say from this parent component, or basically this component, I will pass a delay property of 1000. That means after 1 second only I want to render that. Now this I'll receive here. Alright, now let's quickly create two methods. So one will be function handle show tooltip, then I'll create another one. This will be handle hide tooltip. So here the first thing will take a timeout, and simply we'll do timeout equal to will be set timeout, then we'll pass this delay here that we are having. That means if the delay is present, so it will automatically show after 1 second, or else by default it will be 0.5 second. That's it. Now inside of this, what you need to do, you need to make this set is visible as true, as simple as that. So that means after 1 second we are making that one as visible. Now here instead of this one, I'll pass handle show tooltip. This is done. Now next, when you'll be hiding, simply clear that. So we'll do clear timeout, and here we can simply pass this timeout, and we'll do set is visible will be false. Now here we'll pass this one handle hide tooltip. This is done. So now let's format and save this. Let's hover. See, after 1 second you are getting, see, right? If you don't pass anything, so let's go here, and we'll don't pass anything here, so it will be automatically 0.5 seconds. Now it is little fast, right? If you do this one as, let's say, 3 seconds, let's go there and hover, wait for 3 seconds. Now it's coming. Alright, so this is how you will be able to also manage the delay. So this is what we have done. Simply create a timeout, and then based on that delay we are basically making this visible as true, or else it will be false. So I think that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so next we will be start working on the currency converter. So let's quickly clear the component. So this will be currency converter. Now here what we are going to do, first let's return a div, give a class name currency converter, then we'll take a h1 and then let's import this one first. Alright, now the first thing is that we are going to use this endpoint basically to get the conversion rate. Alright, so here what we need, the first thing is that let's create a container. So I'll create an input container. So this will be input container, and here we'll take a input. The type will be number. Let's give a name. So name, I'll give this one as from currency. Alright, and placeholder, what we can give, we'll give enter amount, something like that. That's it. Now we need to take some state for this one. The first will be, so we need the amount state, and this will be set amount. This will be use state of 1 for the first time. Then we will need another one. This will be our from currency. This will be set from currency. This will be use state of, for now we'll keep this one as USD. Then we will be having the exchange rate. So we need another one. This will be our exchange rate. Set exchange rate. This will be, we'll simply take use state. And also we need another one which will be our converted amount. So we'll do const, this is our converted amount, set converted amount. And this will be also use state. That's it. So here we'll pass a value of, this will be amount, and also we need on change. So create a on change, and this will be handle amount change. Alright, so let's quickly create this one. So this will be function handle amount change. This will receive a event. Now here simply set the set amount as event.target.value. That's it. If you want, we can directly also set this one here directly, but this is fine. Alright, now next after this we need a select. We'll pass a value. So we'll pass this one as from currency, and I think we have given this one name wrong. This will be amount. Alright, and here what we need to do, we need to pass on change. So this will be handle from currency change. Copy this and we'll pass it here. That's it. So this will be also set from currency. This will be event dot target dot value, and this event will be receiving from here. That's it. So this is done. Now inside this we need to take all the options. For now I'll keep like 3 options. If you want, you can add as many options as you like. So I'll pass an option. Here we'll pass a value. So value, I'll give this one name as USD. Option will be also USD. Copy this. I'll make this one INR, and let's make this one EUR. That's it. So this is done. And after this we'll take one P, and this will be 2. That means from USD to which currency we want to basically convert. This is done. Next we'll take another div. This will be another class name of input container. here I'll take another input. This will be text. Value will be converted amount, and this will be only read only. Next we'll take select, and here I'll pass the value, and this will be we need to take another state here. So this will be our to currency. I think we haven't taken. Yes. So we'll do const to currency, set to currency, which will be use state of, I'll keep this on INR. So here now we'll pass this on as to currency, and on change will be handle to currency change. Alright, this is done, and here also we'll pass some options. So we'll copy all of this, pass it here, and let's change this on. Alright, now let's create this method. So we'll do function handle to currency change event. This will be set to currency, which will be event dot target dot value, and this is done. So now let's save this. Let's see what we're getting. Alright, now what we need to do, basically we have to call the API every time I'll change something here, and also put some value here inside this input, correct? So let's do one thing. Let's create a use effect, and here we'll keep this from currency, we'll keep to currency, and also you need to keep the amount, these three as a dependency. And here I'm going to call fetch exchange rate. Alright, now let's quickly create this. So this will be async function fetch exchange rate. Alright, so now we'll take API response, and this will be await fetch. So let's copy this from here, and then instead of this INR we need to pass the from currency. We'll pass a method of get. Alright, now we'll do const result will be await API response dot JSON. Now here let's see first what we are getting. So we'll do const result and log this. So here if I just expand, you will see that we'll be getting a rates, and inside these rates we will be getting all the countries list here, the conversion rate. Alright, so this we can basically able to get the rate. So we'll do const rate, or let's do calculate rate, and this will be equal to data, or sorry, this will be result dot rates of, this will be to currency. To currency is basically currently INR, so it will go to INR and it will automatically convert. So this is the data. Alright, so this will automatically calculate the rate. So now we'll do set exchange rate, which will be our calculated rate. We'll do calculated. Alright, and then after this we will pass set converted amount. So converted amount will be this amount into rate, and then what we'll do, we'll simply do dot to fixed of 2. That's it. So this is done. Now at the end we are going to render this one. So let's go here. Okay, after this, so we'll take another paragraph and we'll do exchange rate. This will be 1. So from currency, let's say 1 USD equal to, this will be exchange rate, and then we'll pass the to currency. That's it. Save it. Let's see what you're getting. Rate is not defined. Okay, 22 line number. this will be calculated rate. So we're getting exchange rate 1 USD is equal to this INR. If I change this one to something else, let's say EUR, automatically changing. Change this one to INR, it's automatically changing. If I change this one to EUR, so it will be same. So it's same, right? If I change this one to INR, so 1 EUR equal to this INR. This is working fine. If you want, you can also manage some kind of loading state, but because loading state we have already done multiple times, for now this will be more than enough. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the CSS for this particular. So we already imported the CSS file. So let's copy this and then we'll paste it here. So let's start with, we'll give a max width of 500 px. We'll give margin auto. Let's give text align center. Let's give a background color of F9, F9, F9. Padding will give 25 px. And let's give a border radius of 8 px. Let's save this. Alright, so we are getting this one. Now next we are having this H1. I think let's target this H1. So we can target like this. We'll copy this one and then we'll do H1 and let's give a margin bottom of 30 px. Alright, next we are having input container. So let's copy this. So input container, we are going to make this one display as flex. Sorry, this will be container. Alright, now next what else we can do, update the, we can target the input. So we'll do dot input container of input. So let's give a width of 70%. Let's make this one 80%. And here we'll give this one justify content center, align items center. Alright, next we will give a padding of 10 px. Let's give a border of 1 px solid, this color. What else? We'll give a border radius of 8 px. Font size, let's give 14 px. And we'll give an outline of none. Alright, so I think this is fine. Next we are having the select. So we'll do input container of select. We'll give width 20%. Alright, padding, let's give 10 px. Border will use the same 1 px solid, this color. Border radius will do 8 px only. Font size will do 14 px and the same will do outline as none. Alright, so I think this is fine. So now let's see whether this is working or not. So now let's change this on to USD. So it will be 1. If I change this one to INR, let's make this one INR, so it will be 1. If I change this one to USD, so it will automatically change to the exact rate. Also inside this input container, let's give a margin bottom of 30 px. So I think this is fine. Or let's remove this one. We can target this text. So I think we have this one. So let's give this one a class name of exchange rate. We'll copy this. So we'll do dot input container of dot exchange rate. We'll give a margin top of 30 px. Sorry, we don't have input container. I think this will be currency converter. So yeah, let's give a font size of 20 px. Font weight will give bold. and I think this will be more than fine. Also in this currency converter we'll give a margin, let's give a margin top of 30 px. This is basically to gap this one, and I think this will be more than enough. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so next project, what we are going to build, we will be basically building a filter functionality. So we'll be fetching list of products from a API endpoint, and then we are going to create unique set of category, and based on the category we are going to filter the products. So here we are going to use this endpoint, and if I show you the output here, you'll see that there will be a category basically for each and every product, and this category we are going to use as a filter category. So let's see how we are going to do this one. So I already created the file, so let me quickly create the component. So we'll give this one name as filter products. If you want, you can give this one any name. For now I am just filtering the products, but this concept you can apply in any simple project for your interview. So here let's return a div, and let's return write h1. So this will be filter products by category. Alright, now let's go here and import this one. So this will be filter products. Alright, now the first thing is that let's quickly implement our API call. So we can also do this one using dummy data, but I am decided to do this one with API calls. We'll do loading, set loading. This will be use state of false, and we'll take our products, set products. Again, this name you can take any name you want. If you are filtering recipes, you can give this one name as recipes. If you're filtering to dos, you can give this one name as to dos. It doesn't matter. We'll take a use effect, we'll take empty dependency, and we'll do fetch products. Till this time, I think if you are following my channel, we have done this one multiple times, and the reason is pretty simple, because it's not about the interview. Whenever you will create any real life projects also, you need to have these API functionalities, every component. You need to fetch data from API. So that is the reason more time you will practice this one, much better. Alright, so we'll create this one, take a try block, take a catch, and we'll log this error here. So the const API response equal to await fetch. Let's quickly copy this one from here. So copy this, and this will be method of get. Now here we'll do const result await API response dot JSON, and now you can see that we are getting these products here. So we can simply check if result, and many of you actually commented why I didn't use this ternary. So here not ternary, this optional chaining, this you can obviously use. I also don't know the exact term, but I usually don't like this one. Alright, so that is the reason I always write like this. And this will be result dot products dot length. If this is greater than 0, so we'll do set loading as false, and we'll do set products as result dot products, and before calling the API we'll make set loading as true, and in our catch block we'll make this one false again. That's it. So now we will be getting the products. So let's quickly render those products first. So here we'll give if loading is true, so we'll return a h3, and we'll do fetching the products, please wait. Alright, now let's take a eval. We'll give a class name. This will be list of products, and let's give this a name as filter products container. That's it. Now here we'll do if products and products dot length greater than 0. So we'll do products dot map. This will be our product item, and we'll take a key here. This will be product item dot id, and or else this will be null. So let's return here simple what we can return. Let's do one thing. Let's return this, for example, category, and also return the title. If you want, we can return this brand also, but that is fine. So here we'll do product item dot title. We'll copy this, or let's do one thing. Let's take a button here. Category will take this one as a button, and this will be product item dot category. I think we will be getting so many products. There will be, I think, 100 products. Yeah, or how many are coming? Not sure. I think it will return 30. Okay, that is fine. I think we can also change the limit, but for now this is fine. Let's quickly give some very basic styling, then later we are going to change this one. I just want to give some display flex so that the space it will take less. So let's import the filter.css. So we'll do import filter.css. We'll copy this filter products container, and here first I'll take a margin top of 30px, and let's copy this one, list of products. So we'll do filter products container dot list of products. We'll do display flex wrap as wrap, and what we'll do, we'll give a gap of 15px. Alright, this is looking very bad. Let's do one thing. Let's give filter products container dot list of products of li. Let's give a width of 30%. Oh, sorry, we have div here. Let's make this on li. Okay, next, what else we can do? We will also give here, let's make this on justify content center, and we'll do list style none. Okay, and also let's give a margin top of 30px. Let's make this on 50. Okay, now you already got the list of data here. Now if you noticed one thing, that we have these smartphones. You can see the first category. We are having laptops, then fragrance, then we are having skincare, groceries, home decoration, and what else? I think that's all. But here all are coming multiple times, so that means what we need to do, we need to basically create a unique categories, correct? So how we are going to do this one? So this list of data, whenever we'll be fetching from API, either we can simply use a state to maintain, or we can directly do this one in the render also. All right, so let's see. So for example, I want to create a unique categories. So I'll do here const unique categories, and this will be, we need to check that if products and then products dot length greater than 0, or else this will be empty. So simply we'll do here new set, and new set of here we need to do products dot map. So this will be our product item, and here what we need to do, so we need to create the unique categories, and the category is the key name here. So we'll copy this and we'll pass product item dot category. That's it. So now this will create a new set. New set means it will create unique one. So here if I now log this unique categories, and let's see what we are getting. So I'll save it, and let's see. You're getting array of 6, right? All the smartphones, laptop, fragrance, skincare, groceries, home decoration, all of this. So these are your unique categories. Now as many as you can have, it will automatically got rendered here. Alright, so now what we are going to do, we will take another state here. So let's do one thing. We'll do const filtered items set filtered items, and this will be use state of empty array. Now I'm breaking everything so that it will be easier to understand. Now there are many ways you can basically do that. So this is one of the way. So now you already have your unique category items. You already on click of that you are setting the current category. So what we can do, simply we'll take use effect, and now we will give this current selected category as a dependency, right? So now we will simply do, first we'll do let copy products. So this is just to copy the existing products, and we'll make this on const. Now what we can do, simply we'll do set filtered items. Now here we need to check if this current selected category is not equal to empty, then we are going to filter, or else it will be always render all the items. So let's say if I haven't clicked any of the categories, so it should render all the items, right? So that is the thing what you're doing. So that means if this is empty, that means we haven't clicked, so it will be always the copy products, or basically all the products. If this is not empty, then simply we'll do copy products dot filter. So this will be, let's say, product item, and we'll do product item dot category dot to lowercase should be equal to current selected category dot to lowercase. And now, so we already set our filtered items. So instead of rendering all the items or all the products, we simply render the filtered items here. That's it. Now let's save it. Alright, first time we are getting nothing here, so this part we need to check. So let's see what we are getting here. So we'll copy these copy products. Oh sorry, it's coming now. Okay, now click here. Okay, laptop, this is fragrance, smartphones, skincare, groceries, home decor. If I click again, that time we need to check what is happening now. So one thing we can do, let's see if I clicked here and again clicked, we can remove this category. So that how we are going to do that. So we can simply check here that what we can do, that if current selected category is not equal to empty, that means we are going to make this on empty, or else we'll do this one. That means if we already clicked something, we are removing that one. So now let's see. Okay, so if I click here, we are getting all smartphones. Sorry, again click, so we are getting all the items. Refresh this page first. So on page load, this is not coming. So this part we need to check. What we can do, simply, okay, so on page load, let's make the set filtered items will be equal to result.products. So first time we'll render all the items. So now let's see if I refresh this. So we're getting all. If I click on smartphone and refresh this again, now we should still get all. Yeah, now this is working fine. So now let's start working on the CSS. So click on this one, filtering, click again, it's removing. Click on groceries, filtering, click again, it's removing. Refresh this page again, we are getting all the data. Alright, so first we will start with, first let me just remove all the console. Right, let's copy this one first, and we'll do dot filter products container dot filter categories container. We'll do display flex, justify content center, align items center, and gap of 10px. Let's give a margin top of 20px. Then we'll do dot filter products container dot filter category container dot, then we'll target the button. So what we can do, we'll do a padding of, let's do one thing, let's copy this style only, this whatever we used. Let's go to our countdown container, timer, and your button, copy this and we'll use the same so that it will look nice in all the places. Alright, now what we can do, we can use the same style, this one that we have used here for these items. So let's go to our pagination and then we'll go to our pagination list items of li, copy this, and then we have this list of products, then li. So we'll do dot filter products container dot list of products, then we'll target li, and let's see how this is looking. Not bad, but this we need to change this one. So what we can do, let's do one thing, let's give this one a display of flex. We'll give flex direction column and let's give a gap of 10 px. Then what else we can do, we'll do dot filter products container dot list of products of li, then we'll target the button. So let's give a padding of 10 px. Let's give some different background color for this one. I'll choose something, let's choose something from here, let's see. Okay, we'll give outline none, border will do none, font size will do 18 px, color will do white, and font weight will do bold. Alright, not bad, this is fine. Now let's click here. So now we are getting all the smartphones, laptop. Okay, here we need to check. Okay, so again when we are clicking, that time this is changing. This is a very important point, I missed this. So now here what we can do, right, we need to do something here. So if first of all, if this is not empty, right, and if this current selected category that we are having is equal to this unique category item, then only we need to do this one, I think. So means if this is not empty and then we are clicking on the same item that we have already clicked, that means if the current one is equal to unique category one, then only we are making this one empty, or else we'll do this one. Now this would work, let's see. Alright, first I'll click here, smartphones, click on laptop. Now you're getting laptops, right? Click on this one. Now if I click again, so it's removing this part. Click here, skincare, groceries, home decoration. See, I missed a very important part. If I want to explain you, so here basically we are checking the current one is not empty. That means already you have selected, for example, smartphones, and then we are clicking the same one again, then only I am removing or making this one empty, or else it will be the new one. And we can do one thing, like whenever I'll select this one, let's give some color to this active button so that it will look nice, or else it will be easy to understand. So we'll do class name. We can do something like if the current selected category is equal to unique category item, so we'll do active class, or else empty. So now, so we can copy this one and then we'll do dot active. Let's do the opposite, so we'll do background color as black and color will do this one, F3, this one. Alright, so now this is selected, right? Laptop, this is selected. Smartphone, this is selected. Click here, groceries, skincare, click again, removing, click again, and this is working fine. Alright, so this is what you need to do. Now obviously again I'm clearing this thing that there are many ways you can do that, so this is one of the way. Now what your idea or basically your job will be, try to implement this one in a different way. You understand the logic, and then it's your turn to implement this one with some different way. For example, here I've taken use effect. Instead of use effect, if you want to do this one in the render directly, that also you can do that. Second thing you can do, I'll give you one more example, that on this button click we are adding a current selected category. So on this button click also directly you will be able to filter this one. Alright, so there are many ways you can do this particular project. So that's all for this particular one. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so next project will be a tip calculator. So let's start working on this one. So let's quickly create the component. So we are going to return a div. Let's return a h1, and this will be tip calculator. Alright, so the first thing, what are the things that we need? See, we need the bill amount, we need the tip percentage, and also we need the split count. And then based on that we are going to return the total amount, we are going to return the per person tip, and also how much each and every person needs to pay. So here after this, what we can do, simply we'll take a input container. So we'll take this one as input container, and here I'll give this one class name. We'll give this one as tip calculator. But before that, let's quickly import this one here. So this will be my tip calculator. Alright, now inside this input container we are going to take a label. So this will be my bill amount, and after this we'll take an input. So this will be a type of number. We also need to take the value and on change, but before that let's copy this, and this will be our tip percentage, and then this will be number of people. Alright, now all of this will be type of number. Save it. So you're getting this one. After this we are going to take a button. So this will be my calculate tip. Save it, and at the end we are going to render all the result. As simple as that. Before that, let's quickly take all the states that we need. If you want, you can keep all of this in one state using nested object, but I'm going to keep this one separate so that it will be easy to understand. So first I'll have a bill amount, set bill amount. This will be use state. We will keep this one as null. Next we'll take our tip percentage, set tip percentage, and this will be use state of 15. So that means by default 15% will be the tip percentage, or let's make this one as 10. Then we have split count, set split count. This will be use state of 1, and at the end we are having the tip amount, set tip amount, and this will be use state of 0. That's it. So now what we are going to do, we need to take the state here. So first we will pass the values here. So this will be our bill amount. For this tip percentage, this will be value of tip percentage, and this will be our split count, or basically how many people are there. So we'll do value as split count. Alright, now this is done. Next we are going to take our on change, and this I'm not discussing. You also will be understand that we have done this on a multiple times, so I think there is no make sense that we'll discuss each and everything what you are doing. So this you guys are already aware. So this will be event.target.value, and let's copy this. So this will be our set tip percentage, and this will be set split count. This is done. Save it. So now we are going to take on click, and this will be handle calculate tip. So let's copy this. So here we'll go, let's create this function. Now here the first thing what we are going to do, we are going to check something, that if not equal to bill amount, or if bill amount is less than or equal to 0, or is not equal to tip percentage, or tip percentage is less than equal to 0. So here we are going to simply show some kind of error. So let's render some error here. So we'll do error message, set error message, and this will be equal to use state of empty. And here we can simply set this error message, which will be please enter valid values for bill amount and tip percentage. That's it. Now next, after this, we also need to return from here. Then we are going to create some of the variables. So first we'll do bill. So bill will be, we'll do parse float of bill amount. Then we are having the tip, so we'll do const tip. Now tip will be this bill that we are having into tip percentage, because we have to multiply with that. This will be tip percentage, and then we are going to divide by 100. Then we are having the total amount, so we'll do total amount, and this will be simply bill plus tip. So we're adding both. After this, we are going to do total amount per person, which will be total amount divided by split count. Done. And then we are going to set this tip amount. So I think we are having set tip amount, this one. So we'll copy this. So we'll do set tip amount. We are going to pass total amount, which will be, we'll do total amount dot to fixed. We'll show 2 decimal points. Then we are having tip per person. This will be this total amount per person. This will be I think we need to also we need to also have to create tip per person. We'll create another one. So we'll do tip amount per person. So this is actually the total amount, and this will be the tip amount. So tip amount will be this tip divided by split count. So here this tip per person will be this tip amount per person dot to fixed of 2, and then we are having total per person. Or let's do something like this. Why we are writing like this? Here this is not required absolutely. We can simply because we are doing 2 fixed of 2. If this is not required, then I think this is fine. We can simply pass something like this. So we can pass this and it will automatically take this total amount here. But this is fine. Let's pass it like this only. So we'll do total amount per person dot to fixed of 2. Let's quickly explain again. So we are having bill, which is the bill amount. Tip is bill into tip percentage, which is I think by default 10. Then divided by 100. Total amount will be combination of both. Then you are having tip amount per person. So tip divided by number of people. So let's say if there are 10 people, this is 100, so it will be 10 rupees. Then total amount will be total amount. If this is 500 divided by 10%, so it will be 50 rupees. Then we are setting all of this. Now we can simply come here, give a render. We'll write a render. So we'll do if the tip amount. So if this is true, so we are going to render, let's render a div, or else this will be null. So we'll do class name, So we'll give this on as tip result. So here we are going to render total amount, which will be tip amount dot total amount. I'll copy this, and this will be tip per person. So this will be tip per person, and this will be total amount per person. So here this will be what is the name that we have given. So this is tip per person, and this is total per person. So now let's save this. So let's see what you're getting. So let's say bill amount I'll give 500, number of people 10, tip percentage is 10, calculate tip. We're getting total as 550. So this is correct. Tip per person is 5. Then we are having total amount per person is 55, because 550 divided by 10. Change this one to, let's say, 15%. So this is getting changed. Make this on to 50%. If I make this on to 2 people, it will be more. If I make this on to 5,000, calculate, it is changing. So this is working fine. So now let's quickly write some of the very basic CSS, and then I think this will be done. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the CSS part. So first let me quickly import the CSS file, and let's copy the main wrapper. So let's give a max width of 500 px, margin will give auto, and text align will give center. We'll give a background of color, the same color that we have used in other project also. This F9, F9, F9. Padding will give 20 px. Border radius will give 8 px. Sorry, we also have to give margin top of 30 px. That's it. Next, what else we are having? We are having the h1. So we'll do dot tip calculator of h1. We'll give margin bottom of 30 px. Then we are having the input container. Copy this. So we'll do dot tip calculator dot input container. We'll make this on display as flex. We'll do justify content space between, and we'll give a margin bottom of we'll give 12 px. Let's see how this will look. All right. Then we are having the label. So we'll do tip calculator dot input container of label. We'll give a flex of 1, and we'll do text align left, and we'll do margin right of 10 px. All right. Sorry, this will be 12 px. Let's make this on 20. Let's see how this is looking. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right. Now next we are having the input. So we'll do dot tip calculator dot input container dot input. Again, I'm repeating, if you want, you can make this on little bit good styling based on your choice. All right. I'm giving very basic one. So we'll do a flex of 2, and padding will give this on as 10. Let's make this on 15 px. All right. Then border radius, I'll do my favorite 8 px. Font size will do 14 px, and outline we are going to do none. All right, I think not looking bad. Then we are having the button. Again, button I'm going to use the same style that we have used in other places also. Let's quickly copy, and we'll do dot tip calculator of button, and we'll paste it here. Let's give a margin bottom of 30 px. All right, so this is done. Next we are having the tip result container. So we'll copy this. So we'll do dot tip calculator dot tip result container. So I think we are having, let's do one thing. Let's give a display of flex. Let's give a flex direction of column and gap of 20 px. 15 is fine. Then we are having the paragraph. So we'll simply target tip calculator dot tip result container of paragraph. Font size will do 18 px. Font weight will do bolder. And I think this is looking pretty good. Let's change this one. Calculate, changing. If I do 120, this is changing. Let's make this one 5. This is working fine. If I don't give anything here, let's see what is happening. So here I think we need to check something. What logic that we have given here, right? I think we have to render the error also. So what we can do simply that if there is error message, so we need to render the error, or else this will be null. See, we are getting this one, that is the reason. So now I'll give a class name also. So we'll do error message and copy this, and let's use the same one that we have used here. So we'll do dot tip calculator dot error message, and for this one we are going to give a margin bottom also. So we'll do margin bottom of 30 px. Alright, so we are getting this one. If I let's say do calculate tip, then it is not removing. So in this case what we need to do, we need to make this one reset again. So we can go here. So if this is not true, and we can simply check here that, or let's make the set error messages empty only, simple. So if I calculate tip here, it's removing. If I remove and calculate now, we are getting this error. If I give some value then calculate, then it's removing again. If you want, if there is an error, right, so in this case we can also hide this one. So what you can do, tip amount that we are having, right, tip amount, we can make this one as null. So here so we'll do set tip amount and we can make this one as null. Same we can do here also. So let's see. Alright, so if I now click, we are getting this one, that is getting removed. If I now add some value, removing this one, calculate, now we are getting this value. That please enter some valid values for this one. If I give some value now, so we are getting the value here, and this is working fine. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so next project we are going to create a music player. So you can see that I already have some dummy track here. If you want, you can add as many track you want. I also obviously will add all the source code in the description, so you can download and use the same. So let's quickly create the component. So here I'll give this one name as music player. Let's return a div. We'll give a class name of music player. Save it. Now let's go here and import. Alright, now the first thing what we are going to do, basically here we also need to so you can see that we are having this title and the source, right? So we're going to render the current title that is currently playing, and also if you have any images, so that we are going to render. And then there will be the audio and the progress bar and some controls. So controls means basically the forward button, back button, and either you want to pause or play the music. So these many things we need to do. Before that, the first and very important thing what we are going to do, we will be basically having a ref that will maintain the audio reference, or basically the audio that we will be playing. So here the first thing we are going to take a audio ref, and this will be equal to use ref. Now let's take initial value is null. Here the state that we need to take first will be the playing state, is playing, set is playing, and this will be use state of, we'll take this one as false. Then we are having the current track, or basically the current music that we are playing. So we'll do current music track, set current music track, and this will be use state of 0th. Now 0 is basically the first track that we are having. Next we will be having the progress, so we'll do track progress and set track progress, and this will be equal to use state of 0. Alright, now next thing, first what we can do, let's render the some of the things that we needed. So first after this I'll take a h2, and here we'll give this one. So we're having these tracks, right? So tracks means all the dummy tracks. So let's do one thing, let's cut it from here and I'll paste it inside this component only. So we are having the tracks. So here we'll do tracks of current music track, which is basically the 0th element. So that means it will be the first one. So current track dot, so here we are having the title. So let's say render title first. So you're having track 1, and after this we are going to take an image. So here we'll be having the source. So in the source we'll do tracks of current, we are having the current music track dot image, and in the alt we will be passing this thing. So the title will be passing as the alt. Alright, so you're getting this dummy image. This is done. Next we need to maintain the audio. Now audio, we have an audio element that we can use. So here we need to pass the reference. So reference, we are going to pass the audio reference, and we need to pass the source. So source means which we are currently playing. So you're having the tracks of current music track dot, we are having the source. Now source is basically this source that we are having here. Alright, so this thing we need. Next we will be having a progress bar. So we'll take a div, we'll give a class name of progress bar. Inside this we'll take a div, and here we'll take a class name of progress. We also have to give some background and some style. So we'll take a style property here. So we'll give a width. So width will give this one as, so we are having the progress, track progress. Okay, so this will be track progress of %. Then we are having the background. So background will be is playing. So let's use this background. So you have 3498 dB, or else we'll use this one DDT. Let's change from here something else. Okay, this is fine. Now next, after this, where this is closing. Okay, after this we'll take another div. We'll give this one name as, let's give track controls. We'll take some button here. So the first one will be backward. Copy this. Then we are having pause or play. So here is playing. If this is true, that means currently it is playing. So we'll do pause, or else this will be play. And then we'll be having forward, 3 button. That's it. Now save it. So now see, the audio is already I think audio is getting playing here, so but we need to do some functionality. First thing we will do, so we'll take use effect. So we'll go here, let's do a use effect. So here we'll give the is playing as a dependency, and we'll check if this is playing is true. So first, if this is getting played, so we'll take an interval, so do const interval, and this will be equal to set interval. We'll give it of 1 second time, alright, and then simply do set track progress, which will be audio reference dot current time. So this will give you a current time property. So this divided by audio reference dot current dot duration, this will also give you a duration property into 100. So this is the width. Now after this, what we are going to do, here we are going to return and simply clear this interval. Alright, so this is done. Next thing what we are going to do, we will be having this pause and play button, right? So here we'll take on click, handle, play, and we'll do handle, pause and play. Let's copy this. So this will be simply if is playing is true, so we'll do audio reference dot current, this will give a pause property. Alright, so these all you can check in the official MDN document also. Else this will be audio reference dot current dot play property of audio, so this will be play. And then we are going to do set is playing is not equal to is playing, means we are doing the opposite. If it is true, it will be false, or else it will be vice versa. So this is done. Now next, at the end, we have to do the backward and forward functionality. So we'll take on click, and here we will handle skip, we'll do handle skip track. Here I'll pass this one as backward as a property, copy this, and this will be forward. Now let's copy this. So here we'll be getting the direction, so look get direction. So here if the direction, get direction is equal to forward, simply we'll do set current track music track. So here we'll take our previous track, and then we'll do previous track, so this will be previous track plus 1 of these tracks that we are having dot length. Else if get direction is equal to backward, so do set current music track, and this will be, we'll again take previous track, so we are going to do previous track minus 1 plus tracks dot length divided by tracks dot length. That's it. And now once we'll change from one song to another song, we also need to make the track progress as 0, and I think this is done. So now let's save all of this. Alright, so now let's see what is happening. So we'll go here. First let's quickly write some of the very basic styling that we need. Okay, let me first import the CSS. Okay, so now we'll copy this we'll do a max width of 500 px, margin will do auto. Then we are having the image, we'll do max width of 100%, border radius will do 8 px, and we'll do a margin top of 20 px. That's it. And here also we'll give a margin top of 30 px in the main one. So this is done. Next we're having the progress bar. So we'll do music player, and let's copy this. So here we'll do height of 15 px, background color of, we'll do this color. Let's copy from here. I think we have already given the background color. I think we no need to give. So we'll give a border radius of 8 px, margin will do 20 px, 0 px, and overflow will do hidden. Then we are having sorry, this is for the progress bar. Okay, so here I think we can give some color, like what we can do, we'll do CCC. Okay, then we are having the progress. So we'll do music player dot progress bar dot progress, and here I'll do a height of 100%. That's it. Then we are having the controls. So we'll copy this, we'll do track controls, we'll do display of flex, justify content center, align items center, and gap of 10 px. Then let's copy some button style the same. So we'll copy this, and we'll do dot track controls of button, and we'll use the same, format all of this. Awesome. So you can see that we are getting track. Now what will happen if I click on play? So let's see. So I'll go here. First time this should be width of 0. I'm not sure whether you will be able to hear the music, but now I'll just quickly play the music. Let me just increase the sound a little bit. No, okay, now I'm clicking on play. So you can see width is getting increased, right? I think this background is not required. Sorry, we also need to give a height here. Okay, this is what we are missing. I think we have given height. Let me check. Progress bar of progress. Okay, let me just give a height of we'll give a height of let me just check here. We'll give a 15 px only, and we can remove from here. I think this is not required. Yeah, I think now this is coming. Okay, now I'll click on play again. So you can see this is getting increased, the width is getting increased, and this is also getting increased. Click on pause. So now this is on the different color. I'll do forward. So now it's going to the next one, song 2. I'll play again. So now it's playing. Click on pause, click on previous. So you can see that this is getting changed. Now this is song 1, forward, this is song 2, and this is also getting changed. Yeah, I think now this is working fine. Alright, so that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so next project we are going to create, and this will be a custom progress bar. So let's quickly start creating the component. So we'll give this one name as progress bar. Now there will be basically a form input, and the value that you will be entering, based on that will be dynamically rendering that progress bar. So here we'll take a div. Let's take a class name. We'll give this one name as progress bar container. Now let's take h1, and this will be our let's give this one name as custom progress bar. Alright, now here what we need to do, we have to basically create a progress. So we'll give this a name as progress bar. Then we'll be having inside this we'll take another div. Let's give this a name as container, or we'll give this a name as wrapper. And here we will be rendering the progress bar content, but before that we also need to create a form input. So here we'll take another div and let's give this one name as input container. Here I'll take a label. This will be input percentage, so that means how much you want to give the value to this progress bar. And after this will be having a input. This will have a type of number. Also let's give a value, so we'll give this one value name as width. Now let's take a state here, so do const width set width, and first time this will be use state of 0. Now here we'll take an on change, so we'll do set width will be event dot target dot value. Alright, that's it. Now this will basically give us the width, and now inside this wrapper we are going to basically check if width is greater than or equal to 0. If width is greater than or equal to 0, or let's give this a name as instead of we'll do progress percent, and this will be set progress percent. So this will be set progress percent. So here we'll do progress percent is greater than 0, and if progress percent is less than or equal to 100, so in that case we are going to render. So we'll do div, and here I'll take a class name. Let's give this one name as inner wrapper, and or else, so we can do one thing, we can render some error. So here I'll render the error message. So this will be my another state. Now error message, that what do we want to render, that please enter a value, the input that will be creating, that should be less than 100, something like that. So we'll take another state here. So this will be const error message set error message, and this will be use state of empty. Alright, so here now let's do one thing, let's create a method only. So I'll create handle percentage, handle progress percentage. So let's create this function here. So this will be function handle progress percentage. This will give me an event, and first I'll just first I'll check if this event dot target dot value, if this is greater than 100. So here we are going to make this set error message, that please enter a value less than 100. Alright, else we'll do set error message will be empty, and set progress percentage will be event dot target dot value. I think that's it. So here we need to pass not width, this will be progress percent. Alright, so this is done. Now inside this input wrapper, here we can pass the style. Now style we need to pass the width. So width will be nothing but this progress percent of this will be percent. So this will be your width. And let's do one thing, inside this also we'll render this progress percent. Save it. Now let's go here and let's import our progress bar. What is the name that you have given? I think progress bar. Let's see. Alright, so let's see if I give 50 here, so it's coming 50. If I give 80 here, it's coming here. If I give 100, so it will be full. Alright, so this is done, and so now we'll start working the CSS. But before that, we need to do another thing, and that is if this is greater than 100 also, we are going to set the value. So here I'll paste this one. So if this is greater than 100, this message will show. So we're going to render this message. I think now let's save it, and first let's import our CSS file. So this will be our CSS file. Now first thing what we are going to do, so we have this progress bar container, so we'll copy this, and here first we'll target the input. So here we are going to take a border radius of 12px. Then we are going to do width of 100px. Alright, let's make a padding of 10px, and outline we are going to do as none. This is done. Now next thing what we can do, so we'll do progress bar container. Let's make this one display as flex direction column, gap of 10px, and align items will be center. Alright, this will come here, and also let's give a margin top of 30px. Okay. Alright, so now we are having this the wrapper. So we'll copy this. So we have dot progress bar container, dot progress bar, dot content, dot wrapper. So here we'll give a width of, let's give 200px, height of 30px, we'll give border radius of 40px, border style we'll do none, we'll do a background color of this color, we are going to do, let's say, yellow, position will do relative, and z index will do -1. Alright, so we are getting this one here. Then we are having the inner wrapper, so we'll do dot progress bar container, dot progress bar, dot wrapper, dot inner wrapper. So here we'll give a height of 28px, we'll do display as grid, border style we'll do none, we'll do place item in the center, then we'll do border radius as 20px, margin will do auto, background color, let's do any color, then later we are going to change it how it will look. Then let's use a color of white, position will do absolute, and z index we are going to do 100. Let's save it. So let's see, if I give here 25, so it's coming here. If I give 50, if I give 100, okay, but the inner wrapper, let me check the, okay, it's inner wrapper, not with this one. Okay, so this will be inner wrapper. Okay, and also let's make this one 30, see how this is looking. Yeah, I think this is fine. Let's give a transition here. So we'll give a transition of, let's give 1.5 second, ease of 0.3 second. So let's give a 25. Awesome. And now let's give here 50. So let's give here, let's say 75. Working fine. We'll give 10. Alright. Alright, so I think that's all for this particular video, or basically the project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so next project we are going to build a BMI calculator. So let's start working on this particular project. So I'll give this one name as BMI Calculator, and let's return a div. Let's give a class name calculator container. Let's take h1. Alright, so here basically we need two input. So the first one will be to enter your height, and second one will be to enter your weight. So I'll take a div. Let's give a class name. So we'll give this one name as input container, and here I'll take a label, and this will be height, and this will be in centimeter. Alright, then we'll take a input. So here we'll take a type as number. Then we need to also take a value. So obviously we are going to take this state, so value will be height, and then there will be on change. But before that, let's take another div. This will be another input container. Here we'll take another label, and this will be weight, and we'll give this a name as weight will be in kg. Then we'll take another input, and here this also will be a type of number, and value I'm going to take this one name as weight. That's it. Alright, after this we'll have a simple button, and this will be calculate BMI. So now we'll take our state. So first we need our weight and height, so we'll do weight set weight, and this will be use state. So first time we'll keep this one as null, will not keep anything. Second we'll take height, this will be set height, and this will be use state of null. And then we need the BMI value, so we'll take this one as BMI set BMI, and this will be use state of null. So mainly three state we need currently. Alright, so now next, this will be pretty simple. We just have to take a on change. So this will give me event, and this will be set height event dot target dot value. Similarly, you can copy this and we can paste it here, and this will be set weight. Alright, so this is done. Now these all the things I'm not explaining because we have done multiple times, right? The same thing. So here what we can do, we can take on click. So we'll do calculate BMI, and let's create this function. So we'll do function calculate BMI. Now here what we are going to do, first we will check that if not equal to height or is not equal to weight. So here we are going to basically render some error message. So for this one we'll take another error state. We'll do this one as error message, set error message, and this will be use state of empty. So here we can render set error message, and this will be please enter both height and weight, and we're going to return from here. So this is the first validation. Then we're going to calculate the height. So we'll give this one name as what we can give. We'll give this one as numeric height. This will be parts float of height. Then we are having const numeric weight, and this will be parts float of weight. Alright, then here we can also basically check some more validation, that if is not a number, if this is true of numeric height, or else is not a number of numeric weight, or if numeric height is less than or equal to 0, that means we will not be able to calculate, right? And numeric weight is less than or equal to 0, that means there is a problem in the numeric values. Although we have given the type as number, but if you are taking type as text or anything, then also you can do this kind of validation. So here again we'll do set error message, and we'll give this one as please enter valid numeric values for both height and weight, and then again we need to return from here. So this is one thing is done. Alright, now what we can do, so here we can do const height, no, we'll give this one as calculate height in meters. So this will be numeric height divided by 100. Now we'll do const calculate BMI value, and this will be your numeric weight divided by this calculate height in meters into height in meters. Sorry, this will be calculate height in meters dot, we're going to show in 2 decimals, so we'll do 2 fixed of 2, and then here we are going to do set BMI. This will be calculate BMI value, and then at the end we are going to make the error messages empty. Alright, so I think that's it for the main calculation that we need. Save it. Let's go to app.js and then import BMI calculator. Okay, BMI calculator is not defined. But why this is line number 64? Okay, something is wrong here, is it? Okay, this is capital, see. Alright, so now let's see what we are getting. So I'll just log this BMI value. Okay, let's open or inspect. So I'll give like 165 and I'll give this one as 56. To calculate, we're getting 20.57. If I less this on like 30 kg, this will be less. So we're getting the value right. So now we can basically render this value here. So before, or sorry, after this button, what you can do, you can simply check if this error message that we are having, if this is present. So we'll render some error message here. So this will be error message text. Let's render error message, or else this will be null. And then here we need to do the calculation. So we'll take another P, and here first thing we'll check if this BMI is less than 18.5. Now you will be able to basically change this value. For now I'll just give some very generalized value here. So this will be underweight, or else if BMI is greater than or equal to 18.5 and BMI is less than let's make this one 24.9. so in this case this will be normal weight, or else if BMI is greater than 25, sorry, we need to make this one equals because we have taken this one less, and BMI is less than 29.9. so in this case we will do overweight, or else at the end we'll do obese. Alright, so now let's save it. So getting underweight, if I do 55, this should be normal weight. If I do, let's say 70, overweight. If I do 100, this will be obese. If I do 10, this will be underweight. If I don't give anything, calculate, please enter both height and weight. Although we're getting underweight, this part we need to remove. So we can basically check here that if error message is present, so if error message is not present, or I think we have if this is not equal to empty, that means error message is present. So in this case we'll do null, or else we'll do render this. Alright, now I'll do 5 underweight. If I remove this one, we are getting please enter both height and weight. I'll do 56 normal weight, 70 we are getting overweight. This is working fine. Now let's quickly start working on the CSS part. Alright, so let's start working on the CSS part. So let me just import the CSS and let's copy our container. So we'll give a max width of 500 px, margin will do auto. Alright, and what else? First I think let's target this h1. So we'll do dot BMI calculator of h1. We'll do a margin top of 20 px and we'll do margin bottom of 30 px. Let's make this one 30 only. Alright, then we are having the label and the input. So we'll do dot BMI calculator dot input container of label. So here for label we'll do margin bottom of 10 px and display will do this one as block. Then we are having the input, so we'll do BMI calculator dot input container of input. So here we'll do a padding of 10 px and let's copy this input container and here I'll do a margin bottom of 10 px. Let's make this on 20. Alright, and here we'll do a margin right of 10 px. Alright, then we are having the button, so we'll do dot BMI calculator of button. Now again button I think we have done multiple times and we'll copy from some place. Let's copy from here, paste it here. Alright, and then we are having the, I think we are having the error message text. Copy this and also let's give this one as name as BMI text, BMI result text. So we'll do dot error message text dot BMI result text. For both we'll do font weight as bolder, font size will do 25 px. Awesome. Now let's give something 170. We'll do 175 normal weight. If I do here, don't give anything, click here, we're getting error. If I give 45, we're getting underweight. If I give 125 obese, if we give 100, it should be overweight. Okay, still we are getting, let's give 90. Okay, now we're getting overweight. If I give 75, it should be normal weight. And I think this is done. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so next project we are going to build, and this will be a button ripple effect. So in this project we are going to write little bit of CSS so that if you will get this kind of project, so that you'll be able to tackle in your interview. So let's quickly create a component. Oh sorry, I'm writing in the CSS file. Okay, so this will be, we'll give this one name as button ripple effect. Alright, so here first we'll return a div as usual and we'll give this one name as ripple effect container. Let's take a h1 and this will be button ripple effect. Let's import this one. So we'll do button ripple effect. Alright, Now the first thing, we need a button, obviously, because we are writing. So here what you can do, we'll give something like so or let's give click button to see ripple effect. Okay, now there are two things we need to manage. The first thing is that whenever we will click on this button, ripple effect means we need to append a span here, and for that what we are going to do, whenever we will click, we need to basically calculate the client X, client Y. Now these all are basically will be able to see in the official documentation in the MDN JavaScript if you search, or in very simple words, you have to calculate the coordinates, and then we need to manage another state, and that will be whether the ripple effect is happening or not. So for that one, the first thing is that we'll take one state, and this will be is rippling effect, set is rippling effect, and let's give this one as use state of false. So first time obviously this will be false, because whenever we will be clicking on this button, then only we need to first calculate the coordinates, and if the coordinates are available, then only we are going to make this is rippling effect as true. Second is we need the coordinates, so we'll do coordinates set coordinates, and this will be use state. So for X this will be -1, for Y axis this will be -1 initially. Alright, so these basically two state we need. Now we are going to take a on click method, and this will be handle ripple effect. Alright, so now let's create this function. So we'll do function handle ripple effect. Here the first thing, this will give me an event, and now I just want to log something here. So first I'll log event.target dot get bounding client rect. Now let's see what we are getting. Save it, inspect this one, go to console, let's click here. So we are getting it, we are getting the bottom, we are getting the height, we are getting a left, we are also getting a right, top, width, alright, X, and then also we are getting a Y. Alright, now here if you noticed, we are having this left, we are having this left and the right. So these two things we need. Another thing I'm going to log here, and that will be event.client X, this will be client X, and then we are having event.client Y. Save it. So now let's see, if I click here, so we're getting client X and client Y. And now what we are going to do, we need to this left that we are having, we will subtract this one from this client X, and this right that we are having, we will subtract this one from this client Y. So now let's go here, and first we'll do const something like rect, and this will be event.target.get bounding client rect, and then we will set coordinates. So here we'll take X will be event.client X minus this rect that we are having dot left. So I think this are already discussed, that this will give me a left, this one. Then we'll do Y. So Y will be event.client Y minus rect.right. Alright, so now this will automatically set the coordinates. If I now log this, right, so let's log these coordinates. So let's see what you're getting, -1, -1. If I click here, so you're getting X and Y. Now if this coordinates is not -1, means we have clicked on this particular button and the coordinates are available. So in that case what we can do, we can simply take a use effect, and we'll keep these coordinates as a dependency, and then we can simply check that if the coordinates dot x is not equal to -1 and coordinates dot y, this is also not equal to -1, in that case first thing we'll do set is rippling effect is true. That means we are making this one from that means whenever I'll click on this button I need to show the rippling effect, so that is the reason I'm making this one true. But here the catch is, once we'll show this one after 1 second, or let's say after 0.5 second, we want to immediately make this set rippling effect as false. How we are going to do that? So we'll take a set timeout here, and here we'll make the set is rippling effect as false, and let's give this one as 500 milliseconds. Else if this coordinates is -1, then we'll simply make the set is rippling effect as false again. That's it. Alright, so this is one thing. Second, we'll take another use effect, and here I'll take this is rippling effect, and we'll see if this is rippling effect is false. Is rippling effect is false, so we'll do set coordinates. We'll make the x as -1 again and y as -1 again. That's it. So now this will do all the things. If I now log here is rippling effect, save it, let's see what is happening. So you're getting false. I'll click here, it's getting true for some time, then again immediately it is false, and then again we are making the x and x as -1, y as -1, if you notice, right? So I click here again, it is true, and then again it is false. So now what we need to do, simply if the is rippling effect is true, right, so we'll append a span here, or else we'll just do null, and inside this span will give a class name of ripple. Now we'll give style. So style we need to give left will be simply coordinates.x, and right will be, we need to give top will be this coordinates.y. Obviously you're not able to see anything the effect now, but you can see the this span will be getting appended here. If I now click, right, so for some time you can see the span is getting appended, and immediately you are getting this button again, because we are removing this one after 0.5 seconds, right? So that is the reason you're not able to see the span. So this is now all about the functionality that you need, but before that we also need to give some class name to this button. So let's give a class name here. So I'll give a class name of ripple button. Let's give this one ripple span, a ripple inner span. Alright, first we will go to ripple.js. First we need to import this one. So I'll import ripple.css. Now let's go and copy this. So let me just close this one. So first I'll do display as flex. We'll do justify content center. We will do here, or let's do simply we'll give a max width of 500 px. Margin will do auto. Alright, then we'll do ripple effect dot h1. We'll do margin top of 30 px and margin bottom of 20 px. Let's make this on 25. Alright, so this is done. Next we are having dot ripple effect container, and we need to target our ripple button. So we'll do ripple button. Alright, now what are the things we need? First we'll give a border radius here. Border radius of 8 px. Border will do none. We'll do a padding of 12 px, 20 px. Okay, cursor will give pointer. We'll do position as relative. Overflow will give hidden. Background color, let's use some color here. First let's use here, and then we'll change it to something which is looking good. Okay, font size let's give 20px, color will give white, and font weight will give bold. Okay, let's use this. I think this is fine. Anything else? Yeah, I think this is fine. Then we'll target ripple effect container dot ripple button. You can target with span, but I think we already have this ripple inner. What is the name? Ripple inner span. Okay, so here we'll give a width of 20px, height of 20px, position will do absolute. Now the parent one we already have taken position relative. Now these all of the things I will not like explain that much. Background color will do something, then we'll change it. Okay, let's keep it like this for now. Then what else? We'll do content as empty, we'll do display as block. Now here we'll do opacity as 1. We need to give a border radius of this much, and next we are going to give animation. So we'll do 1 second is 1, we'll do forwards, and then we'll do ripple effect keyframe. So we need to create the keyframe. So we'll copy this. Now we'll create keyframes. So we'll paste it. So we'll do start from 0%. So we'll do transform scale 1. Opacity will do 1. Then we'll do at 50%. We'll do transform, let's do a scale of 10. Opacity will do 0.5. At the end we have 100%. 100%, let's do a transform scale of 40, and opacity we are going to do 0. Alright, so now let's see what is happening. So now let's go here and let's click. Okay, we are getting from the, it's not working. And let me just check. So we are using left as x, coordinates dot y. Okay, rect dot left. Okay, so sorry, this will be the y-axis will be from rect dot top. This is fine. Now let's see. Okay, so this also we can fix. Let's do one thing. Let's give this one as 30, and let's change this color to something else. Okay, now this is working. Now if you want, you can use a different color, but this is how you can do that. You can also manage this this timing also. Let's see, want to do little fast. Let's give 300. So you can see that it's working fine, right? Alright, so I think that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so this project will be very interesting one. So here we are going to learn how you can do drag and drop functionality without using any third-party library package. So we are going to basically fetch this list of to-dos from this API, and then we are going to basically maintain two states. One will be work in progress and one will be, let's say, what we can give complete, and then we'll be able to drag and drop. So first let's quickly create this component, and I'll give this one name as drag and drop feature. Alright, so here we'll give div, and let's give a class name of drag and drop container. We'll do h1 and we'll do drag and drop. First let's import this one. So we'll do drag and drop feature. Alright, now here before that, first you can see that we are going to use this endpoint, and here you are having this limit 3 and skip 5. Now for now we are going to only fetch 5 list of to-dos, not more than that. Alright, so now let's go here, and first I'll take two state. So one will be a loading state, and one will be set loading, and this will be use state of false. Then we'll be having const to dos set to dos. This will be use state of empty array. First let's quickly implement the API call. So we'll take a empty dependency and we'll do fetch list of to dos. Alright, now here let's take a async function fetch list of to dos. So we'll take a try and catch. So here let's log error, and also we'll do set loading as false here. Now first thing we'll do set loading as true before calling the API, and then we'll do const API response will be await fetch. So let's copy this and we'll paste it here. Now skip, I'll do 0. I don't want to skip anything. I only want to get 5 data, so I'll keep the limit as 5. If you want more, you can keep it, up to you. So we'll do const result await API response dot JSON. Then I think we'll be getting list of to dos here. So we'll be getting to dos. So here we'll do if result and result dot to dos. If you want, you can again use here this optional chaining dot length is greater than 0. So we'll do set loading as false. Now here one very interesting thing that we need to do. So whenever we'll be getting the data, because we need to manage this category, so category can be either, let's say, work in progress, or it can be either complete. So what we will do, the data will be getting, so we'll be getting ID, to do, completed, user ID. Here I'm going to add another key, and that will be, let's say, category. So category will be either work in progress or completed. I hope you're getting. So what I can do, simply do set to dos. Now here let's do one thing, let's create here. So we'll do const updated to dos will be result dot to dos dot map to do item, and here we'll do to do item. I'll use a category, or let's do status. So first time I'll do status, and I'll do this one as, let's do work in progress, so WIP, and then I'll just set this one to updated to dos. I hope you're getting. If you're not getting anything, just comment out or ping me in the Instagram or LinkedIn, anything is fine. So we'll do to dos here. Now let's see what you're getting. So let's go to console. So you're getting ID, to do, status, work in progress, right, for all of this. Now this is exactly what we need. So that now we have the list of data. So now what we are going to do, we have to basically start the drag and drop feature. The first thing what we will do, let's take a div here, and I'll take a class name of, let's do this one as drag and drop, and we'll do this one as board. So this is kind of a Jira board, right? So we'll give this one as board. Inside this I'll take another div. Now here we'll give this one class name as work in progress, or let's do work in progress. And here the first thing what we need to do, because see, you can move from work in progress to let's say completed, right? And for this one we are going to use some of the methods that are basically events that we need to use. For example, we need to use a method that is on drop. We need to handle on drag over. So these two are the very important methods that we need to manage. Now inside this what we'll do, let's take a we'll take a h3, and we will give this one name as in progress, something like that, right? And after this I'm going to create a method. So this will I'm just going to create in a minute. So this will be render to dos here. So this will be a method. you're going to understand this one in a minute. So this will be my one board, then inside, sorry, this will be my one category, and now after this I'll take another div, and here let's take another h3 and let's give this one name as completed. So this will be my completed section, and here I'm going to render to-dos. So this will return me the completed to-dos, and this will return me work in progress to-dos. So now let's quickly create this. So I'll create a method. So this will be function render to-dos, and here I'll take a const, and this will be to-do list to render. So here I'll do this one work in progress. So work in progress will be empty array, then we'll be having the completed to-dos. So we'll do completed to-dos, which will be empty array. Now here after this we'll simply have this to-dos. We'll copy this. So we'll do to-dos dot for each. This will be to-do item. Now here we have this to-do list to render. So we have to-do list to render. So we'll copy this. Now here what we need to do, we are having this to-do item dot category. This category is basically the category, sorry, we have the status, not category. So this will be status. So this will be either work in progress or this will be completed. Alright, so this category, and then we'll just push. Now here we'll simply push a div, and here I'm going to render to do item, and let's see what we are getting. We are having the to do, so let's copy this dot to do. Alright, now let's give a class name. We'll also let's give a key also. So we'll do to do item dot id. So this is the key. Let's give a class name. So we'll do to do card. Alright, so after this what we need to do, so these all will be a single to do item, or basically to do card. So here each and every to do card will be draggable. So we'll add this draggable property here. So this is the first thing. Now so we have added draggable, we have added the key. Now what we need to do, the first thing is that we need to add another method, or basically event, and that is on drag start. So I think we have on drag start. So now this will give a event. So here we'll create a method on drag start. So here we'll pass the event, and also we'll pass the to do item dot id, because the id will be unique. Alright, so this is what we need. Now next thing, so we will come to this drag and drop board, and inside this we are having work in progress, and then we are having the completed one, right? Alright, so now here let's give another class name. So we'll give this one as completed. Now here we need to use on drag over. So on drag over, this will give me event, and we'll do event dot prevent default. Same we need to do it for the completed one. So we'll copy this, and then we also need to pass on drop. So this will also give a event. So here what we can do, so we'll create another method. So this will be on drop. We'll pass the event, and for this one we'll pass a key of work in progress, because this is the category or status that we have given. So now let's copy this, and here we'll pass it. So now for this one, this will be completed. Alright, so now we have added these many things. First we have added on drop, then we have added on drag start. So when we the user will start dragging, so for this one we have this method. So let's quickly create this. So we'll do function on drop on drag start. So this will give me event, and also it will give me the id. So here what we need to do, simply we'll do event dot data transfer dot set data, and here we'll pass this id as this ID, and then we are having the on drop here. So this is the name that we have given. So we'll create function on drop. This will give me also event, and it will give me the status, right? Because it can be either work in progress or it can be a completed. Now here we'll get the ID, so we'll do const ID, and this will be event dot data transfer dot get data, because here we've already set the data which will be ID. So here we'll get the data. So here I'll get ID. This is the key name that you have given here. Now next thing what we'll do, so I'll update the task, or basically the to do. So let update to dos. So here I'll do to dos dot filter. So this will be to do item. So here what we can check, simply we'll check if to do item dot ID is equal to this ID that we are having. Then simply we'll do to do item dot status, which will be this status that we are having, means this one. This is done. Then here we'll do return to do item. This is done. Now at the end we'll simply do set to dos will be update to dos. That's it. So now let's format this, and now let's save it. Okay, so we are getting this error, work in progress of undefined. Okay, render to dos. Oh sorry, we need to return this to do list to render, and also let's give if the loading is true. So we are going to return h1, and we'll do loading data, please wait. Okay, still we are getting the error. Okay, let me check what is the issue here. So doing work in progress to dos. So here we are doing to do list of to do list dot status, which is okay, I got it. The reason is because we are setting here status as work in progress, right? So this has to be work in progress. This is a big mistake, and this has to be completed, right? So that is the reason. And here this has to be work in progress, and this has to be completed. Alright, so now let's see. So I think keys, this issue is now, the undefined issue is now fixed. But if I now try to move this one, okay, this is not working. But before that, let's quickly do one thing, then we are going to check this one. So let's quickly write some of the CSS that we need first. So let me just go there and import drag and drop CSS. So we'll make this one max width of, let's make 800 px, and margin will do auto. Then we are having we'll do drag and drop container of h1. We'll do margin top of 30 px, margin bottom of let's make this one 50 px. We need little bit of space here. Next we'll go here, and then we'll do drag and drop board. So let's make this one display as flex. Alright, and then we are going to target, let's do this to do card. So copy this. So we'll make height of 50 px. Let's make a border radius of 5 px. We'll do display flex, justify content center, align item center, and padding will do 10 px. Background color, let's use this color only, in this color that we have used, right? So we'll go to this BMI, and then let's copy this color. So we'll paste it here, and color I'm going to use this one as black. Let's use a font weight of bold, and we'll do font size little small, 12 px. So let's see how this is looking. Okay, and also we need to give some space here. So what we can do, we can go to this work in progress. So we'll do work in progress, then we are having completed. For both we'll do display flex, we'll do flex direction as column, gap of 20px. Awesome. So now if I try to move, this is not working, so this part we need to check. I think the problem is, okay, on drop it's not working. So let me just log here what is coming in this ID. So try to move this one, we're getting 1. Oh, okay, so this is a string, so I think we need to convert this one to string, this ID, because this ID is in string, in number, right? So now if I try to move this one, okay, now this is working, see, but we need some gap here. This is looking very odd. So what we can do basically, I think we're having drag and drop board. So I think this we've already targeted drag and drop board. Let's give a gap of 40px. Alright, and for this one we'll fix the width as, let's do 200px. Okay, and here we have drag and drop container, right? So instead of this one, let's do this one as display as flex. Flex direction will do column, and we'll do align items as center. Okay, now this is fine. Let's remove this one, so it's working, right? Okay, I think there is some problem with this height issue. So what we can do basically, here we'll take a div and we'll paste it. Now what we can do, we'll give a class name, and let's give this one name as work in progress, or we'll give this one name as to-do list wrapper. So we'll do to-do list wrapper. Okay, now copy this, we'll paste it here, and we'll change this one to completed. So now we'll copy this and we'll do to-do list wrapper will be height of, let's say 500px, and overflow will give this one as auto. Okay, but what happened to this? Okay, let me check. So having drag and drop board, to-do list wrapper. Okay, so we have to-do list wrapper, right? So we'll make this one to display flex. Flex direction will do column, and gap of will do 20px. Okay, now let's see. Okay, now this should work. If I move this one from here to here, it's working. If I move this one to here, this is working fine, right? Alright, now I think this is done. Now obviously this is not that much simple. Now you have to practice all of this. So you can see I also got stuck multiple times. So this is the thing, like whenever you do these kind of questions in interview, it can be very, very tricky, believe me or not. I have given a lot of interviews in product based companies, and like you will get so many trick questions. All right, sometimes they will tell, okay, now you have given fixed width, now what will happen if the text is very large? So here you have to give some kind of ellipsis or something. So just giving you some example, like this kind of scenario you might face in interview. You have to be very, very calm, or else it will be extremely difficult. You can see while doing this particular project, I almost stuck 5 to 10 times, right? So each and every time I had to do debug. Obviously in interview also you'll get stuck, or interviewer will not deduct marks for that. But you have to keep calm, you have to think, and you have to explain your approach, that what exactly you are doing, and you have to catch like from where the issue is coming. If you are able to catch it, then obviously in company when you will get the job, you will be able to debug any issue, and you will basically able to find the solution. In product based companies, it doesn't matter. Whenever you give interview, sometimes they will tell you 100%, I can guarantee that you can search any official documentation, it's up to you. Let's say you don't have to, like, you have to know everything, right? Let's say you forgot some JavaScript DOM method, you can definitely go to Google, you can search, and then let's say you forgot how you can do this on drop or on drag over. So these methods you will be able to search in the official doc, and then you'll be able to use that. When the interview will start, they will first tell you that you are free to search in Google. Just don't copy paste the exact answer from like Stack Overflow or something. All right, apart from that, you will be able to search anything, and based on that you'll be able to integrate. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so let's start the next one, and this will be very simple form validation. So sometimes in interview you might get asked this kind of question, that create a very simple input, or let's say input with a password field, and then try to validate on type whenever user will type, or basically on change, or there will be a button, and on click of this button you have to validate the form. So let's quickly create the component. So we'll give this one name as form validation, and let's return div, and we'll give this one a simple form validation. So let's import it here. So we'll do form validation, all right. Now let's go here and let's quickly create the form. So I'll take a form element here, and let's take a div. Let's take a class name of input container. Let's take this one as wrapper. We'll take a label, and here we'll give this one name as, let's say, username. Now we'll take input. So type for this one will be text. We'll take a name as username. Then we'll take a, I think placeholder is not required because we're already taking, let's take a placeholder. We'll give enter your username. Then you have to take value and on change, that we're going to take later. So this is first. Then we are having, let's copy this, paste it here, and this will be email. This will be type will be email, and we'll give this a name as email and enter your email. Now let's copy and paste it, and this will be my password. So this will be type of password, name will be password, and placeholder will be enter your password. So these three are done. Now we'll take a button, and this will be submit. The type will be submit. Alright, so now this is fine. Now let's quickly take HTML4. So this will be for username. So basically if I click here, oh, alright, so I think we need to take a ID also here, then only this will work. Okay, now yeah, so let's take this one as HTML for email. ID will take this one as email. Password will take HTML4 as password, and ID will take this one as password. So if I click here, all are getting focused. Alright, so I think these all about the very simple structure that we need. Now let's quickly create the state. So first we'll start with our form data and set form data, and this will be use state. So here I'll take username, which will be empty. I'll have an email, which will be empty, and then I'll have a password, which will also be empty. So this is the first state that is required. Then we also need another state, that is to manage the errors. So I'll take errors, set errors, and this will be use state, and here also we'll take username as empty, password as empty, and email as empty. That's it. Alright, so this is done. Now next thing, let's quickly render this errors. So after this I'll take a span, and here I'll render errors dot username, because this is for the username that we have to render. Then we'll take another span. This will be errors dot email, and here I'll take another span, and this will be errors dot password. So this is done. Now next thing what we need to do, alright, now we also need to take value. So for this one, value will be form data dot username. For this one, value will be form data dot email, and then for this one the value will be form data dot password. Alright, so now we'll take on change. So this will be handle form change. So now let's copy this, paste it here, and we'll paste it here. Now we need to create this, so we'll do function handle form change. So this will give me event. So now what we need to do, simply, so here directly render set form data. So this event will give me the name, right? So for each and every input we have a name, so this name that we are having here. So we'll do event dot target dot name will be event dot target dot value. So dynamically we are setting the form value. So now let's log here and let's do form data. Let's see what we are getting. So type here email and then password, right? All the value are getting updated. But here one thing we need to do, sorry, my bad, we need to first destructure the form data that we are having, or else this will be getting updated. So it will basically save all the data, existing data. So now let's see if I type here. So we are having email, password, and type something name here. So we're getting all three. This is fine. So now once we'll do this on, let's say on type of this particular input, whenever you'll be typing, that time only you need to handle this form. So in that case, what we can do is simply take here validate input. So this will be a method, and here what you can pass the event. Let's do one thing, let's destructure the name and the value from the event, and then you can simply pass the name, which will be equal to value, and we'll pass here name and the value. That's it. So now let's create this method. So we'll do function validate input, we'll get name and get value. You can name this all whatever you like. So now the first thing what we will do here, simply we'll take a switch and we'll switch the name, sorry, get name. So here the first thing what we'll do, we'll take this one as a username. So first case will be username. Then I'll copy this and paste it 3 times. So second one will be email and the third one will be password. So now let's say for username I want to do something like this. So I'll set the errors. So here we'll take previous errors, and here first I'll destructure the previous errors, and then I will do username, and here I'll check if this get value, if this is less than 3, so that means the username length is less than 3. Sorry, I need to do get name dot length. So if this is less than 3, so I can show something like that, username must be at least 3 characters, or else this will be empty. I hope you are getting. So now this will automatically set the error whenever the length will be less than 3. For email I already copied these regex. Now don't worry, you don't have to write all of this in interview. Again, I already mentioned in the previous project is that interviewer will give this much at least freedom that you will be able to search all of this in Google, and then you will be able to use this in your project. So that is the reason I can't remember all of this, and also I'm not a regex expert, so I just copied this one from Google only. Alright, let me paste it here. So now I'll copy this. Now for email I have to do this one as email, right? So for email what I'll do, I'll cut it from here, and then I'll do if this regex, if this regex, then I'll do dot test, then I'll have this get value, that is the email value. If this is true, then there will be no error, right? Or else we have to give like invalid email, something like that. So we'll do invalid email address, please try. I think this is not required, this is fine. So now this is done. Now let's copy this, and for password, this has to be password, and here I'll do like, let's do something like this. If the password length, so dot length, if this is less than 5, so I'll do password must be at least 5 characters, or else this will be empty. So now for default this will be break. So now let's see what we are getting in the errors. Okay, so now let's see what is happening. So if I go here, okay, this is not working, something is wrong here, let me check. Oh sorry, this will be event.target. Okay, so now let's see if I try to remove this one. Okay, we are already getting, so if I type here in the username, we are not getting. Okay, this we need to check. Sorry, it has to be less than 3. Username must be at, okay, so what is wrong here? Okay, get name. Okay, so this will be get value, that is the reason. Okay, so now let's see if I now do less. So now we are getting username must be, okay, so you're also getting all the errors. Invalid email address. If I try to give, let's give a valid one. Okay, now coming. If I remove, it's coming. Here it's coming username must be at least 3 characters. Okay, so this has to be, I think, password. Yeah, so this has to be password. Okay, so now I'll give 1 2 3 4 5. Now it's coming. If I give here, and it's working fine. All right, so I think now this is done, right? So now what you can do, let's say on submit also you want to validate this kind of thing, like on click of this button, so that also we are going to do. So for this one you can do something like this. Let's take a on submit, this will be handle form submit. So we'll do function handle form submit, we'll take a event. So first we'll do event dot prevent default. Now here let's take const validate errors. All right, so this will be object, and here what we can do, we'll do object dot keys of form data dot for each. So let's do something like this. So this will be my data item, and here I'll do validate input. So here we will pass this one, this will be data item. So this will be my username, email and password, the key name, and to get the value we have to do form data of this data item, right? So this will automatically validate. So this is done. Now here what we can do, simply we can check if errors of this data item, if this is present, so we'll do validate errors of, so we are having this data item will be equal to errors of data item. So it's basically whatever errors is nothing but this error state that we are having. So what we are doing here, we are doing errors of data item is nothing but if username in data item is the key, each and every key, so it will be username, email and password. So you're checking if errors of username is already exist, so it's setting the same in this validate errors object. So this is done. Now once this is done, we'll simply do set errors. So we'll do prev errors, and we'll just destructure this one, and also destructure the validate errors. Alright, now here at the end we can check if object dot values of these validate errors dot every, so this will be error, so you can check if error is equal to empty, that means there is no error. So here you will do, you'll perform your form submission logic. Let's say you want to save the data in database or backend, whatever, if there is no errors, else you will basically log something like that, you have error, that error is present, please fix. For now I'm just logging. If you want you can also render this one, please fix, something like that. So now let's see what is happening. Save it. So now let's say if I try to do this one, okay, so here you'll be getting, this is from the browser default, it's coming. So let's submit this. So we are already getting error is present, please fix. I'll see one thing, that let's say if I now just remove this validation from on the input level, let's say I'll comment out from here. Now let's see what is happening. I refresh this. So let's type something here, 1 2, we'll give some email and I'll do 1 2. Now let's submit. Now see on button submit also this is coming, right? So that means this is working fine. So it's up to you, whatever questions that you will get, if the interviewer will ask you that you have to validate when user will type that time, so in that case you will pass this validation logic on form change. But if the interviewer will tell you that you have to do it on the submit button, on click of the submit button, so you can do the same logic on click of this form submit, right? So that means, let's say if I now try to remove all of this logic from here, let's say remove all of this, okay, and now again I'll go back and I'll do this one on the input level. So now we'll see this will happen in the input level. So both we have done. So you do here remove, this is working fine and this is working fine. All right, so this is done. Now let's quickly do some of the very basic CSS and then this will be done. This is looking very odd, so that is the reason. Let's quickly do. So we'll do import form.css. So we will give a class name of form validation container. So let's copy this. So we'll do max width of 450 px, margin will do auto. All right, then we have form validation wrapper of h1, same thing we are doing multiple times, but that's fine. All right, now what else we can do? So let's target the form. So we have a form validation wrapper of form. So we'll do a width of, let's say we'll do 300 px, padding of 20 px. Let's give a border 1 px solid. Let's give some gray color. All right, and for this one I think let's do this one as display flex direction column, and align items will do center, and I think gap is not required. All right, so this is fine, and let's make this one 400 px. Okay, so this is done. Now what else we can do? So let's go here. I think we have input wrapper. So here, so we'll do input wrapper. So let's do one thing. So we'll do display as flex and gap of will do 10 px. Okay, this is looking very odd, but it's okay. I think we have form, right? So let's go to form. We'll do this one as display flex flex direction, we'll do column, and we'll do gap of 20px. Okay, so now we'll do dot input wrapper, we'll do label, we'll do flex of 1, we'll do dot input wrapper of input, we'll do flex of 2. Alright, I think let's make, and we'll do dot input wrapper of span, we'll do flex of 1. Alright, now this is fine, and let's go here and let's make this on 500px. We can make this on mode also, let's do 800, let's see how this is looking. Yeah, I think this is fine. Alright, now let's go to input and we'll do a padding of 10px. Border radius, let's do my favorite 8px. Outline will do none. I think we are using some other place. Let's copy this style from Tip Calculator instead of writing. So we'll go to Tip Calculator and we'll copy this one. Okay, I think this is fine. Now next thing, I think we have button also, let's copy. So we will copy from here, so let's copy this. So we'll do dot input wrapper of button. I think we don't have in the input wrapper, I think we have on the outer wrapper. So it will be this one of form of button. Yeah, I think this is fine. And also let's do one thing, dot input wrapper of span. I think we have already have on the top, right? So here we'll do a color of red, we'll do font weight of bold, and we'll do font size of 16px. Awesome. Let's remove, this is coming, this is coming. If I give 5, if I give correct email, and if I give correct username, this is also working fine. Alright, so I think that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Now this project can be very, very important. See, I also got asked these similar kind of questions in very top level companies also. So you should practice this one very, very carefully. Alright, so now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so this project we are going to implement a file upload functionality. So there will be a URL. So here we are going to make a post request. So this particular project will give you some general idea how to work with file upload functionality. And also till this part we have used like fetch API and async await multiple times. So let's implement this particular functionality using XHR request, because sometimes your interviewer will check that whether you know this particular XHR request. Obviously most of the people will know fetch API how it will work, but you should also know XHR. So let's implement the same. So let's create file upload and we'll return here. So we'll do class name, this will be file upload, so this will be file upload container. I'll take h1 and this will be file upload. Save it. Now let's import this one. So we'll do file upload. Alright, the first thing what we need here, so first we need a input. So here type will be file, and we also have to create a ref. So I'll take a name as file and there will be a ref. So let's give this a name as upload ref or reference. We'll take this one as let's take reference only. Then there will be on change, but let's keep it like this. Then we'll take a label and we'll do file progress. So here we'll show basically file the progress bar. So this is not only file upload but file upload with progress bar. And here I'll take a progress. Let's take a ref here. So I'll give progress reference and we'll take a value of 0. We'll give a max of 100. That's it. Now here after this we will take another image. So we are going to show the image that we have uploaded. Here I'll take a source which will be file. So these all the values that we are going to take just now. We'll take a alt as like anything, file upload. We'll give anything here, file upload image, or file upload is fine. And also let's give a style here. We'll give a style of width. We'll give 300 or let's do 100 px, and height I will do, this will be height, I will do 100 px. Alright, so this is fine. Now next let's go here. So we have this file, right? So this state we need to take. So we'll take a const, this will be file, set file, and we'll take this one as use state. Then we are going to take our upload reference. Let me copy this. So this will be use ref. Then we are having the progress reference. So we'll copy this, const progress reference will be use ref. We also need two more. So one will be our status reference. So let's take here another p, and here I'll do ref will be status reference. So let's create this one also. So we'll do const status reference will be use ref. Alright, so this is done. Next we will take a on change. So let's take a on change, and here I'll do handle upload file. So let's copy this. So I'll create this one. So we'll do function handle upload file. Now now here what we are going to do, we'll first take the file, and file will be upload reference dot current dot files. So this will give you files of 0th element. Alright, so now let's format this and I'll show you what is happening here. If I now log here file, save it. So let's open inspect. So let's choose something, which one we can choose. Let's say this one. See, we are getting this, right? This file that this file, let's say we want to save. So we're getting the file here. So now what I will do, we'll do set file will be, so here we have URL dot create object URL, and here I pass the file. Alright, now next we will create our form data. So do let form data, and this will be new form data, and we'll do form data dot append. So here I'll pass a type, name as image, and here I'm going to pass this file. So this file is the file that I'll be uploading. Alright, now next thing, I'll create my XHR request. So we'll do XHR, and this will be new XML HTTP request. Now we'll do XHR dot upload dot add event listener. Here I'll do progress. Here I'll do progress, and here what we are going to do, we will create some handler. So for progress I'll do handle progress, and here I'll pass parameter as false. Next we will be having XHR dot add event listener. This will be on load, so this will be handle success. So once the file upload is successful, so again I'll pass this one as false. So this is basically the third parameter. Next we are having xhr dot add event listener, and here we'll pass if there are any kind of error. So we'll do handle error, and again I'll pass this one as false. Then we are having xhr dot add event listener, and let's pass this one as abort. So this will be handle abort. Pass this one as false. At the end, once all of this done, we'll do xhr dot open. So open means just like in fetch, you'll pass the URL. So you have to pass the URL here. Before that, we'll do post, and let's copy the URL. Oh, sorry. All right, and then we'll do xhr dot send, and we'll pass the form data. So this form data we have already appended this. So these all are done. Now let's quickly create all of this handler. So first we'll do function handle progress. This will give me event. Now here we have okay, so we need to take another ref here, and that will be load reference. How much is loaded? So we'll do load reference, and this will be use ref, and here we'll do load reference dot current dot inner HTML, and this will be also uploaded, and we'll pass here event dot loaded. This many bytes already uploaded, so we'll show this many bytes of total. So we'll do event dot total. So that means let's say if this is 100 KB, so we'll show 1 KB uploaded 1 KB or 1 bytes of this total, 2 bytes of total. So it will basically show the progress. So once this is done, then we'll calculate the percent. So we'll do const percentage, and this will be, so you have event dot loaded divided by event dot total into 100. Then we'll do, we have progress reference dot current dot value. So this will be math dot round of this percentage. All right, and at the end we'll do status reference dot current dot inner HTML. This will be math dot round of, we have percentage. So here this will show this much percentage is uploaded, so we'll take dynamic value only, and here we'll show this much percentage uploaded. So this will be our progress bar. Next we have handle success, so we'll copy this. So function handle success. So here we'll do status reference dot current dot inner HTML. So this will be event dot target dot response text. Then we'll do progress reference dot current dot value will be 0 because it's already successful. Next we have error, so copy this, and we'll do function error handler or handle error. So here we'll do status reference dot current dot inner HTML, and this will be equal to also like upload failed, please try again. And at the end we are having the abort handler, so we'll copy this and we'll do function abort handler, and here we'll do status reference dot current dot inner HTML, and this will be we'll do same message. Let's copy this instead of writing, and we'll do upload aborted, please try again. So we've done a lot of things. At the end we are loading this status reference Now let's load the upload reference also. So we'll give ref and we'll do here upload reference. Oh sorry, not upload reference, we have this total load reference, this one. So we have this one load reference. Alright, so now let's see what is happening, and then we are going to again discuss all of this. Let's go to our network tab. So let's choose some file. I'll choose this one only. Awesome. See what happened? It's basically the upload is successful. Then it showed you that how much is already uploaded, the file with the file name and the data. So let's see if I choose some different file. Let's say this one. 100% uploaded this many bytes of this many bytes. Choose some different data. Which one? So let's this one. See, it's working fine, right? If I now explain all of this again, so first we have taken the file, we set the file, we created our form data, we appended with image and the file that we clicked from here. We created the XHR request, and we have 4 event listener. One is to handle the progress, one is success, error and abort. In the progress we are doing nothing, basically just showing that how much we have uploaded with the progress bar here, correct? Then we have for success we are showing all the messages, and at the end we are rendering all of this here, and this is working fine. So now let's choose something else. So if I choose my image, see it's saying uploaded, right? If you want to change this one, let's 300, height 300. So you got the result, right? Let's choose something else. Immediately it's working fine. Awesome. So now let's quickly start working on the CSS part. And I can see that these can be very helpful, and this is a really interesting project. You should definitely try it. You will be also able to integrate this one in your personal portfolio project also. Let's say you're creating some kind of e-commerce or some other very big application. This can be a very awesome functionality that you'll be able to integrate. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the CSS. So first let me import the CSS file, and let's copy the main wrapper. So for this one, okay, let me remove this. So we'll do display flex direction column, gap of 10 px, and align items center. Okay, let me choose some file. Okay, now we'll do dot file upload container. Sorry, I think this will be container of h1. We'll do margin bottom and top 30 px. Alright, next I think we are having this paragraph, so we'll give this one class name as status. So copy this. So we'll do dot file upload container dot status. So here we'll do a width of, let's do 500 px. Next we'll do white space as no wrap. We'll do text overflow as ellipsis, and we'll do overflow as hidden. Alright, so getting this one. Then we are having this uploaded. I think, let me check what is this, which paragraph is this. So this is the uploaded one. Okay, so we'll give class name as load. Copy this. So we'll do file upload wrapper dot load. Font size will do 20 px. Font weight will do bolder. Alright, I think this is fine. I think for this one this will be more than enough. So let's see whether the functionality is working or not. Let me choose this file. Okay, so you can see it's in progress and it's completed. Now we're getting the data. Awesome. So now that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so next project we are going to create a quiz app. Alright, so I have all the dummy questions here. So let's quickly create the component. So first let's return one h1 and we'll give this one name as quiz app, and let's give a class name of quiz. So now let's go here and let's import this one. So we'll do quiz. Alright, now what are the state that we basically need here? So the first thing you need that is to maintain the current question. So we have to maintain the current question. Then we need to maintain the score, right? We also need to maintain the selected options. That means the options that you have selected for each and every question. Then we are having to show the result. So mainly these four are the state that we need to manage. Alright, so we'll start with the first one. So we'll take const. This will be current question, set current question, and this will be use state of 0. Then we'll take the score. So we'll do score, set score. This will be use state of 0 initially. Then we have the selected options. So we'll do selected options, set selected options, and this will be use state of. So now here what we'll do, we'll take new array, and then we are having these dummy questions, right? These questions. So we'll do new array. This will be questions.length, and then we'll basically for now fill with null initially. And at the end we'll need another state, and that will be to show the result. Alright, so we'll do const show result, set show result, and this will be use state of false. So these four state that we need to manage. Now next thing, what we need to do, if this show result, if this is false, right, so we are going to render the questions. If this is not false, that means we need to show the result. So we will be showing the result for that particular user. So simply we'll do if not equal to show result. If this is true, so let's take a div, or else here what we are going to do, we will basically take another div, and let's take a h1, or let's take this one as h3, and this will be something like quiz completed, and then we'll render our score. So your score colon will be the score that we are having, and then there will be a button, and this button will be to restart the quiz. So you will be restart the quiz. We need to also take the on click, but let's for now we'll take the class name only. So we'll do restart button. But if the show result is false, that means we need to render all the questions. Alright, so the first thing what we are going to do, so we'll be doing h1, let's take h2, and this will be question. Now you can see that we have this current question which is 0. So here we'll do question will be current question plus 1. So it will be question 1, question 2, something like that. Then we will be having the question that we need to render. So here we'll do questions of current question dot question. So that means we are having this array, right? So now the current question is 0th element. So if I go here, we have 0th element, this is the question. So these questions we are rendering, that what is the capital of France, then we'll be having the options, and then there will be the correct answer. So here what basically we are doing, here we are rendering that first question. So first question is, let's say this one, what is the capital of France. Alright, so here we are now rendering the questions number and the current question, and now we need to basically render the options. So we'll take a div, and let's take a class name. We'll take this one name as options, Now we'll do questions of, so here we'll do current question, then we'll be having the options, then we'll do map, so this will be option item, and here what we can do, let's do one thing, let's return a button here. So return a button, and here I'm going to render the option item. Let's take a key, so key I'll take this one as option item only, and then we need to basically take the class name. Now how we are going to take the class name, so here I'll take a template literals, and this will be option, and then we are going to basically check if the selected options, so you can see that we are having the selected options this array, right? So we are going to check if the selected options of this current question, if this is equal to option item, so that means that option will be selected, or else this will be empty. Alright, so for example, if I go here, if I click on this first option, so now this option is basically getting selected. So that is exactly what we are doing here. So this is all about the class name, then we need to take the on click, but for now this is fine. Now next we need to basically render the button, so we'll take another div, and let's give this one name as button container, and here we'll have a button. Now let's give this one name as previous button, and we'll copy this, then we'll be having the next button. Alright, now what we are going to do, let's take a class name here, so we'll do prev button, and here we're going to take this one as next button. Alright, now we also need to add a disable functionality, so we'll do disabled. Now disabled will be if the current question is equal to 0, so this will be disabled. Alright, now here we need to check another thing, and that is if the current question is less than questions.length -1, so that means we are going to show here next, or else this will be at the end, so we'll show this one as finish button. So this is done. So this is all about the basic JSX that we need. So we are getting the first question and all the options, and the previous button is basically disabled. So this is done. Now on click of next, we need to go to the next, we need to basically render the next questions. On click of previous, when you have to back to the previous question. So how we are going to do that? So the first thing is that let's take a on click, so we'll go here on the previous button, we'll take a on click, and let's give this a name as handle previous question, and here we'll take another on click, and we'll give this one as handle next question. Alright, I'll create this one, so we'll do handle previous question, and we'll do handle next question. So this is done. Alright, now in the previous one we will basically, let's do one thing, so we'll go here and we'll simply do that if the current question, if this is greater than 0, so simply we'll do set current questions will be current question -1. That means we are basically going back to the previous one. If this is 2, so this will be 2 minus 1, so it will be 1, so it will be set current questions will be, this current question will become 1. If this is 3, it will become 2, as simple as that. So this will automatically handle the previous one. And the next one, what we are going to do, so first thing we need to check if the selected options of the current question, if this is equal to we have questions of current questions dot correct answer. That means the selected option. So for example, if I go to the below and let's say clicked on this Paris, and this is the correct one. So this is exactly what we are checking, that if the selected options of current question, so this is current question is 0, so this is the first element, and if this is we have selected, so if Paris is equal to questions of correct answer, correct answer is current question is 0th, so questions of 0th will be the first element, and then we are checking correct answer, so which is Paris. So if we have selected this Paris and this is the correct answer, basically I hope you are getting, if we have selected on other than Paris, so that means this is the wrong answer. So if the selected options of current question is equal to questions of current questions dot correct answer, that means we have selected the correct question. So what we need to do, we have to basically score plus 1, that means we are increasing the score by 1, that means we have selected the correct questions. Then what we are going to do, we'll do if current question is less than questions dot length minus 1, so here we'll do set current questions will be current questions plus 1. So on click of next, we are basically moving to the next question. Else, if this is not the case, that means we will be showing the result, that means we are at the end of this section. So we'll do set so result will be true. Save it. Okay, line number 86, we are getting some error. Oh sorry, this will be in bracket. Okay, now see, if I click on next, it's going to the next. If I click on previous, it's going to the previous. Questions 2 is getting rendered. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now it's finished, right? If I click on finish, we are getting the quiz completed, that means the quiz is now completed. So what is happening, so this else is block is getting rendered. Now here we need to restart this quiz, so this functionality will do, so we'll do on click handle restart quiz. Now whatever I am just explaining, if you are not able to understand, again rewind the video, or else you can comment if there are any issues. So first thing, when we'll restart, we'll do set current questions, again we'll go to the 0th index. So first question we'll do set score as 0, then again we'll do set selected options, we'll basically reset, so we'll do new array of questions dot length dot fill with null, that means all the selected options we are resetting, and we'll do set so result will be false again. So now if I restart, again it's starting from the question 1, click on next, 4, go to previous. Alright, now let's go to the next, finish. If I click on finish, we are getting this one, click on restart, this is working fine. Now what we need to do, basically we need to, whenever I'll select this one, right, this option, I need to save this value, that means this selected value. So what is the answer that you have selected for each question? So let's say for question 1 I selected Paris and click on next, so this Paris value I need to store. So for this one, what we can do, we need to basically take a on click on this option. So this options item that you are having, right, so we'll do on click and we'll do handle selected option, and here we'll pass the option item. Alright, so now let's go here and we'll do function handle selected options, we'll do get option item, and now let's log here get option item, and let's see what we are getting. So so if I go and go inspect, now let's say if I click on this first option, so getting Paris, right? If I click on Berlin, we are getting this one. So that means this value now we need to store. So now what we can do, simply here we'll do const updated selected options. This will be first to copy the selected options that we are having, then we'll do updated selected options of this current question, so that means the 0th questions. Again, this is a very important concept that I'm repeating. So updated selected questions will be null. If I show you, right, if I just show here selected options, and let's see what you're getting. If you see this one, first time this will be null for all the questions. So click here, right? We are getting null. So now if I click on the first items, I need to fill this or replace this null with the options that I have selected, which is Paris. If I click Berlin, this will be now Berlin. Go to the next one, click on Mars. Now second will be Mars. So this is what exactly we are doing. So update the selected options of current questions will be this option item. Oh sorry, this will be get option item. And now I'll do set selected options. Sorry, we'll do set selected options will be updated selected options. Now this is done. So now let's see what is happening. So now I'll go previous, I'll click on Paris. Next again we also need to log these selected options. So let's see selected options, and I'll do score. Okay, so score is 1. Now let's say I'll go to okay, I'll click this one Paris, go to next, I select this one, go next. It's still 2. The reason is because this is a wrong answer. So if I go previous and click on William Shakespeare and click on next, so now this is getting increased. Alright, now let's click here next, click here next, click next, click finish. Your answer is 4. So you're getting updated result. Click again, so it's restarting again. Alright, now if you want, you can also do this kind of functionality. Let's say if you until unless you click on this option, you can disable this button, but for now I think that will be very complex, and also from an interview perspective, that much complexity they will not ask. Even this is also very difficult to implement. I hope you'll understand that if they give you like 20 to 30 minutes to implement this kind of project, that will be extremely difficult in interview. Still we are doing, because sometimes they will ask very simple one, so that we'll be able to implement. So now I think this is done, the functionality is completed. Now we need to start working on the CSS. So let me first import. Okay, so we'll do import CSS. Now we'll start with quiz. So we'll do max width of 600 px, margin auto, text align will do center, background color will do F9 F9 F9, padding will do 25 px, border radius, my favorite, 8 px. Alright, so this is fine. Now next thing, what we are going to do, so we have this h1, right? So we'll do dot quiz of h1. So we'll do margin bottom of 30 px. Okay, so now this is done, and let's change the color to this color. Okay, then what else we are having? Let me just minimize this one. Okay, so quiz f, then we are having the options. So we'll do quiz dot options. So we'll do display as flex, flex direction will do column, and we'll do a margin, or let's make a gap of 20 px. Okay, now next we are having the options, I think, yeah, option. Okay, so we'll do dot quiz dot options dot option. Okay, so we'll do width as 100%, margin bottom will do 5 px, padding will do 10 px, border will do 1 px solid, CCC, cursor will do pointer, and outline will do none. Alright, okay, also we have this these questions and this one, so let's give some. Okay, so we have, so let's do one thing, let's give a class name here. So this one will be my options wrapper. So let's copy this and I'll use the same here. So options wrapper, so we'll do dot quiz dot options wrapper, then we'll do dot, we have h2, so for h2 we'll give a margin bottom of 20px, so we'll getting this, and then we'll do dot quiz dot options wrapper of p, we'll do font size of 20px, margin bottom of 15px. Okay, what is, okay, let me just check. Oh, sorry, that is the reason. Okay, and font weight, let's make this on 10px. Font weight will do bold. Let's change the color to something else. Okay, so this is fine. Now next thing, when the options will be selected, so that time, or I'm thinking like which color that we can give that it will look nice. So we can do one thing, we can give this color to this button, and for this one let's use some different color. It's not looking good, so I'll use something and then we'll choose from here. Let's save it and let's see which one is looking nice. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's copy this. Alright, but here we'll change the font size to 18px and font weight will do bold so that it will look nice. Awesome. Okay, now this is fine. Now we also need to do when the options will be selected. So let's see, if I select this one, so I need to show this one with a different color. So we'll do quiz dot options wrapper dot options dot option, and then we have to do dot selected. So let's give a background color as this color. So we'll do 4CA-F50, and color will do white. So if I select this one, okay, this is changing, right? So this is done. Next we are having the button container. So we'll do dot options wrapper dot button container or wrappers. What is the name? Button container. So we'll do button container. So we'll do display as flex. Justify content will do center. Align items will do center, and we'll do gap of 10px, and we'll do margin top of 20px. Alright, now for buttons, I think you guys already know we'll use the same color that we have used. So let's go to form validation. Okay, here, and let's check for button. So let's copy this, and so we'll do dot quiz dot options wrapper dot button container of button. So you don't need this margin bottom, rest everything is fine. Awesome. So now this is fine, I think. And also let me just check first. We'll do next. Okay, let's go to previous. Okay, this is already selected. I'll select this one, next, selected, selected, select this one, next, 8, 9 and 10. Okay, so now this is coming. Let's give the same in the restart button also, restart button. Okay, and we also have to give some styling to this part. So we'll go here and let's give this one as result, show result wrapper. So we'll copy this. Now what we can do, right, we have already this style for this h2, so we'll target this show result wrapper of h2 and we'll do show result wrapper of p. So you're already getting the same result. Quiz completed, restart quiz. So this is the question, select or next. You'll be able to go to previous and change the option. If you go here, this option is selected, right? So next, 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 finish, and so score is 6. Restart, and this is working fine. All right, so I think that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Now one thing is very important, that you have to practice this one, or else it will be very difficult to implement if you get these kind of questions in interview. All right, everyone. So next project we are going to implement a nested comment section. So if you are familiar with like Facebook or Instagram, you'll see that there will be like nested reply you will be able to do to the users. So this is what we are going to implement, and this will be little bit complex or advanced level of project. Now here this project you will be also able to implement. Let's say you're creating a very big application, so this project can be a part of any application that you will be able to integrate. All right, so now let's quickly create the component. So this will be nested comments. Let's return here. So we'll return nested comments container, and we'll return a h1, and this will be nested comments. All right, now let me first import this on here. So we'll do nested comments. All right, now what are the things that you need? The first thing is that we need a text box, and whenever I'll submit on this text box, I will be having the comment. Each and every comment will have a reply, and that will be like recursive. So again, if I will be able to reply n times to that particular comment. So for this one, the first thing we need to basically maintain an input. So, and this project we are going to learn little simpler way, or basically slower, so that it will be easy to understand. So I will take this one as we'll give this one as input value. Let's give, and this will be set input value, and let's take this one as use state of empty. Next we'll be having comments, set comments, and this will be use state of array, and inside this I will take one dummy comment so that it will be easy to understand. So each and every comment will have an ID. So this will be ID of 1. It will have a, let's say, title. So, or let's give this one as comment. So this is first comment, and then it will have a children. Now children can be nested. So here again it will be array. If you already seen in my first part of these 25 projects, I already created a nested tree view. So this is similar to that one only. So inside this I'll have another ID. This will be 2. Now if you noticed, this for this particular comment, the parent will be this ID, right? 2, and then again this will have a comment. So this is child comment 1, and then so again it will have another children, so which will be empty array, let's say. Now again this can have multiple children, so again I'll take another one. This will be ID 3, so this is child comment 2, and I'll take another one. This will be ID 4, and this will be child comment 4. So this will be our structure. Now this is the main comment, and here also we can have multiple comments. So these two state that we need for now. Now next thing what we are going to do, so let's quickly implement the this text area. So here I'll take a text area, Now let's give a rows of 5, and we'll give a column of, let's give 100. Let's see how this is looking. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right, now next thing, we will have a value. So value will be our input value, so this one, and then it will also have a on change. Now here what I want to do, let's say I want to give some debounce functionality to this on change, so that we can create, but for now let's keep it like this. First we'll render these comments here and we'll see how this is looking, then we are going to handle the on change and other things. So this is done. Now after this we will have a button, and this will be what you can do, we'll do add comment. All right, okay, let's take a beer here. Okay, so now this will be add comment. After this, what we are going to do, and also let's wrap this one with a div. So we'll take a div and we'll give this a name as comment what you can do, comment wrapper. After this we will take a UL, and here I am going to render the comments, so these comments. So I'll do comments dot map, this will be comment, and here I'm going to create another component, this will be my child component. So let's go here and let's create a comment dot JSX. So this will be my comment. Now this will receive the current comment from the as a prop. All right, so for now I'll return a div, and this will be my comment, let's say. So I'll go here and I'll call this comment component, and I'll pass the comment, which will be this comment. So basically this comment we are getting, right? So this will be passing. Let's pass a key also. So key will pass comment dot id. So let's format this, save it. Okay, comment is not defined, we need to import this one. So getting comment here. Now this comment is basically this comment, from here it is coming. So let's say if you want to render something here, so basically if I go here, right, so we'll have this comment. So this comment I want to render, this is my first comment. Then I'll check that if there is a children or not. So if children is present, so again I'll recursively call the same component, and same will goes for nested level. So let's say I will have this comment here. This comment will also have two children, let's say here 1 2. So this will also work as a same way. All right, so this is exactly what we are going to do. So now here we have basically written a UL, so return a li here. Let's return a li, and here I'll give a key, which will be my key that I'll be receiving from here. So this is the key. All right, and then here what we can do simply, so let's render comment dot, I think we are having comment. Now don't get confused with this. So this comment is basically, or let's give this on title so that it will be easy for you to understand. So we'll give this on title, and title, and I'll give this one as title. This is the first comment. Okay, now after this what we are going to do, we have to basically manage some state here, because for each and every comment there will be a reply button, right, on the right side, let's say. So whenever I will click on this reply, I'll open another text box here, for example. Got it, right? All right, so for that one we need to manage some more state. So here what we'll do, we'll take one state, and this will be reply set reply, and this will be use state of empty, and then we'll do another one, and this will be show reply. We'll do show reply text box, or we'll do show reply comment box, set show reply comment box, and this will be use state of false. Alright, now here after this we'll check if not equal to show reply comment box. So you're going to show a button, and this will be a reply button. So we'll do button, and this will be add reply, or else this will be null. So save it. So you're getting add reply here, and then we'll do if this show reply comment box is true. That means whenever I'll click on this button, I'll need to show a box here to add the reply. So here if this is true, so we'll add a let's take a div, and we'll add a text area here. Okay, so we'll do a rows of 2 and columns of, let's do this one as 20. Alright, and then on change of this, so we'll do event, and we'll do set reply, and this will be event dot target dot value. Awesome. So this is done, and value will do reply. After this we'll take a beer, and we'll take another div, and let's give this one name as reply buttons container, and I'll add 2 buttons. So first one will be this will be what we can do, this will be like submit, and one will be cancel. Alright, so this is done. Now at the end, what we need to check basically, that if these comments that we are having, if this comment has a children, that means the children length is greater than 0. So you are going to recursively call the same component again, or that means this comment component. So simply we'll do if comment and comment dot children and comment dot children dot length, if this is greater than 0, or else this will be null. So simply we'll take another UL, and we'll do here that comment dot children dot map, we'll give this one as children comment, or let's give child comment. And what we need to do, we'll recursively call the same comment component again. Alright, and here we'll pass the key, which will be child comment dot id, and then we'll pass the comment, which will be our child comment. So that means if the children is present, we are recursively calling the same comment. So it's coming here, right? 1 2 okay, 4 1 2 4, let's make this one 3. So recursively calling the same one. So what will happen if I, in the first subchild, I'll add another nested child. See, so I'll give a ID of we'll give a ID of 5. I'll give a title of this is a sub child of comment ID 2, and I'll add another children, which will be empty array. Save it. So you're getting another subchild under this comment, because this is where you have added the reply. So this is working fine. Okay, for now I'll just remove this. So this is done. Now next thing what we need to do, we'll go here. Now when I'll click on this add reply button, I need to show this text area. So how we are going to do that? So simply on click, we'll do set show reply box, and we'll make this one as true. Alright, so let's say if I now click here add, so we are getting this one basically. So now this is coming, and then whenever I'll do cancel, so here, right, so I'll do on click, so here I'll do set show comment reply box, this will be false again, and I'll make the set reply as empty again. So let's see, if I do cancel, if I add here cancel, it's working fine. Alright, so all of these are done. Now next thing what we are going to do, so whenever we will do, so let's say if I click on this add reply here, I'll click on this submit. Whatever I'll type here, that value I need to store. So for this one, on the submit button, I need to give some on click functionality. So first thing what we are going to do, we'll take on click, and here the first thing we'll do set so comment box, this will be false. We'll again hide this one, do set reply as empty again, and whenever I'll click on the submit, this value I need to pass from this component, from this parent component basically, so child to parent. So what I'll do, I'll create a method here. So this will be function handle add reply. Alright, so this method I'm going to pass it here. So handle add reply, and then we'll receive this one here. Now whenever I'll do submit, that time I'll call this method. Now what are the things we need to pass? We need to pass the comment.id. Now this is a very important point here. The reason is because comment.id is nothing but this ID of this parent. So let's say I will add a comment in this children. So when I'll add this children here, I need to get this ID of this parent. So this is the ID. So this is what we are passing here. So we're passing comment.id, and also what we need to pass, that which comment I'm writing. So that is in my reply. So this is in my reply. So these two things we're passing. So we'll get the parent ID and we'll get the current reply. So these two will receive here. So we'll receive get current parent ID, and we'll do get current reply. So let's log here. So we'll do get current reply, get current parent ID. So let's save it. So let's see what is happening. So I'll just do cancel for now. Let's say I'll add here. I'll add new comment added. I'll do submit. Okay, handle add reply is not a function. Okay, so let's see what is the issue here. Okay, let me just log this handle add reply. Okay, so it's coming undefined, but we are passing it from here. Okay, so from this here also you need to pass the same. I got it. So now this should work. So let's see if I submit here. So getting these two, right? If I add here, let's submit. So you're getting 3 and with the updated data. Okay, now this is working fine. So now next thing what we need to do, we need to basically manage some of the things from this parent component now, because in the child component the functionality is done. On click of this reply we are passing back the data to the parent component. So here now we'll receive this data in this handle add reply, and based on that we have to add or update this comment function, comment array. So let's say I'm adding in these children, so I have to put these children here. Alright, so how we are going to do that? So here the first thing is that inside this function, first we'll do let's copy the existing comments so that we don't mutate the state directly. So we'll do copy comments, and this will be our comments. Now next thing what we'll do, we'll create a helper function. So let's create handle add new comment, and here what we'll pass this copy comments, or let's make this one updated comments so that it will be easy to understand. So we'll do updated comments. So we'll pass updated comments, then we'll pass the get current parent ID, and also we'll pass the get current reply. So 3 things will pass, and at the end we'll update these ones. So set comments will be these updated comments. So now I'll create this method which will be handle new comment. So function handle add new comment. So this will receive the comments or updated comments. It will receive the parent ID, or basically the ID, comment ID, and also it will receive the current reply. So 3 things it will receive. Now what we'll do, we'll do a for let I equal to 0, I less than updated comments dot length I plus plus. So we'll do let comment will be updated comments of I, and we'll do if the comment id, so we'll do comment.id is equal to this get current parent id. So what we can do, simply we'll do comment dot children dot unshift, so we'll add the new one, and here what we can do, we can create the new comment. So let's create a method here. So we'll do new comment, so I'll create a function. So this will be new comment, this will receive text, and return will return id. So we'll do id as let's say new date dot get time, then we'll pass the title, which will be text, title will be this text, and we'll pass the children, which will be empty array for the first time. So what we'll unship, we'll unship this new comment, and then we'll pass the get current reply. So this get current reply, I know this will be little bit tricky to understand, but I'm doing line by line. So we'll basically first doing for loop with these comments, then we're checking that if the id with the get current parent id same, then we are basically adding in this children. All right, so this is done. Now this will work on the first level. Now to recursively call this one, what we need to do, we need to again recursively call this method for the nested children. So how we are going to do that? So we'll take another for, which will be I equal to 0, I less than updated comments dot length I plus plus, and here we'll do let comment equal to updated comments of I, and now simply call this handle add comment, and we'll recursively pass the comment dot children. So that means we are recursively calling the same method for the nested one. We'll pass the get current parent id, and we'll pass the get current reply. So this is done. All right, and at the end all of this we are updating this, right? Now let's save it. So now let's see what is happening here. So we are having so first thing is that this is our first comment, which is our this main comment here. So we'll add a new one, which will be this is okay. This also we need to manage, right? So this we haven't managed. Okay, so in this text area we need to give a on change. So in this on change we'll take event, and this will be set input value will be event dot target dot value. This is first step, and this add comment is basically, this one is the main wrapper one, or basically the top level. This will be the top level, and these all the children level. So here I'll take a on click, and here what we can do, simply we'll do set comments, and here we already have this new comment function, and here we'll pass the input value. All right, and after this we'll just destructure the existing comments that we are having, and after this we'll make the set input value as empty again. Save it. So now I'll add another one. So this is second top level comment. I'll add here. So getting on the top level, I'll add a reply here. So reply to second one, submit. So reply to second one is came here. Now let's log these comments here, or else it will be extremely difficult to understand. So let's say first I'll do inspect, go here. So getting array of 2, id forget, so you can, if you want, you can also add. So here we have added 1 to 3, right? You can also add this new date of get time, something like that. That will also work. So now you can notice here that we have a children which is reply to second one. So reply to second one, and here we have a children of empty. What will happen if I add a reply to this one? So I'll add here. So now this is children of, now reply to second one. So I'll copy this So that means this is children of the second one. I'll submit here, see what will happen. So I'm getting 2. Now I'll go to this one. So this is second top level comment. So this is the first one. Then we are having children. This is reply to second one. And if I expand again, this will be the children of the reply to the second one. So this is this one here. Alright. So this is now working fine. Now if you add this on nested level, so I'll add here children of comment 3, for example. Submit, it's coming here. Add here, let's add my name. Submit, you'll see it's coming here. If you go result, go to first one, I'll go to the third one. Again I'll have inside this children of comment 3, and inside this again I'll have another nested with my name. So these all are recursively calling the same component again and again, and the functionality is working fine. So now let's quickly start working on the CSS part. Alright, so let's start working on the CSS part. So let me just import nested comments.css. Alright, so we'll start with let's copy this one. So let's make this one as display flex direction column, gap of 20 px, and we'll do align item center. Alright, then we are having the h1, so we'll do nested comments container of h1, and let's make the margin top as 30 px and margin bottom as 30 px. Alright, then we are having the button, so let's give a class name here. So we'll do add comment button. So we'll copy this, so we'll do nested comments container of add comment button, and let's copy it from here. So we are having, so this one, let's copy this and we'll paste it here. So we're getting add comment. Next we are having this ul. So what we can do, right, so we can target this nested comments container of ul. We'll give a margin left of 20 px. Alright, and we'll do nested comments container of ul li. We'll also do a margin left of 20 px. So it will basically show this nested one. Also for this one we'll do list style as none. Okay, this is done. Now inside this li, so let's go to li. So we're having the title. Let me just put it inside a paragraph. So we have a paragraph, we have a button. Alright, so let's do one thing. We'll do dot nested level comments li ul, and then we'll do paragraph, and we'll make just margin right as 10 px, and font size will do 16 px. Font weight will do bold. So let's refresh this, let's see. Alright, and I think this one, let's make this one as span. So we'll target here span. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now next thing, what else? Let's give some style to this button also. So we'll do dot nested containers ul li. Inside this again we are having the button, so we'll copy the same style. We'll just do little bit of style changing here. So we'll do padding as 8 px, 10 px. Font size will do 14 px. Alright, so let's add here. So new comment added, submit. So we're getting new comment added. Alright, so this is done. Now let's add some margin here. So let's go to li. So we'll do a margin top of 20 px and margin bottom of 20 px. Okay, now let's see if I add another one, nested comment. So nested comment is added. If I add one top level comment. So it will come at the first. So add reply here, submit. So getting reply here, add another reply, submit. We are getting another reply. If I try to add reply to this one, so reply 1, so it is nested here. Again, let's add another nested one. So you can see it's nested multiple levels, right? And this is working fine. So I think this will be more than enough. I know that this is little complex, so you have to practice more time. So nothing but the main concept is basically how recursively we are calling the same component again and again. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Hey everyone, so now let's implement another very interesting project. So this will be PDF viewer. So I think you already know that we have used this dummy JSON API endpoint multiple times. So the same we are going to use. So basically we'll be having list of products, and each and every product, whenever we'll be clicking, we'll be fetching the product details, and that product details I want to render inside a PDF document, and also I'll be able to download that one. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first we'll create the component, and this I'll give this one name as PDF viewer, and let's return div, and this will be PDF viewer. Before this one we need this very awesome package. This is React PDF / renderer. So this is the only first package that we'll be using. So let's copy this from here, and let's open another terminal, and I'll just I'll paste it. Alright, so now let's go here and let's import this PDF viewer. Alright, so now here basically the first thing we need basically, like, we'll take loading state. So one will be products, we'll do set products, and this will be use state of array. Then we'll do a product details, set product details, and this will be use state of null. And I think we have used this loading state multiple times, so let's ignore that one, or else it will be extremely repetitive, so implementing the same thing again and again. So let's quickly implement or basically call the API. See, because each and every project is having a different kind of functionality, so we have already done this API call multiple times, so I think now it will be very repetitive. So that is the reason I'm not implementing the loading state. If you want, I'm pretty sure you will be able to do that. So I'll do fetch products, we'll do fetch list of products. Okay, so now let's create the methods. We'll do async function fetch list of products. This will be const API response. This will be await fetch. So we'll do dummy JSON. So let's go here, and what we can do, let's do limit and skip products, because we don't need to call all the products. We only need, let's say, 5 or 10. So let's copy this and we'll paste it here. We don't need this one. We will skip 0, and for now we only get 10 products. So we'll do const result will be await API response dot JSON, and we already know that. Let's make this one as result. So we'll be having result and result dot products dot length. So we'll do set products will be result dot products. All right, so this is done. Now I'm going to render this one here. So we'll take a UL and we'll do products and products dot length greater than 0. So we'll do products dot map product item return li, and for now I'll just simply return product item dot title, and or else this will be null. So here I'll do key, which will be product item dot id. So now let's go here, let's save it. Okay, so now we are getting all the products. Obviously we will be start working on the CSS part, but before that, first quickly we need to basically do another thing, that whenever I'll click on this particular product, I need to fetch the details of this product, and that details I want to show inside a PDF document, something like that. And also there will be a download functionality also, so on click of that you will be able to download the product. Sorry, not product, the PDF. Okay, so the first thing is that what we will do, so let's go here, and so here we'll give a on click, and this will be handle fetch product details. Also we need the ID, so we'll pass the ID here. So we'll do product item dot ID. So we'll copy this, create this method. This will be get ID, this will be async method, and I think we are having this single product. Okay, this one, so we'll copy this and we'll do const API response. This will be await fetch, pass it, and inside this ID we are going to pass this get ID. Then do const result. This will be await API response dot JSON, and I think we'll be getting here the object. Okay, so we'll see if the result is true. So we'll do set product details will be this result. Okay, so now let's see what we are getting in the product details. So let's open this one here. Okay, so if I click here, we're getting these details. If I click here, we are getting the details. And now let's say what are the things we want to render. So that we are going to do, but first thing we need to basically create the PDF viewer. So let's take a first div and we'll give a class name, and this will be my PDF viewer, wrapper or page, anything we can give. Now here we need to sorry, we need to import something, and that is PDF viewer from this React PDF renderer. Okay, now here inside this we need to basically render the PDF. So the first thing is that let's take a style here. You can write using class name also, that is fine, but I'll take style. I'll do width as 100%, and let's make the height as we will do, for now I'll do 300px, later we are going to change it. So this is first step. Now next thing, inside this PDF viewer we need a document that we need to render from this React PDF renderer. So inside PDF viewer there will be document, and inside this there will be a page. Alright, and now here inside this page we need to render the view. Alright, and inside this view there will be a text, so many hierarchy. So if you see the flow, so we have a PDF viewer first, then we are having the main document, basically PDF document itself. So this is kind of the main wrapper or root of the tree element. Then we are having the page. This is kind of like the A4 page that we generally say. I'm not like, it's not exactly A4 page, but it's basically the single page that contains the PDF combination of all the PDF documents that you are having. Then we are having the view, just like most fundamental component building UI, and this is to render the text. Now inside this, what I want to do, let's say I want to render the product title. So here what we'll do, right, so we'll do product details dot title. So this I want to render here. Also let's render the description. So we'll copy this, we'll paste it here inside this view, and we'll render the description. Alright, so for now I think these two will be more than fine. So now let's save it. So now let's see what is happening here. So if I now click here, okay, I think we need to give some style here. That is the reason. Let me just check quickly. Okay, this is now rendering. You can see that now it's coming. Okay, that's fine. So we are getting this value. So let's say what will happen if I click this one. So we're getting with the second, awesome, second product. If I click here, we are getting with the third product. So this is working fine. If you want, you'll be able to add other properties also. Let's say if I want to add category, so let's add category also. You obviously have to take this one inside text, and I'll do this one as category. So let's save it. So you'll be getting the category also. So this is all about the rendering the view. So now let's say I want to do a download functionality. So what we can do, let's say I'll be having a download button below. So we'll take a button here, and this will be download PDFs. Sorry, I think this will not work like that. We have to import something. So you have to do PDF download link. So to import this PDF download link, we have to wrap this, and inside this we have to take this button. So this will be download PDF, something like that. Alright, and inside this you have to pass the document, that which document you want to download. Now here one very interesting thing that we need to do, and that is we have to basically pass this document here. So this document we've already created, right? So instead of doing like this, let's do one thing. Let's wrap this component, this particular part, inside a separate component, so that we will be able to reuse this component. So what we can do, simply we can create a function, and we'll do like PDF view component, and here we'll pass the document, or basically the product details. Let's say product details will pass, and here I'm going to return all of this. So this document part here, so I'll cut it from here, and then I'll return this one here. Okay, so this is fine. Now next thing, now here what we'll do, we'll simply pass this PDF view component, and we'll pass the product details, which will be my product details. So this is done. Now in this document, basically we will be able to pass this same thing that you want to download. So now let's format this. So in the PDF download document, we are passing the document, which document we want to download, and also you have to basically give a file name. So here I'll give like product details dot PDF. So this will be the file name that I want to download. Save it. See what will happen if I click a download, downloaded, open this one, you'll be able to see the PDF, right? If I do, let's say, click on this last product, you're getting these details. Click on this download and click here, so you're getting the last product details. Alright, and this is working fine. Awesome. So I think that will be more than enough. Now if you want, let's give some very basic styling. I think not that much required. So let's quickly import the CSS. We'll do import pdf.css, and we'll do class name, we'll do PDF viewer container. Copy this. So here what we'll do display as flex direction as column, gap of 10 px, and okay, line items we have to do center. Then we'll do PDF viewer of h1, we'll do margin top as 30 px, gap let's take 30 px, so we don't have to take margin bottom. Okay, this is done. I think let's remove this align item center so that it will come full. Yeah, I think this is looking good. Okay, now another thing we can do, and that is make this one as 500 px. Let's do 800. Okay, this is fine. Now next thing we can do, we can basically target this UL here. So here we'll do PDF container, then we'll target the UL. We'll do list style as none, we'll do display as grid, and we'll do grid template columns repeat. Let's do 3 1 FR, and we'll do gap of 15 px. Now we'll do .pdf viewer container ul li. Let's do width as 33%. Okay, I think let me check why it's not coming. Sorry, I think this will be 1 FR. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now let's do one thing. Let's take a padding of 20 px, and we'll do background color of red. Sorry, I think width is not required here. Yeah, and now let's change this one to something else, something different color. Okay, font size will do 20 px, font weight will do bolder, and we'll do cursor as pointer. See, this is not that much important, but just so that it will look little nice. Okay, now let's say if I click on this one, so I'm getting the data. Another thing, let's quickly add some button styling also. Okay, so let's copy from here, and then we'll go here and we'll target .pdf view container of button, and we'll paste it. Awesome. So now let's click this one. We are getting the data. If I click on download PDF, click here, we are able to get the data. If you want, you'll be able to add whatever CSS that you want. So which part you need to add the CSS? You have to add CSS in this component that you have created. So in this page view, I think here you also will be able to pass, style, right? So style you can pass, and based on that, whatever style that you like, that you will be able to give. So I think that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so next project we are going to implement a to-do application or notes application using Firebase. So let's start working on this one. And for this one also will be we will also use Material UI and these React Firebase hooks. So I'll create the component, and let's give this one name as Firebase To-do. Alright. And I think it's really important to practice this to-do and notes or blog kind of application where you'll be implementing this CRUD, like create, update, delete, these things, read, or basically fetching the list of data, because these kind of questions you'll face most of the times in your interview. Now here, first we'll take a div, and we'll give this one name as Firebase To-do wrapper. We'll take a h1, and this will be Firebase To-do application. Save it. Now, okay, I'll close this. Now let's go here and then import this one. So we'll do Firebase To-do. Okay, now the first thing is that we need to create the project. So I'll create here. So we'll give React interview questions Firebase. Okay, it should not be more than 30. Okay, let's give this one React interview Firebase. Click on continue. We'll enable the Google Analytics. Click continue, and you have to select, I think I'll select default one and create project. Okay, before this we also need to install all of this. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here, and also it need the Material UI, so I'll copy this, open another one and paste it here. That's it. I think this is almost done. Let's wait. Okay, now click on continue. Now the first thing what you need to do here, we'll click on this web. You can see this option. Click here, and here you need to give some name. So I'll give like whatever, like React Interview Firebase Applications. Click on Register App, and then this will basically give you a config that you need to use. So first thing, you need to install the Firebase. So let's copy this and I'll paste it here. And you need this configuration, so this we need. So we'll copy this one from here. Let's go to a top level, or basically outside of component, or basically in the source folder. I'll create a Firebase. Let's create a folder only. So I'll do Firebase config, and we'll do index.js. Okay, and I'll just minimize this one here, and we'll paste it here. So this will be our Firebase config. Next thing what you need to do, we have to basically create the Firebase app. So I'll do const Firebase app, and this will be initialize. Okay, I think the Firebase is, I don't know, these Firebase things will take a lot of time to install. Okay, let this install. So for this one, we will basically only do, we'll be able to create a new to do or notes. We'll be able to delete, and also will be able to fetch the list of to-dos. And let's do another thing. Let's click on continue to console, and then we'll go to build, and let's go to the database. Click on create database, and okay, the location, this is fine. Let's click on next. I'll do start on test mode, and let's click on create. Okay, so this is done. Let's click on create collection. I'll give this one MS to-dos. Click on next. Let's give some auto ID, and let's click on save. Alright, so we have to-dos. This one is the collection, and the installation is also done. Okay, now the first thing what we are going to do, we'll initialize this app. So we'll do initialize. Let me import it. Okay, first I'll do import this one from Firebase/app, and this will be initialize app. So we'll do initialize app, and here we are going to pass the Firebase config that we have created. Next we are going to create the DB. So we'll do const DB. So this will be get Firebase store. So let me just import it. So we'll do import something from Firebase/fire store, and this will be get Firebase store, sorry, get fire store. So we'll do get fire store, and then we'll pass this Firebase app, and let's export this one. So we'll export const this DB. Alright, so this is done. I'll close this. Now let's go to this index. Now the first thing what we are going to do will be basically creating our form. Alright, so first we'll start with, so we'll take a form, and here I'll import text field from material UI, and here let's give a ID. So ID I'll give this one as to do. Let's give a label, and this will be create. Okay, label, this will be create to do. We'll give a variant here, so we'll do outlined. Size, we'll give this one as small, and then also you need to take a state here. So I'll take const, this will be my to do, and set to do, or let's give this one as input, set input value. equal to use state of empty. So this value I'll pass here, so value will be input value, and on change simply take event, and this will be set input value will be event dot target dot value. Alright, that's it. Now next, let's import a button from material UI, and I'll do add to do. So here I'll pass a variant. So here I'll pass content, and we'll pass a color as primary. So let's save it. Let's see what you're getting. Okay, now it's coming, and it's taking so much time to load, maybe, probably. Okay, so this is done. Now next we just have to render, or basically whenever I'll create some to do, I have to render the list of to dos. That is fine, but how we are going to add a new to do? So the first thing is that on click of this button, we'll take handle add to do, and let's create this method. So here we'll do a function, we'll do function handle add to do. This will give me event, or let's do one thing, let's take a type here. So we'll do type, I'll do submit, and let's do a on submit here. So we'll do handle add to do. Okay, and here I'll do event dot prevent default. Now we need to basically add the to do whatever I'll be typing, and we have to store this one in our collection in Firebase. So how we are going to do that? Now to add a new document, we have a method that you need to import from Firebase, and that is called add doc. Now all of this we need to first import. So I'll do import something from, now these, the whatever things that we are doing, right, this you have to practice lot of times, then only you'll be able to do this. Okay, or else it will be very, very difficult. So Firebase /fire store, and here you have this add doc. So first you have to, that means we'll be adding a new document. Add a new document to the specific collection reference with the given data, assigning it to a document ID automatically. So this is the first step. Now next, what you need to pass here, you need to pass a collection, that also you need to import, and then you have to basically pass the DB. Now what is this DB? This DB is basically that I have created in my Firebase config. So this one, now this will contain all the configuration that you needed, right? This, we have initialized the app using this configuration, then we created the DB. So here I'll come here, and then we'll pass the DB. This I'll import from our config, and then comma, here you have to basically give the name. Alright, so the name will be these to dos name that you have given, these to dos. So I'll copy here, comma, and this will be to dos. So we are basically referring that I want to add this data, whatever I'll be typing here in this collection, the name is to dos. Next, what we are going to do here, we are going to pass the to do. So the to do, that means this will be my input value, correct? And also let's add a timestamp. So I'll add a timestamp, and this timestamp will be server timestamp that I'll import from this Firebase /file store. So this is done. Now once I'll add this one, I'll make this set input value again empty. So now let's format and save it, and now we need to check that what is happening. Okay, it's still compiling. Okay, this is done now. Okay, let's go here, let's add something like first to do added. Okay, I'll just inspect, and we'll go to network and click on add to do. Okay, we got the data, means it's now calling. Now let me refresh this here. I think we should be getting the data here with the new to do that we have just added. So if I go here, right, see, we have first to do added and the timestamp that we are having. Again, I'm repeating that what exactly we're doing. So first we have this input value, Then first we are calling this add document method, which will take a collection. Collection will be the DB that you have created with the Firebase config. This is important. And then you have to pass the name, the collection name. So here in this case this is to-dos, and I'm passing a to-do which is my input value and the timestamp. So I'm creating a timestamp here. Alright, so this is done. Now let's say I'll add another one. So I'll do second to-do added. Click on add. See, if I go here, right, first to do, this will be my second to do. Add another one, third to do added. So now I'll be getting my third to do. Okay, now here we are having the third to do. So this is working fine. So now what we need to do, we have to fetch the list of to-dos. But how we are going to do that? We also have to do some styling, because this is looking very bad. That we are going to do later. But first we need to know that how we are going to fetch the list of to-dos. Alright, now here first what I'll do, I'll create a query. So first let's create a query. So I'll create a query. I'll give this a name as queue. So this I'll do a query method I'll call from this Firebase. And here we have to again pass the collection, we have to pass the DB, and then you have to pass the name. So this will be to-dos, correct? And then I'll just basically do this one as order by, and then I'll order by with timestamp, because we are having a timestamp here, this timestamp, and I'll pass this one as disk. Alright, so this is, it will automatically create the query basically, and this one I will pass when I'll fetch the data on page load. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first now what I'll do use effect, and here I'll pass this input value as a dependency. That means what will happen if I just add something here and click on add, that time I want to fetch the list of data. Now this will basically give you this on snapshot method that will be able to import. And here what you need to pass, you have to pass the query, or basically the reference. So I'll pass the query that I just created, and here this will give you a callback, or basically method. So I'll pass here snapshot, and here I will take another state. So I'll do const to-dos set to-dos, and this will be use state of empty array. Alright, so here I'll just set this set to-dos. So we'll do set to-dos. So here I will do, so this snapshot that we are having, right, this snapshot will give you a docs property. If I now log here, right, okay, let me just log here snapshot, and let's see what we are getting. I'll just comment it out basically. Let's go to our console. Okay, so you can see that we are getting a snapshot. Now here you will not be able to see, you can see there is a docs, right? So this, from this docs we'll be able to map it, and we'll be getting the data. So we are getting some query document snapshot. So you have 3 data here, right? So based on that we'll be basically mapping these 3 data. Now here what we need to do, so first I'll do set to-dos. So this is just to show you that from where we'll be getting. So we'll do snapshot dot docs, then we'll do map. So this will be my doc item, and here I'll pass a doc, I'll create an ID for each and every document that I'm creating here, or basically the to-do. I'll create a unique ID. So this doc item, it will give you an ID that you'll be able to use, and then I'll be having the item, or basically the to-do item. So I'll give this one name as to-do item, and this will be doc item dot data. Now data is nothing but the to-do name that you have given, so this to-do name. So this will automatically set your to-dos. Format this, and now let's cut it from here, and now let's log these to-dos here. So log to-dos, let's give my name so that it will be easy to understand. Okay, now I'll give here Sangam. See, we are getting 3 data, and there is a ID. unique ID, and then there is a to do item. Inside this to do item, again you are having the to do and the timestamp. Now to do is basically this to do here, this to do. You can give this a name as title. I've given to do, it's up to you. Alright, so now again let's explain that what we have done. So first thing is that if you notice that we are having third to do, then we are having second to do, and then we are having the first to do. What is the reason? Let's say I'll add another one, fourth to do added. So now let's create on add to do. Immediately we are getting fourth one, and if I open this one, you'll see the fourth to do is coming first. The reason is because in this query we have created this timestamp and desk, this order by, because of this. Alright, so now it is pretty simple. We just have to render this list of to dos. So we'll take a UL and then we'll do to dos and to dos dot map. This will be to do item, so this will return li, and here what I'll do to do item dot, I think we are having to do item dot to do item. Okay, let's give this a name as item, or let's give this one as to do. I think this will be very tricky, right? Not tricky, I think the naming convention is we should have given something different. So it's like to do item dot to do item dot to do. I hope you are getting. So let's give this one to do item only. So it will be to do item dot to do item dot to do, and here we'll give a key. So key will be to do item dot id. So we'll do to do item dot id. So now let's save it. Awesome. So you're getting fourth to do. Let's add another one, fifth to do. Immediately we are getting fifth one, right? Refresh this page. We are getting on page load, correct? So this is working fine. So now what we need to do, we'll add a delete functionality here, or basically a delete button, and on click of this we want to delete this particular item. So let's do one thing, we'll change the structure also with some material UI, right, instead of this. So let's create something like we'll cut it from here, and let's create a method, component. I'll give this one as to do. So this will be my component, and I'll create this component, or let's create another file. So we'll create a we'll create another file here. I'll give to do.jsx. So this will be my to do, and it will receive the to do item. Alright, so here what I want to do, I want to return a list from material UI. Inside this I'll have a list item. Let's give a list item avatar, and inside this I'll take a list item text. Alright, and inside this basically I will pass this, so you have to pass the, I think the primary or something like that, yeah, primary. So here we have to pass this to do item dot to do item dot to do. Alright, we can give optional chaining here. I think this is many of your this functionality is very favorite, although I don't use that much, but sometimes it's better to use. Now here we have this list item. This is fine. Now let's save it. Now let's go here and we'll import this to do, and we'll pass the to do item as this to do item. So let's save it. Let's see what you're getting. So you're getting fifth, fourth, third, second, and first to do. I think this part is not recorded here. Let's remove this. Okay. So now here inside this, what we can do, we'll create another button. Alright, and let's copy from here only. I think we'll do variant content, color we'll do secondary. Pass it here, we'll do color secondary, and also you have to pass the text. Okay, I think I have close this one. So this will be delete. I think secondary this is correct. Okay, it's here, it is coming. That is fine, that we are going to change it. So now on click of this we have to do the delete functionality. So how we are going to delete this one? See, for deleting this is pretty simple. So I'll get a method, or we will be also able to do directly. So I'll create a method here. Let's on click, and this will be handle delete, and here I need to pass the ID. So we'll pass here to do item dot ID. So this is done. I'll create this method. So we'll do function handle delete. So this will be get current to do ID, and here we need to basically call this method, that is delete doc, okay, from this Firebase /Firestore. Now again, when you'll do delete doc, you have to pass this doc here, and here you have to pass the DB. Now again, DB is very important. DB you have to pass to get the reference that which config that we are using. So again, I'll import the DB. We have to pass the collection name, and then you have to pass the which ID you want to delete. So it's pretty simple. We have this get current ID. Copy this and pass it, and this is done. So now let's remove this one from here. Let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. Go here, let's delete this one. It's deleted, and if I now refresh this, I think third we are having, this is first, this is empty, one second, and this is fourth. I'll delete this one. Okay, this is updated. Delete this one, updated, delete, and delete, and you can see we don't have any, and you can see how fast this is, right? So I'll add another to do added, add, we are getting, refresh this. Okay, now this is working fine. If I go here, we have some data. So I think this is done. Now let's quickly write some very basic CSS, and then we'll move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so before doing a little bit of CSS, I thought that it will be good if we implement the update functionality also. So let's quickly implement that also. So what we are going to do, we'll be having another button, and that will be edit to do. So that means we'll be able to edit this to do. On click of this edit, this value that we are having, that we are going to populate in this input, and then this button I am going to change from add to do to edit to do, and then when I'll edit this one, this value will be automatically edited. So let's see how we are going to do that. Alright, so first thing what we can do, so here I'll take another state, and this I'll give this one as current edited to do ID, and set current edited to do ID. Now first time this will be use state of null. Alright, and then I'm going to pass this one in this to do component. So this will be set current edited to do ID, and this will be set current edited to do ID. So this I'll be receiving in this component. So this is the first step. Then I'll create another button. So let's take another button here, and this will be edit to do, or let's keep this one as edit. Alright, so here we'll take another button, and let's give this one name as edit only. So we'll keep the variant as content, and the color I'll take this one as I think let's take this one as info, something different. So let's save it, and let's see what we're getting. Okay, we're getting like this. Let's keep this on secondary only. Oh sorry, this will be content, that's why. Okay, now the first thing what you need to do, so this set current edited ID that we'll be having, so I'll take an on click here, and on click of this, first I will set this set current edited to do ID will be my to do item.id. That means whenever I'll be clicking on this edit button, this ID I need, the to do ID. So this I'll be basically saving or in this particular state. Next, I need to populate this value in this input. So that means this input value that we are having in the state, this input value, this I need. So what I'll do, that means this value I need to set in this input value. So I'll pass this set input value here, and then I'll copy this and pass it here, set input value, and on click of this edit, I'll set this value as this to do item dot to do item dot to do. So this is the second step. So let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. If I click here, see it's getting populated, right? And also the edited the to do ID will be saved in this current edited to do ID. Now what we can do, we need to change this add to do to edit to do, and this we can do very easily, and we can check here if if this current edited to do ID that we are having, if this is not equal to null, so we'll simply make this one as edit to do, or else this will be add to do. So now let's save it. I'll see that this will be changed to edit to do. Okay, so now all of these are done. So next thing what we are going to do, whenever we will be basically editing this one, we need to call a different method instead of adding a document. And let's change this one, this function name to handle add or edit to do. Okay, so we'll pass it here. So we are having handle add or edit to do. Okay, so we can simply check like this, that if the current edited to do ID, if this is not equal to null, so that means we need to update here, correct? Or you need to add here. So now update here, not her. Okay, so now to update this one, we need to call this update doc method, and here you need to pass the doc, and inside this doc we need to pass the collection, we need to pass the to-dos, that means the collection name, and we need to pass the ID. Now what will be the ID? This ID is nothing but this current edited ID that we have saved. So this will be my current edited to-do ID, and here you have to basically tell that which content you want to update. Now if I go here, right, so if I click here, so we have this to do. So I want to update this to do key from first to something else. So here, so after this update doc, then document collection, the name, the ID we are passing, that which record do you want to update, then I'll pass that I want to update the to do key, and this to do key will be, what will be the value? Can you guess? This will be the input value that we have adding here. So that means if I, let's say, do this one from first to first item edited, so that value I'll need to change, and that's it. So now let's see what we are doing. Let's save it. So that means we are checking if the current edited to do ID is not null, so we are updating, or else we are adding. Now here, once this is done, we'll make this set current edited to do ID to null again, and this is very important. You have to again reset. So now let's see what is happening. If I do first item edited, click on edit to do. Okay, we are having some error that expected first argument to collection to a collection reference. Okay, so what is the issue that we are doing here? We are passing the doc collection, sorry, we have to pass the DB. Okay, so now let's see. So now I'll do first item edited. Now click on edit. Okay, now this is edited. If I go here, it's edited, updated now, and now it's now changed to add to do. Let's add a new one. So second to do added, click on add, second to do is added. So here we got, I think, the second item. Okay, I'll update this one. So we'll do edit, second to do edited, edit, this is edited, delete, deleted, delete, this is deleted. Also, if there are no to do, we'll show some message like okay, so we'll do here if to do's and then to do's dot length greater than 0, so we'll render, or else we'll like no to do's available, please add one. Okay, so now let's quickly write some of the very basic CSS. We don't have to write much. So we'll import what is the name of the file, I think todo.css. So todo.css, and let's copy this. So we'll do display as flex direction column, gap of 20px, and align items will do center. Okay, then we'll do dot firebase to do wrapper of h1, we'll do margin top of 30px. all right, next we are having the form. Okay, so we'll do one thing, we'll do dot firebase to do wrapper form, we'll do display as flex, and we'll do align item center, and we'll do gap of 20px. okay, this is fine. Now let's add a new one. So to add here, we are getting this one first, I'll add another one. So we're getting second, I'll try to edit second, edited. Okay, edit this one first, edited, add another one, third. Now you'll see it's coming on that order only. Now refresh this. So you're getting all three. Now try to delete, deleted, no to-dos available, please add one, and this is done. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so moving to the next one, and this will be a Firebase Auth application. So here we'll be able to register a particular user using username and password, and also will be able to log in, and once we log in we'll be showing some kind of simple dashboard or some user information. So let's see how we are going to do that. But before that, we have to go here in this Firebase, and then we'll go to our authentication, and then click on get started, and what we can do, we will do, okay, let's enable this provider. So we'll enable email password. If you want, you can also do password less. So I think for now email password is fine, and save it. So this is done. If you want, you'll be able to add a new provider also. Let's say you want to add a auth like Google or something, so that also you'll be able to do. We'll go to build, go to Firebase database, and we are already having this to-dos collection. I'll add another one. Let's give this one name as users. Click on next, add a auto ID, and click on save. So this will be our user database. Alright, so the same we are going to use. So now let's start working on the component. Alright, so let's start with creating the components. So we'll do let's give this one the name as Firebase Auth, and here I written h1, and this will be Firebase. Now let's import this. Alright, now here basically we need some of the sub components that we need to create. So what we are going to do, basically, let's say first time we'll be having some kind of tab here, so user will be able to switch from register to login, something like that. So let's quickly create that. So here I will do, let's create here another component, and this will be our unauth page. Alright, and then there will be another page which will be kind of dashboard, or like we can give this one name as auth page. So let's give this one name as auth page. Okay, so now in this unauth page, let's quickly create this component. So it will be unauth page. So we'll return div, and here, so this will be basically, will have a tab, and then user will be able to switch from register to login component. So what we can do, let's take another div here, and I'll take button, two buttons. So one will be register view, and then we'll do, this will be our login view. let's give a class name. We'll give this a name as buttons or OAuth tab view container, and this will be class name of OAuth page container. Okay, now here let's go, and then I'm going to import this OAuth page. So having register view and login view, and here I'm going to create our auth page. So this will be auth page. For now, let's return only this text, that auth page, and I'm also going to import this auth page here. So this is done. Now the first thing what we are going to do, we will be implementing the register and the login view, and on click of this we will be able to switch. So we'll go to our OAuth page, and let's take one state, and this will be is login view, set is login view. This will be use state of false. Alright, now here on click of this, I'll make this one set is login view as false. Let's copy this, and for this one I'm going to make this one as true. Awesome. Now here I'll create two more component. So one will be my registration register page. I will give this one name as register, or let's give this one as registration, and then I'll create another one, and this will be my login. So here what I'll do, I'll check if this login view is true. So I'm going to render the login, or else I'm going to render the registration. Okay, now here I'm going to return. So let's return a div. So let's give a class name. So I'll give this one name as register, and we'll return here, we'll give a class name. Let's give this one name as login. Alright, so after this we will take input. If you want, you can use some library like Tailwind CSS or Material UI. We already have installed, but for now I'm going to keep this one simple. So we'll have input, one input, this will be for name, then I'll be having another one for email and another one for password, and then I'll be having a button, and this will be register. And for our login page, so for login page we'll keep only email and password. Okay, so we'll copy this. And we'll remove one input, and this will be login. Okay, so I'll click here, so both are changing. So this is done, right? Now let's quickly implement the first we'll complete the CSS part also for this particular one. So we'll start with this one, and let's do one thing. Let's take a div, we'll give a class name, we'll do input wrapper, we'll take a label, and we'll give this one name as full name, and here we'll cut this input, we'll give a type as text, name, let's give this one name as what we can do, we'll give this one let's give username, or I'm thinking let's give full name only, or let's give name. Placeholder, we'll give enter your full name. Then we also need the value and the on change, but that we are going to manage later. So this will be our full name. Next we'll take another div, this will be another class of input wrapper, and here let's copy this, and also let's give a ID here. So ID will be name, and I'll give a HTML for name. So this will be email, and this will be enter your email. Name will be email, ID will be email, and the type will be email. So many email. Okay, now next let's copy this and we'll paste it here. This will be password. Alright, so type will be password, name also will be password, ID will be password, and we'll give HTML for this will be password, and here also we'll give HTML for this will be email, and this will be enter your password. Alright, so I think this is done. So you're getting full name, email, and password. Awesome. Now next we can copy this part. We don't have to write the same thing again. So copy this one. So we only need email and password for the login part. So we'll copy and replace it here. Alright, so now change this one. We are having login view, register view, and this is working fine. Okay. So now this is done. Now let's implement the CSS later, but before let's start working on the functionality first. Alright, now before that we have already created our users collection here. Also we have enabled the authentication for native email and password, right? So now we need to go to our Firebase config, and now we need to do a couple of methods, and that is very important. So let's start working. Alright, so first thing what we need, we have created our DB. Now you will basically created our auth. So do const auth, and this will be get auth, and this one I think we need to import it from Firebase /auth. So we'll do import something from Firebase /auth, and this will be get auth. Yes. Okay, now here sorry, we need to pass this Firebase app. So this will basically create the auth instance. Now here we need to create couple of methods. So the first one will be login with email and password. So first we have to do login, right? So we'll do login using email and password. So here we need to make this one as async. Now this will receive two things. One, it will receive email, and second, it will receive password. So these two from where we'll be managing. So we have this login form, right? So whenever I'll click on this button, I'm going to call this method. Now here we'll do try, catch, we'll do error. For now let's log this error. Now in the try, we'll simply do await. Now here this Firebase will give you this method. So here we have sign in with email and password. So you can see that, right? Simply you have to pass this auth that you have created, then you have to pass the email, and you have to pass the password, and this is done. This is very, very simple. So you have to pass the, okay, let me hover. Okay, so you see it will pass the auth, what is happening, email and the password, and you can see you'll be able to see all the auth instance, email address, and the user password, and it will automatically do the login on behalf. So this is done. Now next thing, we have to create our register method. So we'll do async function, we'll do register using, we'll do email and password. Alright, so here this will receive our name, or let's give this one as full. I think we have given the name, right? So we'll keep this one name. It will receive password and also the email, three things. Alright, now here also we'll do try, catch, and let's log this error for now. So in the try, what we are going to do first, we'll create our response, and this will be await. Now here again this will give you this method, which is create user with email and password, Again you have to pass the auth, then you have to pass the email. So if I hover right, it will also take the auth, email and the password, 3 things. Now here we'll pass email and also it will pass the password, 3 things. Once this is done, so here we'll get the user. So user will be this response dot user. And now here what we are going to do, we need to basically save this user into our database. So how we are going to do that? So here we'll do await. Now we already discussed this one. So we have this add doc method. So here you have to pass the collection from Firestore, and here you have to pass the DB. So DB you already have. And now what will be the DB name? So in this case it will be users. So now I'll give here users, and here we'll pass some methods. So let's create a UID, and this will be this user. It will basically give you this UID, you can see. And then we are having the name. Then we'll be passing the let's pass auth provider. So auth provider will pass this one as local, and then we are going to pass the email. So this will automatically save the information. So this is done, and at the end we'll be having our logout. So do async function, and this will be logout, and here we just have to pass sign out, and this will be, I think we can simply call sign out and pass the auth. This is done. Now at the end we'll just do export. So we'll pass the auth, we'll pass this login with email and password, we'll pass the logout, and also register using email and password. These all the methods, and this is done. So these all the methods that you need. Alright, now next thing what we are going to do, so let's go to our first, we'll start with our registration functionality, and at the end we'll be implementing the CSS. So we'll go to where is that registration? Okay, here. Okay, so here first I'll take some state. So we'll take const, we'll do form data set. Let's keep this one separate. We'll do register form data and set register form data, and this will be use state of name, which will be empty. Then I'll take email, this will be empty. Then I'll take password, and this will be password, and this will be empty. So this will be my register form data. Then I'll need another one, and I'll do login form data set login form data, and this will be use state. So I'll pass an email, this will be empty, and password, this will be empty. Okay, now I'm going to pass all of this here. So I'll pass here form data, and this will be this register form data. Then I'll be having set form data, and this will be set register form data. And for login we'll pass again form data, form data, and this will be login form data, and set form data, which will be set login form data. So these two things we are going to receive. So let's start with the register first. Okay, so we'll go here and we'll receive form data, and also receive set form data. Now let's do one thing. We'll take one change, we'll do event, and I'll do set form data will be event dot target dot value. Sorry, I think we have done some mistake here. We have to, because this is object, right? So here we need to first destructure this form data, then we'll do name will be event dot target dot value. Yes, because this is the name that we have given, and here we have to pass the value, which will be form data dot name. Alright, for email we'll do value, and this will be form data dot email, and on change we'll take again event, and we'll do set form data, and this will be form data, and we'll pass email, and this will be event dot target dot value. So this will be for email, and next we are having the password. So again I'll do on change, so this will be event, this will be set form data, so we'll do form data, and we'll pass here password, and this will be event dot target dot value, and here I'll pass in the value, this will be form data dot password. Alright, so now this is done. Now let's save it. Now let's log here what we are getting in the register form data. Okay, I'll go here, so I'll type something here. We're getting the value, we are getting updated value here, and also we're getting the password. So this is working fine. Now what we can do, we need to basically create a method. So let's do one thing, let's create a method here. So we'll do function, and we'll do this on handle register. Alright, and this method I'm going to pass it here. So this we will receive handle register, and on click of this button we are going to pass it here. Alright, and here what we have to do, so we just have to call the register method that we have done. So register using email and password, right? And now you need to pass the name, email, and the password. So this will be your, so what you can do, you can destructure this name, email, and password from register form data, and this we need to pass here. So we'll pass name, email, and password. Now this will automatically go here, and here we are passing name, email, password. It will call this method, and based on that it will automatically save this user into our database. So let's see whether this is working or not. Okay, first okay, we'll go here and let's open network tab. So I'll type here Sangam Mukherjee. I'll give here sangam123@gmail.com, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Click on register. Okay, now see, this already added here. Awesome. Auth provider is local, then email, name, and awesome user ID. It's done, right? So now we already have one basically user already added here. That's fine. So now once the user is registered, so they need to log in. So either what we can do, we can simply switch this one to login view, correct? Or else what we can do, we can directly navigate to the auth page. I think we can switch this one back to login page so that they can log in, and based on that they'll be, then after logging in they'll be navigating back to the auth page. So that will be good. So first we'll implement the login one. Alright, so first let's implement the login functionality also. So we already passed this login form data, I think here. Let me check. Yeah, we are already passing login form data, set login form data, and let's create another method, and this will be function handle login. This also will pass. So this I will receive here. So it will receive form data, it will receive set form data, and it will also receive handle login. And on button click, I'll pass on click handle login. Now here we'll pass a value, and this will be form data dot email. So we are managing the login one, and then here I'll do value, which will be form data dot password. Again we'll do on change event, and this will be set form data, which will be form data, then we'll do email will be event.target.value. Now let's copy this, and for this one this will be password. Awesome, this is done. So now we need to do login. Now login is very straightforward. So what you can do, so we'll come here in this login page, and then we'll destructure email and password from login form data, right? And then simply call this login using email and password, this method, and here this will receive email and password. So this will be this email and password. So I'll do email comma password. So this is done. So now let's say I want to check whether the user is authenticated or not. So how we are going to do that? So to do that, I think we haven't installed, so we have to install another package, and that is, I think, React. Let me check whether we have installed or not. I think no. Okay, so I think the name is React Firebase hooks, something like that. Let me check. React Firebase hooks. Yeah. Okay, let's copy this and let's install this one. So what this hook will do, this hook will basically give you some of the parameters that you will be able to destructure, and based on that you will be able to see whether the user is authenticated or not. If the user is not authenticated, so we will be showing this page, which will be register and the login page. If any case user is authenticated, so we'll be showing the auth page, and that is a very interesting feature that we need to do. Okay, this is done. So now let's go to our main file, which is this index, and here I'm going to do like this. So we'll do const and I'll destructure from this is called user auth state. I think let me just import this one. So import something from, this is React Firebase hooks /auth, and this will be use auth state, and here I need to pass the auth. So this auth I'm going to pass input from our Firebase config. Now this will basically give you a user, this also give you a loading state, and this will also give you error. Okay, first I'll just log everything. So I'll do user error and loading. Okay, let's give something like some name so that it is easy to debug. So I'll go here, I'll give something. Okay, so we are getting undefined, and alright, so you can see that we are already getting this value. So now let's say if this user is already exist, so that means we want to show the dashboard, or basically the auth page, or if the user is not authenticated, so we want to show this unauth page. So what we'll do, first we'll start with this one. So we'll do if loading is true, so we'll return h1, and also loading, please wait. Now we'll do if user is available, so we are going to return the auth page, right? And if the user is not available, then we are going to return this. So we'll take another div, and we are going to return this one. All right, now here we can do another thing instead of doing like this, so that I think it will be easy. So let's do like this. So we'll do const content, and this will be if loading is true, so we'll return this one, or else if user is true, we'll return the auth page, or else we'll return this one. Okay, and let's remove all of this, and then I'm going to render this content here. Okay, so now let's see if I save it. So you're getting auth page here, and in this auth page, because currently user is authenticated, user information is available. Now the first thing what I'll do, first I'll implement the logout functionality. So let's go to our auth page, and here I'll have another button, and I'll do this one as logout. Now on click of this, I want to do logout. So logout method we have already created, so simply do on click and I call this logout method that I have created. That's it. So now if I click here logout, see it's going back to the register view. If I try to log in, and I'll give 1 2 3, and I'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6, and here okay, still we are getting this auth page. This part we need to check. If I log in, okay, something is wrong here, invalid credentials. Okay, so we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So I'll do login, so again this one. But if I log out, that time also we are able to see this message. So this part we need to check. So let's quickly see what is happening. So what is happening, I think this user information is still available here, so this part we need to somehow remove. Alright, so the issue is pretty simple, and that is, if the user is available, we are returning the auth page, and or else we are returning both unauth and auth. So here we only need to return the unauth page, so that is the reason. So let me just remove this one. Alright, now let's save it. So now we are getting only register. Let's go to login view. So I'll give 1 2 3, and I'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So we're getting the auth page. If I do logout, we're getting the registration page. Let's give a different name. So I'll do Raj. I'll do raj@gmail.com, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Same. So I'll do register, auth page. Now let's say the second thing what we want to do, then we'll be moving to creating some simple some more advanced functionality. So here I want to also render the user information here on page load. So how we are going to do that? So that means once the user is authenticated, that time I'll show some information here. So let's see. So we'll go to we'll go to auth page, and here I'll first do like this. So we'll do const, and we'll do use auth state of auth, and here we'll do loading, and we'll do user, and also we'll do error. Now here we'll simply do use effect, and here I will do user. So if the user is available, and I'll also give the loading state. So if the user is available, so I want to fetch user details. Alright, so now let's create this. So this will be async fetch user details. Sorry, this will be async function. And now here again we'll take a try catch and log error. So in the try what I'll do, we have to create the query. So I'll create query. I think this we have already done previously. So we'll do query. We have to pass the collection, then you have to pass the DB, and you have to pass the collection name. So we have users. Alright, and then here we'll check where. So I think we have already imported where. Yeah, so where I'll check if the UID. So I think we already have UID, right? If I go to where is that? See, we have UID. So where we'll check where this UID is equal to. So here we are having the users user dot UID, correct? So let's say there are 10 users. So we are checking the current user ID matches with this user ID. So that query we are basically checking here. Then we'll do const extract current document, and this will be await get docs, and here we have to pass this query from the document. So this what it will do, you can see that executes the query and return the result as query snapshot. and here we'll do const data, and this will be this extract current document dot docs of 0th element dot data. That's it. And let's take another state here. So we'll do const user info set user info, and this will be use state of null, and then we'll simply set user info will be this data. Now let's log here user info. Alright, so let's see what is happening. Okay, user info is coming null. So let's see what we are doing wrong here. Let me refresh this page again. Okay, so this is coming null. Okay, let's see what is the issue here. Okay, let's log this user and let's see whether we are getting the user information or not. Okay, user is coming false. Oh, I think this has to be first user and then loading. That is the problem. Let's save it. Okay, now we are getting the name, email and the user ID, right? So here we'll be able to render. So now let's say I'll take another div here and I'll do user name, and this will be user info dot name. Then I'll copy this and I'll do user email. This will be user info dot email. Awesome. So log out. Let's go to login view. Do 1 2 3 and give 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Login. Okay, here we'll be able to see some kind of loading state. That is fine. So here we can do something like that. If the user info is true, then only I want to render this, or else this will be null. And also let's log this loading here. Let's see what is coming. Okay, let me just remove all of this. Let's refresh this. Okay, now this is fine. Now next thing what we can do here will be start working on the CSS, but before that let's try to do something interesting. So let's say we want to do some functionality here, and that is we want to integrate this to-do application that we have created inside this auth. That means if the user is authenticated, then only they will be able to see this edit and delete button, and they'll be able to do this edit and delete functionality, or else they will be only able to see the list of to-dos. Correct? So let's implement that one. So to do that, what we can do, right? So you can go to our main index. So if the user is true, then only I will take a div, and here I'll render the Firebase to do. Alright, so let's see what is happening. Save it. Alright, so now we can see that we are able to see this Firebase to do application. Correct? Instead of here, let's do one thing. Okay, I'll just comment out from here. Let's go to our auth page, and here we'll import Firebase to do. Alright, so now let's see. So we'll be able to now add a to do. If I now log out from here, so you're not able to see, but we'll be able to see only the list. So that how we are going to manage. Okay, now this will be very interesting. That okay, let's say how we are going to do that. So what you can do, right, we'll go to auth page, and here let's say first we will check that if user information is there or not. So how we are going to do that? So first we will receive this one from our use auth state, and we'll pass the auth. Here we'll receive user, receive loading, and also we'll receive error. So here we'll check that if if user is not true, not equal to user, so in this case we are going to call this Firebase Todo, and or else this will be null, or else let's do one thing. We can do something like this. We'll call this Firebase Todo, and here we'll pass this user information as this user, or let's do auth information, auth info. Now this, obviously now you'll be able to see that this is fine, but now let's go to this component and I'll receive this auth info, and this will be, let's say by default, so we'll give this one as null. So by default, let's say this will be null, but the same Firebase Todo when we'll call from the auth page. So here I'll call, right? So we'll call this Firebase, we'll do auth info, and in this case we'll pass this user information. So because of this, we'll be able to understand that whether this user is authenticated or not. All right, now we'll go here. So auth info will receive, and then what we can do, so this auth info I'll pass here. So we'll do auth info will be this auth info. I'll go to Todo, and this auth info I'll receive here in this component. This is just to demonstration purpose, all right? So don't take this one seriously, just to show you. And here we can check that if this auth info is not equal to null, then only I want to render this button, or else not. All right, so we'll cut it, or else this will be null, and same we can do it for this one also. So if this user info, auth info is not equal to null, then only I want to render the edit, or else this will be null. Now let's save it. Let's see what is happening. So obviously from here also this will you'll not be able to see that. So to fix this part, we can simply hard coded some value. So we'll go to app.js, and here we'll pass some auth info, right? So here we'll do something like user is Sangam, then we'll pass some email, sangam123@gmail.com. I hope you're getting what exactly I'm doing, right? So I'm just hard coding this value so that we'll be able to see it here. So here it is coming, here it is not. Now it's very important. Now the reason is because the user is not registered yet, so you're not able to see. But now I'll just do login, and I'll give here 1 2 3, and then I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. See what will happen if I click login. Awesome. So you're getting the user information, and now you are able to edit or delete. So I'll add another one, 6th. Now see, notice one thing, if I add here, this will also update it, right? If I add here, you can see it is also updated. The reason is because the collection is actually same, so that is the reason. But I'm just trying to give you that idea that how this authentication is working. So if I now just go here and do logout, so you're not able to see this one, right? But still it is coming here. The reason is because from our app.js we have hard coded this value. But if I do a register, let's say I'll do new register, I'll do Tom, and I'll do tom@gmail.com, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and register. Now you are able to see for these ones, for this Firebase. So we're getting Tom, then the name, and then you'll be able to add a new to do added. Awesome. Edit, new to do edited. All right, if you were able to delete, and this is working fine. If I now log out, you are only able to see the list, but you are not able to do any edit or delete functionality. All right, so that's all about the functionality that we need. Now let's quickly start working on the CSS part. Alright, so let's write some very basic styling for this one. We'll go to our index page and let's import I think we have Firebase Auth.css. We have Firebase Auth.css. Okay, so now here let's give a class name. So we'll do Firebase Auth. So let's copy this, let's give this on a container also. So we will not write much CSS. I'm already like writing same CSS. It will be extremely like, I know we are doing same thing again and again, right? So that is the reason. So we'll do display of flex. If you want, you can write CSS. You can add it or basically customize based on your choice. We'll do align item center. Okay. Then we'll do Firebase Auth of h1. We'll do margin top 30 px, margin bottom as 30 px. Okay. Next, what we are having, I think this is our button. Okay, let's do one thing. So we'll do Firebase Auth container, and whatever button we are having, we'll use the same button style that we are using in all the other places. So let's see where we are having button. I think, okay, so let's copy this and we'll do a margin bottom of 20 px. Okay, color will do black. This is fine, and also let's do a margin top up because I'm not going to write for each and every one, right? Yeah, I think this is fine. All right, now next, so if I change this one to login, register, and let's give some this input or basically the input wrapper. So we'll do Firebase dot input container. Okay, so for this one we'll do display as flex. We'll do gap of 20 px and we'll target dot Firebase auth container dot input container dot input. So we'll do margin bottom of 20 px. Sorry, what is the name that we have given? Let me check. No, sorry, we have input wrapper, so this is the reason. So this will be input wrapper. Okay, yeah, I think this is fine. Now let's add a new user. What we can give, we'll give something Mary Lane. Then we'll give Mary Lane @gmail.com 2345678. Let's copy this. I'll do register. So we're getting Mary Lane user email, and we'll be able to add a new one. So add a new to do. So it's added. Edit, edited, delete. So it's updated. Obviously it will also update from here, but that is fine. If I delete this one, these all are deleted. Now let's say I'll do log out. Now I'll do login, and I'll log in with the new user. So Mary Lane 1234567 login, and we are getting the result here, and this is done. So that's all for this particular project. So this will basically give you the idea that how we will be able to integrate this Firebase Auth using email and password. And also what we have done, so we already created this Firebase Todo, right? So we have integrated this particular application with this auth one, so that it will give you some idea that how you will be able to basically integrate another application if the user is authenticated or not. And also you have learned this on that. Let's say if the user is not authenticated, so you're not giving the user that feature that they will not be able to edit or delete. They will only able to see the list. So if I log out, right, we are only able to see the list but not able to delete or edit. It will only happen when they will log in. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So log in, then only they will be able to edit or delete. So now let's move on to the next project. Now this project also you should practice, because this can be very helpful. Whatever projects or application you will build, each and every project you have to implement authentication in any way. Alright, so this is a very important feature that you should know. Alright, so that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now previous two projects we have implemented some of the things using Firebase. Now in this one we are going to implement another very interesting concept that you might get asked, and that is how you can implement debouncing. And also in this one we are going to implement a API call using debouncing. So let's see how we are going to do that. So for this one we will basically implement a custom hook, use debounce, and based on that we are going to fetch this list of recipes based on the query param that will be giving. Alright, so now let's see how we are going to do that. So first I'll give a component and we'll do debounce API call example. Let's give only API call. Alright, so here let's return a div and we'll do debounce API call, save it, and we'll call it here. So we'll do debounce API call. Alright, so first thing what we are going to do will be implementing a simple search. So we'll give a class name and this will be my search wrapper, and inside this I'll have a input, and here we'll give a type. This will be text, then I'll be having a value which will be search param. So this we are going to create, so we'll create this one. So const, this will be my search param, set search param, and this will be use state of empty. So we'll pass this one, and then on change we're going to do event, and then this will be set search param will be event. This will be event. Let me remove this. We'll do set search param will be event dot target dot value. So this is done. Now we'll also give a placeholder here. So we'll do what you can give, like we'll give enter recipe name. Okay, so this is done. Now next, whenever user will be typing something, based on that we have to basically make a API call. Alright, now here after doing the API call, we will be basically fetching the list of recipes and will be rendering. So now the first thing what we are going to do, we will be basically creating a debouncing value using a hook, and that hook will receive this search param and also it will receive the delay. So a delay will pass, let's say 0.5 second or 1 second or 2 second, and based on that we are going to implement this one. So what you can do, let's create a file here. So I'll do use debounce debounce.jsx. Alright, so this will be a custom hook. So we'll do function use debounce. So it will receive your param and it will receive a delay. So for now I'll give a delay of 1000, which will be in seconds. Alright, so here I'll give const debounce value set debounce value, and this will be use state of this param, a param value. Anything we can give, let's give a param value. Okay, now here what we are going to do, we'll take a use effect and here you will be passing this param value as a dependency and also the delay, because based on that you have to pass create a set timeout id. So we'll create a const timeout id, and this will be set timeout, and here what you have to pass, you have to pass the delay, right? So this will be your delay, and very important, on return you have to clear this. So to clear timeout, and we'll pass this timeout id, and here what you'll do, you'll basically pass the set debounce value, which will be your param value. This is done. So now this function at the end will return this debounce value. So we'll return debounce value, and also we'll do export default, and we'll do use debounce. So this is all about the custom hook that we need. Alright, now next what we are going to do is basically create this param here. So let's say we'll create const debounce param value, and this will be use debounce, and here what you need to pass, you have to pass the param value. Param value is this search param that user will be typing here, right? So this will be your search param, and also you have to pass the delay. So by default, if you noticed here, we have given the delay as 1000. So if you don't pass here, it will take, but we'll give this one as, let's say, 1 second only. So this will be your debounce value. Alright, so now what we are going to do, let's say I will create another, you can create another component here basically, and now whenever you will be basically calling the API, based on that you have to pass this debounce value, which will be your param. So let's say if I do something like, let's say I'll copy log this value, debounce param value, and let's see what is happening. So we'll give this name so that I can filter. So I'll see, I'll give apple. See, after some time we are getting apple, right? We have typed something here. Now we are getting this updated value. Noticed here one thing. So I'll type here my name, let's say SANGAM. Then we are getting my name after 1 second. So let's make this one 500, and let's see. So now I'll do here RAJ. Immediately we are getting, I'll do A. After some time we are getting A. Then I'll give some name. See, alright. If I type very fast, then only we'll be getting this value. So it's happening on this delay that we have given here, and based on this delay we will be able to call the API. So for now I'll give this one as 1000. If you give 1.5 seconds, right? Let's see. So see what will happen. I'll give name here, wait, and then we'll be getting this value. Okay, but for now we'll give this one as 1 second only. Now what you can do, let's take one state, and this will be my recipes, and set recipes, and this will be use state of empty array, and then I'll do const loading. I am fed up of giving this loading. Okay, let's give pending now. Okay, so I'll do set pending, and this will be use state of false. Okay, now what we can do, we'll give like use effect, and here we will basically give this debouncing param value, and now we'll log this value here, and let's see what is happening now. So I'll cut it from here. So save it. Now see, so we don't have anything. I'll give some value here, then it is getting called from here. So now we'll call here fetch list of recipes. Alright, so here we'll create this. So we'll do async function fetch list of recipes. So this will be const API response await fetch, and here what we can do, Okay, so the first thing is that let's take a try block only. So we'll do try catch and we'll log the error and we'll make the set pending as false. Here we'll do set pending as true and then we'll call this API. So let's copy this and here we'll pass this. Now if you notice, this query is nothing but your debounced param value. So here we'll pass this one. Alright, and then we'll do const result. This will be await. So here we'll do API response dot JSON and let's log this result. Save it and I'll cut it from here and let's log, give here result. Okay, so now I'll give here apple. See, we are getting this recipe is of 1 and then we are getting, let's copy this value and I will paste it here. Then we are getting these 2. If I give, let's say, orange, and we are don't getting any result, that is fine, but I will see here what is happening. So we'll do apple and then we are getting the result. We'll type something here, then we are getting the calling the API, right? So this is what is happening. Alright, so now we'll do if. So I think we'll be getting recipes. So we'll copy this. So we'll do if result and then result dot recipes and then result dot recipes dot length. If this is greater than 0, so we'll do set pending as false and we'll do set recipes as result dot recipes. Awesome. And here we'll simply log here that if loading, so we'll show if pending is true, so we'll show like div or h3 and we'll do pending please wait, or else this will be null. And then we'll be checking here if recipes and recipes dot length is greater than 0, and let's take this one in a UL. So or else this will be null. And here I'll do recipes dot map recipe item and this will be li. Now let's render this name for now. What else we can do? So many things is there, but that is fine. This is not the motive. I think these things we have done multiple times. Dot name, I think only name is fine. So now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. So we're getting pending please wait. Now one thing we need to check that, okay, very important, that if the recipe length is not greater than 0, so we need to make set pending as true, false, and then we'll do set recipes as empty. And if the set recipes is empty, let's do one thing. Instead of this, we'll render like no recipes found. So we'll do no recipes found, please try with different search. Okay, now I'll do something like apple. Okay, now we're getting, now we'll do orange. Okay, we are not getting any recipes. Let's go to something else. We'll do pizza. Okay, we are getting this one. We'll search for Italian. Let's see what is happening. Okay, we are getting this one. So this is working fine. So the main objective is that how we are implementing this hook, that is very important, and then we are calling this data, and based on that we are rendering this result. So now let's quickly write some very basic styling, because this is looking obviously very bad, and then we'll be moving to the next one. Alright everyone, so let's import the CSS file. So we'll do very basic styling. So we'll do debounce, I think debounce.css, and let's give a class name here. So we'll do debounce container. Copy this. If you want, you can skip all of this. These all are not that much required. I'm just giving so that it will look little nice. We'll do flex direction as column, align items, we'll do center. Then we'll do h1, we'll do margin top 30 px and margin bottom as 30 px. Alright, then we're having dot debounce container of input. And here we'll do padding of 10 px to 20 px. Let's outline, we'll do none. Font size will do little big. Alright, border radius will do 8 px. Border will do let's do 1.5 px. Solid CCC. Alright, and also let's give a margin bottom of 20 px. Then we are having the eval, so we'll do dot container of eval. Alright, so here we'll do this one as display flex. Then we are having we'll do flex direction as column. List style will do none, and we'll do align items center. Let's do a gap of 25 px. Okay, next we'll do dot debounce container of eval li. We'll do padding of 10 px. We'll do background color. So let's use that background color that we are using in the button, right? So this color. So we'll use this color. Border will do 1 px solid black. Okay, yeah, I think this will be fine. Now let's see if I search something here. So we're getting this one. Alright, let's do mango. So we're getting related to mango. If I do orange, no recipe is found. Awesome. Let's do pizza. Okay, so getting the result. So I think that's all for this particular project. Although this might seem very simple, but this is a very important feature that very large enterprise level companies also use, and debouncing is one of the very important advanced level concept that you should know. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so next project we are going to build a sorting functionality. Now sorting is also another very important concept that you should know. So we are going to basically fetch the list of users from API endpoint, and then we'll be sorting based on alphabetically. Alright, so let's start working. So let me just create the component. So we'll give this one name as sort data, and let's return here div, and this will be sort data. Let's give a class name of sort data container. First let's call this API. So this will be the list of users that we'll be getting. So I'll create a state, and this will be my users, set users, and this will be use state of empty array. Now let's quickly create this the API call. I'm not doing the loading part for now. I think this we have already done multiple times. So we'll do fetch list of users, and this will be async function fetch list of users. So we'll do try catch, and let's log the error. So here I'll do const API response. This will be await fetch. Let's copy this and I'll do const result. This will be await API response dot JSON. Now let's log the result. So let's see. Alright, so before that we need to import this component here. So let's import sort data. So let's see what we are getting. So we are getting users here. So we'll do if result and result dot users and result dot users dot length greater than 0. So we'll do set users will be result dot users. Alright, now let's first render this. So I'll do eval, and here we'll do users and users dot length greater than 0. So we'll map this users dot map user item, and let's return a li, and let's say I want to render only let's check. So we're getting users and then first name. So let's render these first name, and we want to sort based on the first name. So we'll take a paragraph and I'll render list item. Oh sorry, this will be user item dot first name. So let's save it. Alright, so getting this one. Let's implement the loading state also. I think this is taking some time, so that it will be better to implement that. So we'll do loading set loading, and this will be use state of false. So let's make this one as set loading will do true, and here we'll do set loading as false. If error, we'll do set loading as false, and here we'll do if loading is true. So we'll return some h1, and I'll do loading users, please wait. Alright, so this is fine. Now let's say what we want to do. We want to have some select, and then I'll be having a drop down, and then there will be option sort by ascending and sort by descending, something like that, or sort from A to Z or Z to A. I hope you're getting. So let's create this one. So we'll do a div, and this I'll give a class name of sort drop down container, and inside this I'll take a select, and let's take a option. This will be option. Here I'll do sort A to Z, and then I'll copy this and I'll do sort Z to A. So let's give a value here. So we'll give a value ascending, and we will also give a ID. So ID I'll give all the same. So here I'll give a value. So value I'll give descending, and ID I will also give the same descending. Let's give a name here. So this will be sort. Alright, so after this we'll take another. So let's take another selector, and this I'll give the value as empty, and ID will be also empty, and this will be please select option. Okay, here we will take another state variable. So let's do const sort set sort, and this will be use state of, we'll do empty, and then we'll go here and let's take a value. So value will be here, I'll do sort, and we'll do on change, we'll do event, and set sort will be event dot target dot value. Alright, so now let's log this sort here and let's see what we're getting. Sorry, I think, oh, we have to take this one as option. So we'll do sort A to Z, we are getting ascending, Z to A descending, and this is empty. Awesome. So now what we need to do, we just have to sort this data that we are having. So simply we can take a use effect. On click of this you will be able to do it, but I think this is also a good approach. So here you'll keep the sort as a dependency, and what we'll do, we'll do if sort is equal to ascending. Let me check the spelling. I'll copy this. So I'll do this, else if sort is equal to descending, then I'll do this. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do, I'll copy all the data. So to copy users, and these will be users that we are having. Now next thing what we will do, we'll simply do if it is ascending, so I'll do copy users, and now what we can do, simply we'll do dot sort, and here I'll do a comma b, or basically we'll give this one name as first user, second user, and here simply we'll do if this first user dot first name, if this is greater than the second user dot first name. Alright, and we need to check because we are doing the ascending, so this has to be 1 or else this has to be -1. Alright, you will be also able to do this on using local compare this method, but I think this is also fine. And then simply we'll do set users will be copy users, save it. So let's see what is happening. Okay, now I'll select here A to Z. So you can see that this is now sorting based on alphabetically, A, then B, D, everything is coming. Now for this descending, what we can do, simply we'll do copy users will be copy users dot sort. So we'll do first user comma second user, and here you need to basically check the opposite. So if the first user dot first name greater than, second user dot first name, if this is -1 or else this will be 1, and it will be completely opposite. So this is done, and now simply do set users will be copy users, save it. And now see if I do like, okay, another thing we need to do, if on page load we have selected this one, so you have to immediately do this functionality, so that also we are going to do. So let's say if I do A to Z, so you're getting this one, and then if I do Z to A, so it's now doing the descending order. But one very interesting thing, see, I already selected here Z to A, but if I refresh this page, and okay, for now this is fine, but what we can do, let's say if this value is already selected, or basically the sort value is already here, then we need to basically sort this value. So what we can do, simply, alright, so let's see how we are going to handle this one. Let's say on page load only I have this either of these two options are selected. So let's say sort A to Z is already selected on page load. So how we are going to do that? So to do this one, we can create another function here, and this will be handle sort. So this will be a reusable function, and this will receive some list of users. Alright, And then what we can do, let's cut it from here, from this use effect, and then we'll paste it here, and we'll basically replace this one with this list of users, or let's keep it like this. We'll pass it here, list of users. So this will be my usable function. Now here on change of these options, so that means whenever the sort value will change, I'll call this handle sort and I'll pass the users as a argument to this function, this handle sort. So this will receive here. But how we are going to do this on page load? So let's say on page load I have ascending, let me just copy this. So I have ascending option is selected already on page load, right? So what we can do, simply you can check here that when we are setting the value, that if the sort that we are having, if this is not equal to empty, so first we'll call this handle sort and we'll pass this result dot users, or else this will set the users. So that means if the sort value is already selected on page load, so we are going to basically sort using that value. Save it. Now let's see what is happening. So now you can see that these values already selected, pre-selected, and then we are getting this one in ascending order alphabetically. What will happen if I now change this on to descending? Save it. Now see. So now Z to A is selected and this is now sorted on the descending order, right? And if nothing is there, if it is empty, so it will be by default. But if I now change this one, so it's also working. Change this one, it's also working. All right. So this is all about this functionality that we need. And now we can do some little bit of styling for this one. Let's do. So we'll do import sorting.css and let's copy this. So we'll do display as flex direction column, align items center. Then we are having sort data container of h1. We'll do margin top 30 px and margin bottom is 30 px. Alright, then we are having dot container of select. So here I'll do padding of 10 px, border radius I'll do 8 px. I think these two will be more than fine. And also let's give a margin bottom of 20 px. Then we are having dot sort data container of eval. So do list style as none. We'll do display as flex, or let's do display as grid. Grid template columns will do repeat 4, 1 effort and gap of 20 px. Now let's target the li. So we'll do padding of 10 px, border will do 1 px, solid this one. Alright, and then let's use some background color here. So we are using this color. Let me just copy from some place. Copy this one and we'll paste it here. Color will do black, font weight will do bold, and font size let's make 15 px. Alright, so now let's change this one. This is working, this is working. Alright, so this is done. So if I now let's make this one as descending, save it. So now it's automatically basically this option is automatically selected and we are getting on the this one in descending order. So if I do ascending, so you are getting in the ascending order. So this is another very interesting concept that you should know. So you might get asked in your interview that how we are going to implement this sorting functionality. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so in this project we are going to build a movie application. Now the main importance of this particular project is not to create movie app. I think you already have created multiple times these kind of projects. At the end, what we are going to do, we will be using context API and the combination of reducer. So use context and use reducer is one of the most powerful concept that you can use to build any React application, and the same we are going to use in this particular project. This one we are going to learn little slowly, because these can be really helpful whenever you will be doing any big application, and this is one of my absolute favorite thing to use. So use context is very powerful, and if you combine this use context or context API with reducer, then it can be extremely powerful. So let's see how we are going to do that. Now, before that, I just want to explain that I'll be using this TMDB API, and for this one you just have to create a basically account, and then you will automatically get a API key, and this API key is needed to fetch the list of movies. All right, so let's start working on this particular project. So first thing what we'll do, so for this one we will create inside this movie, if I have this index and this movie.css, I'll create a folder and I'll give this one name as context, and here inside this what we can do, let's give this one name as global state.js, and we'll create another folder file here, and this will be my reducer.js. Alright, so first we'll start working on this context, and also let's create the component first. So I'll give this one name as movie app. Now here I'll give a div. This will be my movie app here. So first thing, let's import this one in our app.js. So we'll do movie app. Okay, now we'll go to our global state and we'll create our context. So we'll do export const, and this will be, I'll give this one name as global context. If you want, you can name this one. Let's name this one as movie context, and this will be create context of null. So this will be my initial value, and I'll create our global state. So we'll do function global state. This will receive the children. If you already use context, you will know these children is basically all the nested components that we generally use in our application, basically our app.js, and we are going to export this one. Now what this will do, this will return our movie context dot provider, and here we'll pass a children. So these children. Now here we have to pass the value, which will be all the state variables that we'll be passing here. So this is all about the context that we need. Now we have to import this context, right? So we'll go to index.js, and here we are going to import our movie. We have to import our global state, and then we are going to wrap this app inside that. All right, save it, and this is done. Now the first thing what we are going to do basically, and we will first fetch the list of movies. So that will be our first step. So we'll do const, and there will be a search param, because we will be using this search API, this search movie API. So we'll do search param. Let's give search movie param set search movie param, and this will be use state of empty. We'll do another one, and this will be const loading set loading. This will be use state of false, and then we'll do const movie search results and set movie search results, and this will be use state of empty array. Alright, so these all the state for now we need. Obviously we need to add some more, but this is fine. Now next thing, we are going to fetch the list of movies. Now again, I already told you that this project we are going to do little slow. The reason is because you should know the concept of how we will be able to do this functionality, like how we can combine both context and use reducer and use the powerful concept of this particular both the things. So here what you need to do, so first we will pass all of this. All right, so let's copy this. So we'll pass it here. We'll pass set search movie param, save it. We'll go here in this movie app, so I'll create our search. So this will be my search container. So here what we can do, we'll give inside this, I'll take a input. So let's take a type. We'll give this one as text. Name, we will use this name only, search movie param. Then we will have value. So to get the value, we have to import this one from our context, right? So we'll do use context of movie context. So here I'll need search param, and also we'll need set search movie param. So we'll do here value, this will be search movie param, and on change we're going to set this one to set search movie param will be event dot target dot value. This is done. And also let's give a placeholder here. So the placeholder, this will be search for a movie. So let's see what we're getting. Okay, now we'll go here and let's copy the search movie param. So okay, so I'll type something here. So getting here, right? This is working. All right, so now what we are going to do, we have to basically, when the search param is available, we will be able to fetch the list of movies. If you want, you'll be able to implement that debounce hook that we have created, right? So that also will be able to use here. So let's do one thing, let's use the same only, I think it will be good. So we'll do const debounced search movie search param value, and this will be use debounce, and here we'll pass the search movie param. Now let's log this here. So we'll do debounce movie search param. So let's see what we're getting. Sorry, another thing we need to do, we have to give a I think we have to give another delay number here, right? So let's give 0.5 seconds. Okay, so I'll type something here. I'll do the, so now it's coming, right? Godfather. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll simply take a use effect and we'll keep this on debounce search param value, and we'll log it here, and let's see how this is getting called first. So we'll do step by step. Alright, now I'll type something here. Alright, this is working fine. So now based on this, we are going to fetch the list of movies. So now let's create this method here. So we'll do async function. This will be fetch list of movies. We'll do try catch, and we'll do log, and we'll log the error for now. So here we'll do const API response. This will be await fetch. Now let's copy this from here. We'll copy from here. Now we need to add something here. So after this movie, we need to add API key. Alright, and this API key will be your API key that you're using. So I'll create here. So let's copy from here. So this will be my API key, and also don't use this one, create your own and use the same. Alright, TMDB API key. So we'll pass it here. So we'll do TMDB API key. Awesome. Now after this we'll do const result. This will be await API response dot JSON. Another thing we have done mistake, we have to also pass the search param. So here we need to pass, okay, so after this key that we are having, we need to give and here we also have to pass the query. So we'll give and, we'll do query. This query will be the debounce movie search param. So the query also need to pass that the movie name that we will be searching here. I think rest everything include adult is false, language page is 1. Okay, so this is done. Now let's log here result and let's see what we are getting. Copy this and we'll see what is coming here. I'll search the Godfather. Awesome. And if I go to network tab, see the API is getting called and we are getting result as 20. Alright, so all are coming fine. So now we are going to first, let's do one thing, let's render these movies and then we'll be start working on the rest of the functionalities. Alright, so now let's render the list of movies first. So you're getting the result here. So what we can do, if result dot result, if this length is greater than 0, so we'll do if result and result dot results and then result dot results dot length greater than 0, and before that let me just do set loading as true, and here we'll do first set movie search results will be result dot results, and we'll do set loading as false again. Okay, and here we'll do set loading as false. So this is done. Now I'm going to pass all of this. So we'll pass loading, we'll pass the movie search results, and this one I'm going to receive in my components. So we'll copy both and let's go here, and then I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So movie search results. Alright, so now after this I'll take another div and here I'll give a class name, and this will be my movie search results container. So here I'll do if movie search results and movie search results dot length greater than 0. So we'll do movie search results dot map. This will be movie item. So I'm going to create another component, and that component I want to reuse, or else this will be null. Okay, so before that let's quickly create another component. So here I'll create inside this movie app, I'll create another folder, and this will be components, and I'll create this one movie card dot jsx. So let's create this one. So this will be movie card, which will receive movie item. So here I'll return some div. So this one I'm going to import it here. So we'll do movie card, and this will receive movie item, which will be my movie item. Here we'll also pass a key. So I think key we can pass it, let me check. So if I do the Godfather, okay, so we're getting results, and inside this we're getting this ID, right? So this ID will be able to pass. So we'll do movie item dot ID. Let's save it. So here we'll receive the key, and this I'll pass it here. So key will be key. Awesome. Now inside this, let's render. So first I will give this on a class name. I will give this on name as movie card. Inside this I'll create another div, and this will be my image. So I think we will be getting this poster path. So this poster path will be able to use. So you can see that we are getting this poster path. So we can simply do some like this, that if this movie item dot and then we'll copy this poster path. So if this is present, so in this case we are going to render an image, or else we'll render a div, and this will be I'll give a class name of fill image. That means I'll fill because the image is not available, and here we need to pass a source. So source I will pass here, so this will be https, so it is image dot tmdb.org/t/p/w200, and here we are going to pass this movie item dot poster path, and I think this is fine. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Okay, so you're getting the result right here, 20 results. So let's search for something else. Search for 7. So we are getting the result. Let's search for something. Memories. Awesome. So this is working fine now. So now we also need to render some of the other things. So first, image is done. After this we'll do another div, and this will be class name, will do like movie info. So here first we'll take h3, and I'll render the movie item dot title, and after this we'll take a h4, and let's see what we're getting here. So I think we are having the release date. Okay, let's render this one also. So we'll do movie item dot release date. Awesome. And then something else, let's see. So we can also render the original title. So let's copy this, and after this I'll take another h4, let's say, and this will be original title, and this will be movie item dot original title. So this is my original title. Awesome. And anything else? I think this will be more than fine. Okay, now next we need to have some button. So we'll take another div. Let's give a class name, and this will be my buttons wrapper. We are going to CSS at the end. I think as usual will not write much CSS. I'm already like seriously writing the same CSS again and again. If you guys want, you guys are absolutely free to write any CSS you want. You will be also able to integrate with some third-party library like Tailwind CSS. But because we are doing from an interview perspective, I hope you guys will also understand that CSS is not that much required. If you know basic CSS, that will be more than enough. So I'm not going to write much CSS. It is extremely time consuming, and also we are doing a very repetitive job. So I'll have two buttons. One will be add to watch list, and one will be that I already watched. So this will be add to watched. That means I already watched the movie. So this will be two buttons. Save it. So this is how it will look. Alright, so this is fine. Now let's give very basic styling for now, so that it will come in the grid view. Then we are going to write or give some styling at the end. Okay, so first we'll go here. Also let's do one thing. We can render here. So we'll simply do something like this. If loading is true, so we'll show some h1 that fetching list of movies please wait, or else this will be null. And here we'll check that if movie length is 0 and if this loading is false, that time only we want to show this. So let's save it. Okay, now I'll do the Godfather. Let's see. Okay, so immediately we are getting that is fine. Okay, so this is working fine. Now let's import the CSS. So we'll do import. We have movie.css. So copy this and let's go here. As usual, we'll give this one as display flex direction column and gap of 20 px. Then we'll do h1 and we'll do margin top as 30 px, margin bottom as 30 px. Okay, next I think we are having movie search details container. Copy this. So we'll do dot movie app dot movie search details container. So here we'll do, let's say, display grid and grid template columns repeat 4,1 effort and gap of 10 px. For some, you can see we don't have the image, so that we need to manage. So if there is no image, we'll give, like, we'll show some kind of what you can do, some kind of black screen here, that no image available, something like that. And then let's do one thing. Okay, we can target this one. So we'll do copy this. So we'll do dot movie app dot movie search result container dot movie card of image. So let's see what is the height is coming here. Okay, height is 300. This is fine. So we can do one thing. We have movie card and then we are having the fill image. So we'll copy this and we'll give this on a width of 200 px, height of 300 px, and background color will give some black color for now, just to see what is happening. See, so these images, we don't have any image. If we want, we can basically add here that no image available, no image available, right? So these we can show, like, let's use a different color. Okay, and we'll do display as flex. We'll do justify content center, align items center. Let's use a font size of 18 px and font weight as bolder. So in this one we don't have image. Now let's search for the Godfather. So we're getting images and this is working fine. Alright, so now what we need to do, we already have this button. So because in single page only we are doing this, we don't have this routing functionality and everything. If you want, you will be able to do this one very easily, but for now what we can do, right? So on top of this part here, basically below this movie app, we'll have two more components. One will be your watch list. So whatever you'll click here, those movies will be see here, and then you'll be move these movies to watch list. That means you already watched. So two things, watch list and already watched. So these two things we need to create. Okay, so first thing, let's create these two components here. So inside components, I'll create, this will be my watch list.jsx, and then I'll create another one. This will be my watched.jsx. That means we have already watched. So here I'll do function. This will be my movie watch list. So this will be my watch list. Let's give a class name, and this will be movie watch list. Then we'll copy this, and this will be my movie watched. let's give movie already watched so that it will be easy to understand. Now don't give this kind of name in your interview. I'm just giving just to for understanding purpose, and this will be my movie watched. Now I'll do movie watched. Okay, let's go to our main index.jsx, and after this I will take another div, and here for now I'm going to import this watch list, sorry, movie watch list and movie already watched. Later we are going to change the structure and everything. So you're getting watch list and movie watched, and let's give this one as watch list details container. So save it. So we'll do movie app dot this one, we'll do display as flex, and we'll do justify content as, do space between. Okay, so we're having watch list and movie watched. So if I click here, it will be added here. If I click here, it will be added here. All right, so let's implement this functionality. All right everyone, so now let's start working on this watch list and the watched component. So the first thing we are going to we'll go to our context, and let's close everything else, and let's open this reducer also. Alright everyone, so now what we are going to do will be creating the reducer. Now you notice one thing, that we already have 3 states where we are not using this reducer. If you want, you will be able to do this one. So this will be kind of homework that I will give you, that you can practice. So what basically I will do, I'll create, because in reducer we have to create initial state and then you have to dispatch the action, but for this 3 state we haven't used this kind of functionality. So what you can do next, for this watch list and movie watch, for this functionality I'm going to convert this one to using this use reducer and use context. Later you can convert these 3 using the same concept, so that it will be also for you, it can be a good practice, so that you will be able to implement this kind of feature. So here let's do one thing. So for this watch list and the watch, I'm going to create initial state, and this is only for these 2 I'll be creating. So watch list. Now here what I'll do a local storage dot get item. So I'm going to store this in our local storage, if this watch list, if this is present, so I'll do json dot parse. This will be local storage dot get item, and this will be watch list, or else this will be empty. So this will be my first state, and then I will have another one, and this will be watched. So this will be local storage dot get item, and this will be watched. This is presence, so I'll do json dot parse local storage dot get item, and this will be watched, or else this will be empty array. So these 2 are done. Now to manage using reducer, again I'm repeating, you might think that okay, this is very weird that for these 3 states we are not using reducer, but for next 2 we are doing. The only reason is that these next 2 I'll be doing so that you'll be able to convert these 3 using the same reducer concept, so it will give you good amount of practice. All right, so that is the reason I'm doing like this. So now we need to create our reducer basically. So here what we'll do, we'll basically give a name like state, and this state will have another one, will be a dispatch, which will basically dispatch the action, and based on this action it will go to reducer, and for different types of cases it will check that which case you need to satisfy, and based on that it will do certain functionality, right? And here you need to use reducer. Now use reducer will take a app reducer. So this reducer we are going to create, just a minute, and then we'll be passing the initial state. So initial state basically this initial state. So generally we should put all of this inside this initial state, and we'll keep only one reducer, but for now we'll be doing only for these 2, so that it will give you some amount of confidence on this. So now let's quickly create this reducer. Alright, so the first thing is that we'll go here and we'll do export function. Let's give this one name as reducer. Reducer will take a state, and it will also take an action. and here you will have a switch. Now here we will have a type. So action will have a type, and this is mandatory, and based on different action it will do certain things. For now we don't have any case, so I'll give some random value so that it will not break. And at the end what it will do, it will basically return the updated state. So here I'll return the state. Same I'll do it for here. So I'll do return the state. This is done. So now let's format and save it, and we are going to import it. Alright, so this is the first step. Now what is the next? So now next we are having this okay, this is another very interesting, that fetching list of movies. Why this is coming? So this part we need to check. Loading is basically false. Okay, here we need to do another condition, sorry. So we'll check if this debouncing value, if this is not equal to empty, then only I want to call this, or else not. So now let's see. Yeah, now this is fine. So we can also show some condition here, that if there is no movies available, so I'll give a h1, sorry, we'll do h1, and I'll do no movies, movie result found, please search something to get results. So now this I'll be able to see. Okay, it's coming here, that is fine. But now let's see if I search something. Okay, so now next thing what we are going to do, we'll be creating some method. So the first one will be, on click of this button I need to add this movie to the watch list, and also once the movie is added to the watch list, right, so I need to basically, either we can disable this button, so I think it would be better if we disable. And then what we can do, on click of this button I'll be added this movie to the movie watched section, to this section basically. So let's see how we are going to do that, and obviously we'll be able to remove this functionality. So once we remove from the watch list, this button will be again automatically enabled. So here we'll create method. So first method I'll create handle add movie to watch list. Alright, now here we'll receive the movie. So this is my first. Then we'll do function handle add movie to watched. So here also I'll receive movie, and these two method I'm going to pass in my context. So I'll do handle add, and then I'll do handle add movie to watched. Let's copy this. Now we will go here in the movie item, sorry, not movie card, and here you can see that we are having this two button. So what you can do, so first we'll destructure these two method from our context. So we'll do use context of movie context, and then we'll come here and we'll do on click, and we'll do handle add movie to watch list, and we'll pass the movie item here. That means we're passing the current movie. Similarly we'll do on click, and we'll do handle add movie to watched, and we'll pass the movie item here. So now let's see what will happen. Save it. Now we'll go to our context and let's log here. So log this movie, okay, and I'll also log here. So let's see what we are getting. So I'll search something here. So The Godfather. Okay, now let's add this one. We are getting movie data here. If I do add to watched, then also we're getting the movie data here. So now what we can do, simply we'll have this ID, right? So this ID, or basically this movie data, we need to dispatch. Now where we need to dispatch, we need to dispatch to the reducer, right? And that reducer will automatically update that movie to our watch list. So now what we'll do, we'll handle this add movie to watch list. So simply call our dispatch, and dispatch will have a type, and this is very important, this is mandatory. Now what we can do, we can also create some types. So let's say we'll go to movies and create another file, and this will be my types.js. So I'll do export const, and this will be add movie to watch list. Now the only reason of creating this, because this will be a unique identifier, and if we don't use string, because sometimes if you use string there is a chance of, like, if we write something wrong, so spelling mistake, so it can break. So we have add movie to watch list, then I'll copy this, paste it 4 times, so this will be add movie to watched. Then we have remove movie from watch list, and we'll do remove movie from watched, and we'll copy and paste it here. Let's copy this, paste it, and we'll paste it. So now this will be my individual type. So here now what I'll do, I'll call this add movie to watch list. So this is my type, and then what you can do, you can simply pass the payload. Now the payload will be nothing but your movie data. So here I'll pass another one, so payload, and this will be this movie that I'm getting here. So this one, let's cut it, and now let's go to our reducer. I'll close this part from here. Now see what will happen. Here we need to give the same case that you have given here. This is your type, right? And you can see we are basically checking based on type. So here this will be your add movie to watch list. So this is the case. And now here I'll just log this action. Alright, so now let's see what we are getting in this action. So if I go here, right, and let's say if I click on this add to watch list, you can see that we are getting a type, and in the payload we are basically getting the movie that we have created, or basically passed, not created, sorry. So if I click this one, so we are getting this movie data. So now what you need to do, you have to update the state. Now which state you need to update? You have to update this state for this watch list. Alright, so what we can do, simply we'll do here that this will return the existing state that we are having, and then we'll return the watch list because that is the key name, and this will be my action.payload current movie, and then I'll destructure the state.watch list. That's it. So now this will return the updated watch list. If I go here and then let's say log here, I log here state, and let's keep this on name as state. Let's see what you're getting. So I'll filter with state. If you're not able to understand anything, please ping me on Insta or in LinkedIn, whatever. Okay, so we are getting watch list as arrow of 0. Let's click this one, getting arrow of 1. Click here, getting arrow of 2, and this is working fine. So now the next thing what we need to do for add to watched, and this is pretty simple, exactly same. Now what will be the difference? Now only difference will be for add to watch list, the type is add movie to watch list. For add movie to watch, the type will be the different one. So here what you can do, simply we'll do dispatch. So we'll pass a type, and this type will be add movie to watched, and then payload will be same because payload also will be passing the movie. So this is first step, and then we'll go to a reducer and we'll create another case here, and this will be add movie to watched. So if this is the case, so here I'm going to return, I'm going to return the state, and then I'll do watched, and this will be action.payload, and then I'll do state.watched. Save it, and let's see what we're getting in the state. So I'll search here Godfather. Alright, now I'll click here this one, add to watch list, we are getting 1. I'll click this one, add to watched, that means this movie I already watched. So click here. Okay, this is not coming. Watched, let me check. I think let me see the key name. Okay, let's see what we are getting in this action first. So I'll click here. We are not getting anything only here. Okay, okay, I'll just load this page again. We'll do God further and we'll do add to watched. Okay, now we are getting watched arrow of 1. I'll do add to watch list. We are getting arrow of 1. If I add this one to add to watched, we are getting arrow of 2. So now this is working fine. Alright, now next thing what we are going to do, basically two things we need to do. If this movie is already added in the watch list, so I'll make this button as disabled. Same for this add to watch. If this is added to watch list, I'll make this button as disabled. So let's quickly do that. Another very interesting thing, I'm not sure whether I'm like thinking this one in a correct way, that let's say I'll added this movie to watch list. So this is now in my watch list. Now I'll add this movie to watched. So in that case, whether should we move this movie from watch list to watched section, that I'm thinking, but that later we can do. I think that is a different functionality. First let's disable these two buttons. So to disable this button, what we can do, right? So let's pass this state here first. Okay, now we'll go to our movie card and we'll log this state. We get this state here. What we can do, right? So here we'll do disable. So disable will be, this is watch list, right? So I'll check if this state dot watch list dot find index item, if item dot id is equal to the movie item dot id. If this is greater than -1, that means this is already added in the watch list, so it will be true, or else it will be false. I'll explain what we have done. Let me first quickly check. So I'll search something here. Let's look God further. So now let's say I'll add this one. See, it's already disabled. So what we have done, right? In this one we already have this movie added. So I'm checking if this ID is already present in this watch list, or basically the movie. So making this one as disabled. Let's click this one. So this is now disabled. Now another thing we can do, I think it will be better if we make this one instead of disable, or I'm thinking like remove from watch list. Anything is fine. For now disable is okay. And same we can do it for this watched. So we'll do disable, and disable will be true with this state dot watched dot find index of item, and we'll do item dot id is equal to movie item dot id. So let's save it. Now let's see. Okay, something is going wrong. Okay, this we need to check if this is greater than -1, so it will be true, or else this will be false. Okay, so now these two are already added in the watch list. If I click this one, this is added to watched. Click here, this is also added to watched. Okay, now we can do one thing that I already discussed, right? Let's say this movie is already added to watch list, and same movie I've added to watched. So what we can do, right? We can move this movie from watch list to watch, means we can filter from here, because one movie can't be in both the places, right? So that functionality is later, so that I will think that whether we should do, or else you can take that task as your homework and you can implement. I also give you the functionality that you can basically create. So this is done. Now next thing what we need to do, whatever movies I have added here and here, that movie I need to render. So let's quickly start working on these two components. Alright everyone, so let's implement these two small components. So what we can do, right? So I think we already created these watched, watch list and watched, both the component. Okay, the first thing here, we will take const state from use context of movie context. Then we'll render here. We'll take a div, and this will be, I'll give a class name, do watch list wrapper, and I will check here state dot watch list and state dot watch list dot length greater than 0. So in this case, or else this will be will show some message like no movie added in watch list, please add one. So here we can simply do like state dot watchlist dot map item, or let's give this one as movie item. Okay, now here what we can do, right? So logically we can do something like this. We can use this same reusable component movie card, this one here, this component basically, right? But the only thing is that we need to tweak something, like if this is in the watch list, I have to change this button to remove to watch list, or I think that will be very complicated. For now, let's keep this one very simple. So here I'll take a key, this will be movie item dot id, and we can simply copy the content that we are having here. So let's go to our movie card, and we can basically copy the exact content from here, and then we'll paste it here. Now let's format this, and here what we can do, right? We can remove this. Okay, let me just remove this part from here, and here we need, this one will be my movie item dot id, and here we have movie item. This is fine, let me check. So we have this button, right? So this will be remove from watch list, right? So this will remove from watch list, and we can remove all of this for now. And for second one, what we can do another one, that move to watched. That means we'll be able to move this movie from watch list to watched, right? So let's do this one later. For now I'll keep only one button. So this will be remove from watch list. So this is done. So now let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Okay, so we have this watch list. Now we have this watch list wrapper. We'll copy this, and let's go to our CSS. So we'll do movie app watch list wrapper. We'll do display as grid, and we'll do grid template columns. We'll do repeat 2,1 fr, and we'll do gap of 10 px. So we have a watch list, 2 movie. Let's say I'll add another one, add this one. So this is also added here. Okay, now let's add this one. This is added here on the first. Let's add this movie. So this is added. Now same we need to do it for movie watched. So for movie watched, I think same thing we can do. First let's go here. So look const, this will be state, and this will be use context. And I'm breaking every component so that it will be easy to understand. If you want, you can absolutely create one simple reusable component, and you can use that component in all the places, alright, instead of creating each and every one and copy pasting. I think that will be better, but for now this is just for understanding purpose. Alright, so now here we can go and let's copy the exact same thing from here, and let's paste it here. So instead of state.watchlist, this will be watched, and this will be remove from watched, and we'll do no movie added in the watched, and I think this is fine. Anything else? Watch list wrapper will do watched wrapper, and the same we'll use here also. So dot movie app dot watch list watched wrapper. We're getting some undefined. Let's see, it is the undefined is coming. Cannot read property of watched. Okay, now see, so movie context. So we'll go here, so we'll add something, we'll do Godfather, add this one to watch list and add this one to worst. So both are coming here. This is fine. Another thing, let's say I want to fetch all of this on page load, correct? So how we are going to do that? Now to do this one, we can simply go to this context, and here we'll take another use effect, and then we'll keep this state as a dependency, because if you noticed here in the initial state we are already getting this one from local storage .get item, and now whatever data will be updating or basically adding, I want to set this one in my local storage. So I'll do local storage .set item, and I'll do this one as watch list, and this will be json.stringify, and this will be state.watchlist, and then I'll do another one, this will local storage.set item, and this will be worst, this will be json.stringify, and this will be state.worst. So now this will automatically save this one in our local storage. So now let's see what is happening. If I do Godfather, let's add this one to watch list and add this one to worst. Now refresh this page. So we are getting both, right? Now I'll do Godfather. It's already added in the watch list. This is already added in the worst. I hope you are getting right. So this is working fine. Now let's say we want to remove from this watch list, and same I want to remove from this worst, and again these two will be automatically enabled. So how we are going to do that? Now to do this one, we'll create two more method here. So let's create here. So this will be function handle remove from watch list. Alright, and here again I'll receive the movie, and this will be function handle remove from worst, and this will also receive this movie. Sorry. So here I'll do handle remove from watch list and handle remove from worst, these both. So now I'll copy this, go to watch list, and then I need this handle. So I'm in the watch list components, I only need handle remove from watch list, this method, and in worst here I only need the handle remove from worst. So now let's go to watch list, and we have a button here, right? Remove from watch list. So I'll give a on click, and we'll do handle remove from watch list, and I'll pass this movie item. That's it. Similarly we have to go to watched, and we have this remove from worst. So here I'll do on click, and I'll do handle remove from worst. Here also I'll pass the movie item. So these two are done. Next thing what you need to do, you have to connect both this context with the reducer. So here what we'll do, again we'll call the dispatch. Here we'll pass the type, and now type will be remove from watch list, correct? And the payload will be same movie. For this worst one, only the type will change. So type will be remove from worst, and payload will be movie. Now these two, it will automatically go to our reducer, and it will check whether any type is exist or not, basically for this. Alright, so now what we can do, simply we can go to our reducer, and we'll create two more cases here. So the first case will be remove from watch list, second case will be remove from worst. And here what you need to do, so I'll return my state, and then here I'll do watch list. So for remove from watch list, we'll do state dot watch list dot filter we'll do movie item, and we'll simply do movie item dot id is not equal to this action dot payload dot id. Now this id is basically this, in the context we are passing this id, right? So that we can do, or simply let's do one thing. Okay, I think one thing we can basically change. So in the watch list we are passing the movie item, right? So let's only pass the id instead of the whole movie item. The same id will receive in my global state, so this will receive id and I'll get id here. Same for this worst also, so I'll get id, I'll receive id, and in the worst also I'll pass movie item dot id instead of full movie item. Similarly, now what I can do, we can go to reducer, and so here instead of this payload, so sorry, instead of action dot payload, I think what we are having, action dot payload that we are passing. Let me just check, I'm confused. Okay, so we are having the payload here. Okay, so in that case I think id we can remove, so this will be action dot payload. That's it. Similarly for the worst, what will be, so return, we'll do state, and I'll do worst, and this will be state dot worst dot filter, so this will be movie item, so movie item dot id not equal to action dot payload, and I think everything is done. So now let's save it. So we already have two data. Now I'll search for some movie. So this is already added. Let's remove from worst. Added, removed, so it's updated here. See this one here, this is already disabled. If I remove from here, this will be enabled again. So this is enabled again. I'll add this one. Add this one to watch list. Remove, working fine. Add to worst. 4, 5. So we have now 5 movie worst. Remove, and this is working fine. Now another thing we can do, and that is a very interesting functionality, and that is we want to move this movie from watch list to worst. Alright, so how we are going to do that? Now if let's say I added this movie to watch list, if I'll move this one from watch list to worst, what will happen? These buttons will be enabled again, and these buttons would be disabled. So let's implement this one. So in the watch list I'll add another button, and that will be moved to worst. So here we'll do another button here, and let's create button, and this will be moved to worst. Okay, now first we'll go to our types, and here we'll do export const move to worst. Now we'll go to our state, create another method, so do function move handle move to worst. So this is also, I'll receive the, let's say, ID, and here I'll do dispatch, so this will dispatch type, which will be move to worst, and payload I'll pass as the ID that I'll be receiving. Now this method I want to pass in my state, sorry, in the context. Now let's go to our watch list, and now I'll receive this one here, handle move to worst, and on click of this button I'll pass this one, and we'll do movie item dot ID. Now so we are dispatching this, so we'll go to our reducer, and we'll create another case here. So we'll do case, this will be moved to worst. So here I'll return the existing state, and then I'll do first so what I can do, we'll do watch list. So in the watch list I need to filter, so we'll do state dot watch list dot filter, So I'll do movie item, and I'll do movie item dot id not equal to accent dot payload. So that means I'm moving from watch list, or basically filtering. Then in the watched section I'll do state dot or simply we can do directly like this. We'll do accent dot payload. But here another very interesting thing, because we are only passing the ID, right? So instead of ID, I think we should pass the full movie here. That is a mistake. So here I'll do, instead of this movie ID, I'll only pass the movie, full movie item. Okay. Similarly here also I'll receive the movie and I'll pass the payload as movie. Now I'll go to our reducer, and here this will be accent dot payload dot id, and here will be accent dot payload, and then I'll have state dot watched. Now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. So let's search something, Godfather. So already have added. So now let's say I'll do move to watched. Okay, something is happening here. Let's see. Okay, let's save it. So I'll search for Godfather. So now I'll move this one. Okay, now it's moved. Now it's disabled, and now this is enabled, right? And if I remove from here, both are enabled again, and awesome, this is working fine. If let's add to watch list, I can remove it from here, or I can move it to watched section, and then if I remove from here, it will be removed. You can also do the vice versa. Let's say if you want to remove something from here to here, that also you can do. So these you can take as a homework. All right, so I think that's all for this particular project. I know this is looking very horrible, but I think for interview purpose, I think this will be more than enough. You understand that how we are going to implement all of this, or basically how you can combine use context with use reducer. Alright, so that's all for this particular project. Alright, so we are almost at the end of this particular video, and this will be the last project. So I thought that it will be really good if we implement this auth login. So this is another very important concept. Now most of the times in interview might not get asked to implement this in your interview time, but sometimes they will ask you the concept of this auth. So how this basically works. So let's quickly implement this one. So for this one we are going to basically use Google Auth, and we'll use this React Auth / Google package. All right, so let's copy this, and I'll just install this one first. Now let's quickly create this component. So we'll give this one name as Google Auth login. All right, now here we'll return a div. Let's give a class name, and for this one this will be pretty simple. We'll just give Google Auth login container. Let's use our heading. So this will be Google Auth login container. Now first let me just import this one here. So we'll do Google Auth login. Now how this will work. So the first thing is that you have to log into your console.cloud.google.com. I'll also add this link in the description, and you have to basically create a project that will be able to create from here. Once you create the project, you have to come to this auth consent screen, and here basically you have to give some form like some data you have to fill, and you have to go to this credential. Now I already created, so if you want you'll be able to create another one. All right, so here you have to create this credential here. So let's create another one. So I'll create here, and you have to create this auth client ID. So click here, and you have to select the application type. So select web application, give web client 2, and here basically you have to give the URL that you want user to support. So here I'll give, let's say, my localhost 3000, and then you have to give the redirect URI. So here I'll give the same, and then you have to create. So now once you create, this will basically give you the client ID and the client secret. This both you required, but mainly this client ID is mandatory. So now let's see how we are going to implement this one. Now second, what we have to do, that package that we have installed, for this one we have to basically wrap that our app.js, or basically our index component, inside a Google Auth container. So this is Google Auth provider. Alright, so this will basically give you all the functionality that is required. So you have to wrap all your component inside this, and here you have to pass the client ID, and this client ID is nothing but this client ID that you have created. So you'll copy this and you'll pass it here. Alright, so let's save it. You should not pass directly like this, you can set it in some environment variable, but for now we'll do like this. And please, when you will do this one, don't use mine. Obviously I will not push all of this information into GitHub. Please create your own and then use the same. Alright, or else I usually get a lot of email and notification that someone is trying to use your credential, so that is the reason. So it's a request. So once you will complete this one, now let's go here. First we'll implement the functionality, then I will add some more features. So first I'll add a button, and let's give this one name as Google Login. Let's save it. So getting Google Login. Now what we need to do, we have to give on click here, and here I'll give handle Google Login. So here what you need to do, so we'll create this method. So we'll do function handle Google Login. We'll do like this. We'll do const handle Google Login, and here this will give you this hook that you need to use Google Login. And here you have to basically pass, it will basically give you this on success and on error, both the things. So now what we can do, we can take a state here. So let's take one state, and this will be my user information. User set user, and this will be use state of, we'll do null, and we'll take another state, and this will be any error info, and set error info, and this will be use state of, we'll keep this one as null. Now what will happen, this on success will give you response, and in this response basically you'll be able to get the information. So let's see how this will look. First I'll just log here. Right, so let's log this response and let's see what you're getting, and let's pass here response. Save it. Now let's open our console. So we have response. Okay, now I'll click here. So you're getting this pop-up. Now I'll click here. Awesome. So immediately we are getting this response. So here you are getting access token, auth user, expires, time, prompt, scope, and the token type bearer. So now once you'll get the user information, then we'll be able to fetch the profile details, but that is separate thing. So here what we can do, simply we'll set this set user info, or let's make this on auth info. I think it will be much better, because this is we'll do set auth info. So we'll do set auth info, and this will be this response, and then this will also give you on error. So if there are any error, so we can set this error info to this error. Okay, now let's log here. Okay, another thing we need to do is that if the user information is available, so we need to show some login button. But so how we are going to fetch the user information? So for this one, this auth info, if I save this auth info is giving you this access token, right? So this access token you will be able to pass to another URL, and then based on that you will be able to fetch the profile information for this particular user. That user is currently logged in. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first I'll do here profile info, and we'll do set profile info, and we'll do use state of null. So now we already have this auth info. So we'll take a use effect, and here I'll pass this auth info as a dependency, All right, and now what we can do, so we can check if this auth info is available. So we'll do fetch profile info. All right, so here I'll do async function fetch profile info, and here we'll do const API response. This will be await fetch, and here we need to pass this on HTTPS. This will be www.googleapis.com/auth2/user info, and here I think we have to also pass the version 1. Okay, user info, and then you have to pass the access token. Now this access token is nothing but this access token that you are receiving here. So copy this. Now this we have already stored right in this auth info, so we can pass it here. So access token will be so this will be our auth info dot access token. All right, so this is done. Next what we need to do, we will pass, so this method will be get, and we'll do headers, and headers will pass authorization. So authorization will be, you have to pass the bearer token. So here we'll do bearer, and then we have to do same access token we have to pass. So copy this, and we'll give a space, and then you have to pass this this will be your auth info dot access token. Okay, and then we'll pass here accept application /JSON. That's it. So this is done. So now we'll do const result. This will be await API response dot JSON, and let's log this result. So let's give some name here so that we can filter it. So I'll do Google login. I'll click here. Awesome. So now we're getting all of this data. We are getting email, my name, family name, given name, ID, name, picture, and also the verified email. So once we'll get the profile information, we'll be able to render it. Now if this data is available, so we'll hide this login button, and then we'll do logout button. So let's quickly implement this one. So what we can do, right, so after this, simply we'll check if the profile info is not equal to null. So we'll render profile information, or else this will be this button. And here let's do one thing. Let's take an image, we'll give source, and let's use this picture here. So this will be profile info dot picture, and we'll give a alt. This will be my profile info. After this we'll give a p, and we'll render the name. So we'll do profile info dot name, and then we'll render the email address. So we'll do profile info dot email, and at the end we'll do a button. We'll do logout. So now let's save it. So here I'll do Google login, select, okay, something is wrong here. Oh sorry, my bad, I haven't set this profile info only, how this will work. So I have to set this result right here. Okay, now this is coming, but I don't know why this image is not coming. So this will be not image, I think it will be picture. Yeah, picture only I've given, right? So let's copy this. It should come, but not sure why this is not taking. Okay, anyway, this is I think something is wrong. Is it profile? I think let's keep it like this. If it's not working, and it's fine, but we'll implement some other thing, and that is the logout. So for logout, it is very simple. First we'll do on click and we'll do handle logout, and now we'll create this method. We'll do function handle logout. So here you just have to call this Google logout, that's it, and we'll do set profile info will be null, and this will work. So now if I log this, let's say I log here auth info and profile info, and let's see what we are getting. So I'll click logout. So you can see that we are getting, okay, auth info is still coming. Okay, that we need to check. Now it's not coming, but let's make this one null. So we'll do set auth info. This will also be null immediately. Okay, so now let's click on Google login. So now I'll select here. So now we are getting, okay, now image is coming. Wow, okay, this is fine, working fine. And now if I click on logout, so it's immediately login. If I refresh this page, right, let's see what is happening. So we'll be getting this login only. Now based on this concept, you will be able to do a lot of things. Let's say you are having a dashboard or analytics page, and unless the user will be logged in, you don't want to show them the analytics page or basically the charts. So in that case, you'll be able to use these features, and this is pretty easy to implement, right? So what we've done, we just install the package, we created the credentials. Now this is an important step that you need to do. Then we went to this index.js. Here we wrap with Google Auth provider and pass the client ID, and then based on this we created this method which will automatically do the login. It will return the auth info. In the auth info we'll be getting the access token, and from the access token we'll be able to fetch the user info. Alright everyone, so with this we have completed all the 25 projects. Now you can see that how much effort I have given to create each and every project and also discuss all the points. Now if you really like this video, please give a like, comment down and subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.